Alright folks, started broadcasting a little bit early. I'm Pepper Star and welcome to the channel. I will be absent for about 35 minutes or so, but I do not want anyone to miss a thing. So therefore I'm starting the broadcast a little bit early as I go about my business and return at 9 AM Eastern Standard Time. Sorry, at Eastern Daylight Standard Time, as I am in Queensland, rebroadcasting direct from Parliament House. Thank you to the good people at Parliament House Broadcasting for giving me full permission to rebroadcast this stream. So as I say, I'll be back in approximately 30 minutes, hopefully close enough to the beginning, not to miss a beat. But nonetheless, you will not miss a beat because this stream is coming at you live direct from Parliament House in Canberra for the Senate Select Committee on Tobacco Harm Reduction. This is the big one we've all been waiting for. So you will see a screen with just a little bit of music for the background until it sort of starts up, and we'll see how it goes and see if they get away on time. Alright guys, thank you for tuning in once again. I'm going to flick to the screen and I'll see you all soon.
I remember, don't you worry. Lord. I've been waiting for this moment all my life. Oh Lord, can you feel it coming in the air tonight? Oh Lord, oh Lord. Well, if you told me you were drowning, I would not lend a hand. See your face before my friend, but I don't know if you know who I am. Well, I was there and I saw what you did. I saw it with my own two eyes. You can wipe off that grin, 'cause I know where you've been. It's all been a pack and play. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, I've been waiting for this moment all my life. Oh Lord, can you feel it coming in the air tonight? Oh Lord, oh Lord. Ooh, I remember, don't you worry, worry, worry. How could I ever forget? It's the first time, the last time we ever met. Ooh, I know the reason why you keep yourself.
Alright, it's the big one today, ladies and gents. We've got a special guest with me as well coming up in just a moment. But today's the day. It's the Senate Select Committee for Tobacco Harm Reduction. Thank you for joining us here on Pippers Live. With direct links through to Canberra Parliament House. Thank you to Parliament Broadcasting Department for making this possible. We're going to keep you up to date, live and informed as much as we can all throughout the day. Let's get on the screen.
Because we have a very short time frame.
Whoa.
Yeah, okay. So I declare open this hearing of the Senate Select Committee on Tobacco Harm
We've
Reduction.
started
Morning,
off
everybody.
right on time.
This is a public hearing.
Special guest,
and
please stand
a Hansard
by.
transcript of the proceedings is being made. The hearing is also being broadcast via the Australian Parliament House website. The hearing will be held in person and virtually, with some committee members and witnesses joining by video link or telephone. If we encounter technical problems with the video link, the committee will revert to using a telephone conference. Committee members and witnesses have been sent instructions on how to dial in by phone if necessary. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence within Australia to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It's unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The committee prefers all evidence to be given in public, but under the Senate's resolutions, witnesses have the right to request to be heard in private session. If a witness objects to answering a question, the witness should state the grounds of the objection, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. I particularly draw attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate of 13 May 2009, specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement that information or a document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to provide some specific indication of the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or the document. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly into the microphones. I ask everyone to ensure that mobile phone ringtones are switched to silent. And on behalf of the committee, I'd like to thank witnesses here today for their time and cooperation. So I'd now like to welcome representatives from the Department of Health, the Therapeutic Goods Administration and Australian Border Force. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. Information on procedural rules governing public hearings and claims of public interest immunity has been provided to witnesses and is available from the Secretariat. Witnesses should obviously speak clearly into the microphones to assist Hansard to record proceedings. For the Hansard record, could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear? And I'd now like to invite you to make a brief opening statement should you wish to do so. So maybe Ms Edwards, if you're starting for the Department of Health.
Thank you. Good morning, Senators. Caroline Edwards, Associate Secretary, Department of Health. The history of tobacco control in Australia and other countries shows that tobacco use can continue to be reduced through a comprehensive range of evidence-based measures. Australia can be proud of its overall progress in tobacco control over the past 2 decades, which has seen smoking rates reduced by nearly half since 1991. Nevertheless, tobacco use remains the leading cause of preventable death and disability among Australians. Continued efforts to prevent young people from taking up smoking is a key focus. In Australia, products claiming to help people quit smoking are therapeutic goods. It's illegal to import or sell products in Australia that make therapeutic claims unless they have received market authorisation by the Therapeutic Goods Administration or they are otherwise exempt or subject to approval or authority granted by the TGA. All smoking cessation products lawfully available for sale in Australia have been evaluated by the TGA for safety and efficacy and have been registered with the TGA. There are no restrictions on who might apply to the TGA to market a smoking cessation product in Australia. However, at this time, no e-cigarettes have been approved by the TGA for this purpose. On 23 September 2020, the TGA announced an interim decision that would clarify the scheduling of nicotine in the Commonwealth Standard for the Uniform Scheduling of Medicines and Poisons, known as the Poisons Standard. The proposed changes, if made final, would clarify that e-cigarette products containing nicotine could only be lawfully supplied with a prescription from an Australian registered medical practitioner in specific circumstances and subject to state and territory legislation. The proposed changes are consistent with existing state and territory legislation that prohibit the sale of nicotine containing e-cigarettes and nicotine liquids for use in e-cigarettes. Consistent with this framework, the possession of nicotine for use in e-cigarettes without a prescription is also illegal in all states and territories except South Australia. The scheduling delegate's invitation for submissions closed yesterday. The delegate is required by law to take these into account when making the final decision, anticipated in mid to late December. The TGA hosted webinars on 8 and 9 October with 215 attendees. Webinar presentations and recordings are published on the department's website, along with a supporting set of questions and answers. The Australian Government has deferred its decision to prohibit the importation of nicotine liquids or salts unless on prescription from a doctor from January 1, 2021. The Government will monitor the impacts of any changes to the poison standard if they're made final before considering any further decisions in relation to nicotine. Department of Health officers, including the Deputy Secretary, who's the head of the TGA, Professor John Skerritt, are available for questions.
And Dr Armstrong, did you have an opening statement?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Actually, just before you start, I'm just going to check, Senator Henderson's actually on the teleconference, so I just want to check she can hear us and if we can hear you, Senator.
Senator Hughes, yes, can you hear me, Senator Hughes?
Yep, got you now. That's okay. So just so everyone's aware, Senator Henderson is on the phone.
Wonderful,
There you go. Thank you, Dr Armstrong.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and good morning, Senators. Bradley Armstrong.
Sorry, Chair, can I just check, how many have everyone got an opening statement?
Yeah.
No, just health and...
Okay, I'm just mindful of time,
Yeah.
that's all, and if we could
Yeah.
table, but sorry.
I think I need to read it out for the Hansard. Yeah, it is brief.
You can table.
Could I just ask who is
So,
attending, which other senators are attending?
It's the committee, Sarah.
No, but which...
So Senator
everyone-
Urquhart, Senator
no.
Sheldon, Senator Griff, Senator Canavan and myself are all in the room.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
Is she there? Is Senator Seward? Oh, Senator Sewart's on video. Sorry.
Video conference.
Sorry, Rach.
So once again, thank you very much. Bradley Armstrong, Group Manager, Australian Border Force. I do have an opening statement which I will read for the Hansard. The Australian Border Force, as Australia's Customs Service and Border Law Enforcement Agency, works to protect the integrity of Australia's border and facilitates legitimate trade. Australia prohibits a broad range of goods at the border, and this includes prohibitions on the importation of particular products to support public health policy. In the case of tobacco, the Australian Border Force applies border controls in support of the government's tobacco harm reduction measures. Relevantly, we collect excise equivalent duties on tobacco products and lead the government's efforts to combat cross-border trade in illicit tobacco. The ABF has successfully implemented a suite of recent measures, as announced in the 2018-19 budget, that affect the movement of tobacco into Australia. These measures include prohibiting the importation of tobacco products without a permit, requiring tobacco importers to pay all duties and tax liabilities at the Australian border, and strengthening border-related illicit tobacco offences. To support an enhanced operational response to tobacco, on 1 July 2018, the Australian Border Force established the Multi-Agency Illicit Tobacco Task Force, the ITTF. The ITTF targets, disrupts and dismantles serious actors and organised crime syndicates that deal in illicit tobacco. Australia now has one of the strongest regulatory regimes for tobacco in the world. These measures reduce opportunities for tobacco to unlawfully enter the Australian market. This in turn supports broader government objectives to more effectively administer the tobacco trade and reduce its potential harm to the Australian community. In addition to our world standard measures to control tobacco, traditional tobacco, the ABF supports the Department of Health to manage the trade in vaporised nicotine products. The ABF implements border treatment of vaporising nicotine in line with the requirements of the Therapeutic Goods Act 1989, which restricts the import of goods that are represented to be for therapeutic use. Where the ABF detects imported liquids for use in e-cigarettes that may contain nicotine and makes a claim that it is for therapeutic use, the ABF refers these goods to the Therapeutic Goods Administration. Referring the goods to the Therapeutic Goods Administration is a well-established process that enables the goods to be assessed by specialist technical expertise early on in the process. The ABF works closely with the Therapeutic Goods Administration in managing this process, including to support our targeted relevant goods at the border. The ABF is committed to working across government in our role to appropriately manage risk at our borders, and assist in safeguarding the Australian community. Our focus on tobacco products makes an important contribution to the preservation of national health outcomes. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to discuss this work of the ABF with the committee today. My colleague, Assistant Secretary Customs and Trade Policy Branch, Assistant Secretary Matthew Duckworth, and I are here to assist the committee with any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will kick off into questions. I am going to try and keep everyone to a short block because we are limited very much so by time. So I would expect we're going to have a few questions on notice, and the Secretariat will confirm when they're due back by. I'll kick off. I just wanted to start perhaps to either Professor Skerritt or Ms Edwards to confirm that we can get some acknowledgement of current numbers of vapers in Australia.
So there are different statistics depending on how frequent, so if you're once a month or once a week, and also whether you take children down to age 14. So at the maximum, it would be in the 400,000s.
So hang on, the National Drug Strategy Household Survey is around 520,000 if you go down to those numbers.
That 520,000 would potentially include many of the ever vaped or only the once a month. In a lot of measurements of this type, they use people who vape once a week or once a fortnight. So yes, you could go up to a figure of 500,000. If the submission to this committee from the Institute of Health and Welfare divides it quite in a sophisticated way by the frequency of vaping and by the age of vaping. If you look at people who vape quite regularly, weekly, and more than maybe just one puff a week and so forth, you're getting down to the 250 to 300,000 numbers. But I'd refer you, if you want to see the split by frequency and all that, the AHW submission, which the committee has, from Barry Sanderson, splits that out in quite
and that numbers,
detail.
those numbers are from 2019?
They're from the National Drug Strategy Household Survey 2019, which came out about June, July this year.
Right, okay. So, and those numbers have been increasing, I think is the claim, isn't it? That the vaping numbers have been increasing across the board?
Yes, the vaping numbers have been increasing.
Okay. So we're talking a reasonable number of a few 100,000 Australians, between 300,000 and 500,000. So even if we split the difference, around 400,000 vapers.
We are.
Right, okay. So under the prescription model and looking at, I know you and I had a discussion of estimates that there's only 10 doctors nationally currently prescribing, without going over that ground again. If there's 400,000 vapers in the country required to go to the doctor and get a prescription, and say in perfect model, all of a sudden GPs are willing to prescribe and understand how to prescribe these nicotine products, have these costs been factored into the budget when it comes to Medicare rebates? Is there a Medicare rebate for a telehealth visit?
So firstly, on the costs, there has been a regulatory impact statement on estimating the number of additional doctors' visits. That's still being finalised with the Office of Best Practice Regulation, so it can't be published until it's actually finally endorsed by OBPR.
But couldn't we assume if there's 400,000 vapers that 400,000 visits would be a pretty good starting point?
No.
Because it's illegal for them to vape if they don't have a prescription?
No, so an independent economic group, and there's about 4 or 5 different economic groups around Canberra that do these statements all the time to OBPR standards, and OBPR are the government's arbiter on whether a regulatory burden is accurately reflected, exaggerated or underestimated. The estimation there suggests that the number of additional doctors' visits will only be of the order of 70 to 180,000 a year. And the reason is that most smokers, well, first of all, most of us go to the GP several times a year for other purposes, and smokers go more often. And so their analysis, which is also based on interviews, is that many people will build this into their existing consultation with the doctor. There will be some unique visits, and their estimation, and again these figures will be published next month after OBPR sign off on them, but they've given preliminary indication that they feel the figures are about right. That's the wording they used.
Okay. Can I just add, Senator, that we want to encourage people who want to give up smoking to visit their GP and have a consultation about the range of mechanisms there might be, so that's a good thing.
Okay. So at estimates, you said that vape stores wouldn't be impacted by a pharmacy-based model if they were doing everything legally. So
if they're doing everything legally.
Yeah. So I just want to clarify a couple of things with that. Will pharmacies be then selling a range of vape devices? Is that the expectation?
It's anticipated they will. I can quote actually, as you're aware, not only was there a process of submissions to this inquiry, but the submissions on the potential rescheduling of nicotine-containing vapes to prescription-only medicines. The public submissions on that closed yesterday. Yeah. And we had submissions from RACGP, the College of General Practitioners. We had submissions from the Australian Medical Association. We had submissions from Pharmacy Guild and so on. If I can quote from a Pharmacy Guild submission, verbatim, the Guild supports the interim decision to reschedule nicotine controlled for therapeutic use. The Guild believes the proposed implementation date of 1 June 2021 will allow sufficient time for community pharmacies to become familiar with the supply and distribution processes. Okay, so a core part of a vape shop's business is selling vape machines. So if pharmacies start selling vape machines, that's obviously going to take away a big part of the legal side of their business. If they do, remember that pharmacists are in the business of selling medicines.
No, but I'm trying to clarify this. And Professor Skerritt, I apologise, but we have very limited time. So I'm just going to have to skip over the top. And if there's stuff that we need to come back to, I'll put questions on notice. But if pharmacies are selling vape machines, legal vape stores are losing a whole lot of their business to pharmacies. The other question I have for you is, will pharmacies be selling, and I'll show you, will pharmacies be selling something like this, which is a vape juice pre-mixed with nicotine? Because vape stores at the moment sell a non-nicotine based vape juice at the moment as a core part of their business. But will people be buying this at their vape store and then going to a compounding chemist to get the nicotine put in, or will they be buying a pre-mix at the pharmacy?
It will be up to the individual.
Well, no. Is it when it's regulated? What is the intent? Because if the pharmacy's selling a pre-mixed version, then the vape store is again losing a key part of its legal business by selling non-nicotine So I'm very interested on behalf of the
It will be up to the
businesses.
individual where they go to, whether they walk through the door of a vape store or whether they walk through the door of a pharmacy. But at the
Well,
moment...
it's not
and-
really, because if
well,
the pharmacy is the only place you get your nicotine and they're already selling
Senator, at
premixed
the
juice.
moment, individuals cannot go to vape stores to buy nicotine. So
No.
an individual could buy nicotine from a pharmacy, but where they buy any other vaping products will be up to that individual.
Yeah, so this is the other thing I want to talk to you about. So this is a bottle of nicotine salt, right? So this is what people currently import, and this is what they mix in stuff that comes in a bottle like this at their vape store without juice, without nicotine in it. Now, at the moment, we think nicotine is Schedule 7 poison, needs to be heavily regulated, prescribed by a doctor,
And illegal to import.
and illegal to import without a prescription.
Without a prescription, but possession is also illegal in all states and territories except for South Australia.
Unless you have a prescription.
So yes, I assume you have a prescription for that, Senator.
Well, that's empty, so you can be reassured. And in fact, I do have a prescription, so I've got both bases covered. But this was made in China. So we have no idea how this was brewed, where it was brewed, how it was manufactured. There's no quality, no safeguards, no quality control over this, over what is apparently such a terribly dangerous poison that we need to be so careful that it's only going through a doctor. Yet we have absolutely no child protection cap, nothing. So in New Zealand and the UK, they have a high regulation model that you buy things like this pre-mixed, child cap, very difficult squeezy bottle to get out, comes out very thick, highly... So why would we not be better going through a regulated model?
That's a really good suggestion, Senator, and many of the submissions to the TGA consultation, which only closed yesterday, say yes, make these products available on prescription through pharmacies, but also make sure that there's controls such as a childproof cap and controls on composition, all that. No decision has been made. The delegate has not made his or her final decision, and it may well be that things such as a childproof cap or even other standards are included in that final decision.
Yeah.
Many of the submissions, including from the healthcare professional groups, but also from some of the community and vape groups, have emphasise the importance of childproof caps, for example. So that may well be part of the delegate's final decision.
Okay.
For the reasons you've given.
I've just got one final question that I'll ask before I hand over to the Deputy Chair. It was really just an acknowledgement, Ms Edwards, that there was a really recent update to your website around vaping, attributing the deaths in the US, that Dr Murphy claimed that there had been deaths at the recent estimates around vaping in the US, and your website's just recently been updated to acknowledge that these have been linked to illegal THC products and not actually nicotine-based vaping. I hope, mate, you can take this on notice for me when this update occurred, because I'm pretty sure it happened yesterday afternoon. So if you can maybe get some information.
Absolutely take it on notice,
Yeah.
Senator. I would point out that we update our website all the time on the basis of emerging...
I do understand, though, this information was...
So it'd be very usual to update the website very often. We'll take
Well,
on notice.
the CDC in the US released at least 12 months ago that these deaths were linked to illegal
We'll
THC.
take on notice exactly when it was...
If we could just get some information when that was updated, but also assure us that with regards to vaping and perhaps any other matters, any of these outstanding misleading information has been updated.
Well, I wouldn't accept for a moment that anything on our website is misleading or incorrect. We do update things as evidence emerges and as new things are found all the time. We'd certainly invite any senator or any citizen to alert us to anything they've got concerns about.
Yeah,
But
I
its
understand
quality is of
ATRA alerted
extreme
this to you over
importance to
12
us.
months ago, and it was updated, I believe,
It's
yesterday.
extreme importance to us to make sure that evidence and that information is correct and up to date at all times.
Yeah, okay. Border Force, I had some questions because I read the illegal tobacco report yesterday, so I might put them through on notice, being aware of time restraints, and I'll hand over to you, Senator Sheldon.
Good. Thanks, Senator. With regard to the health department, with regards to the prescription pathway for assessing e-cigarettes, we've heard that some doctors are reluctant to write scripts for nicotine vaping liquid. Are you aware of how many GPs that are providing scripts?
Professor Skerritt, can help.
So the current situation is not in place where a prescription is absolutely required. So there's a small number, but frankly, it's trivial because the system is, if it does go ahead, is only proposed to come in from June next year. I would take issue with the blanket statement that doctors will be reluctant. As I say, we have a written statement from both the RACGP and the AMA that state their support for a prescription model. Now, it's fair to say the AMA still oppose the use of vaping products except as an absolute last resort. But in writing to us, and these submissions will be published on our website, the RACGP supports the proposed amendments, in other words, the provision of a prescription-only model. The AMA accepts a proposal to downschedule nicotine to S4. The AMA regards this as an important move to ensure that patients see their doctor for advice on the most reliable and safe smoking cessation methods. Now, doctors will vary, as they do with even in the 21st century, on attitudes towards providing the contraceptive pill. Some staunch Catholic doctors still do not. And there will be, if this goes ahead, a very significant education program which has already been budgeted for doctors on how to go about it.
So how many GPs do you think we are needed to ensure the prescription pathway is done effectively?
Well, there'll be a couple of models. There'll be your own GP, but there are already some companies that through telehealth and other mechanisms do provide in stop smoking clinics, GPs who can advise people and write a prescription for a vaping product if they feel it appropriate. So if you're in the back of Beyond, or even if you're in a suburb of Sydney or Melbourne and your local GP doesn't do this, you will have the ability to do a telehealth consultation with a GP, in an anti-smoking clinic or a stop-smoking clinic.
I'm just picking up this point again about there has been concerns raised in various submissions about, particularly from long-term smokers, and back to some of your earlier answers, about the capacity for them to get easy access to doctors. Is there? I appreciate you've just outlined some strategies to make sure that there's availability. Is there any view about the degree of that availability that might be the availability of doctors to make prescriptions? Is there?
Well, we have, as I've mentioned, we have the statements from the two peak GP doctor organisations. We have similar statements from some of the specialist organisation statements, such as the thoracic and asthma doctors, who also support the prescription model. The way for a doctor to become an authorised prescriber is almost trivial. Their medical receptionist simply on a website records their APRA number and the address of a practice. They can then prescribe for as many patients as possible. The simplicity of that will be part of the communication and education campaign that we'll be doing jointly with healthcare professionals.
So if I've got that right, so there'll be an online mechanism as well, which will be readily available to anyone within the country to actually use that
so there'll be an online mechanism where once a doctor gets the authorisation, it's 5 years, there's no cost, and all they have to do is provide their APRA number and their address for the purpose of being an authorised prescriber for nicotine. There'll also be support information. I won't go as far as calling it clinical guidelines because they're very detailed documents that take years to develop. But there'll be guidelines building on the information from other countries such as the UK and New Zealand. For example, on if someone is a heavy smoker, what sort of products that might be suitable for prescription versus if someone was a light smoker but still wanted to give up.
So I might just follow that through a bit more. So the steps that could be taken to make sure that vapers are aware about how they can access nicotine through a prescription. What's the plan?
So there will also be a consumer community level information campaign. None of these are appropriate to commence until any final decision has been made. But given that there's an expectation a final decision will be made in December, and with an implementation date, and again, that is up to the delegate to decide, but say of June, there'll be an intensive public campaign in the first half of 2021.
You've touched on this. I'm just wondering whether there's anything else you want to also give evidence on. But you mentioned about the educational program, and can you just tell me some more detail about what that would look like and to what extent is that likely? What format is that going to take? How's the communication?
Well, there's been some thoughts about it, but clearly it would be jumping the gun to design a program when a decision has not yet been reached. But the typical approaches that are used are working in partnership with consumer groups, whether it's a consumer health forum, whether it's other groups that have a a reach into the target demographics. It will involve working together with mass media. It also involves social media. Now, whether it will involve any paid media is a question still to be resolved.
Can I just be clear about the length of the prescription? If I understood correctly, was that for 5 years if prescriptions?
No. So the approval of a doctor to be an authorised prescriber is for 5 years.
Yes.
In Australia, in general, both private and PBS prescriptions with repeats can be valid or even a single prescription can be valid from up to a year from the date of writing, but it is a decision of the doctors. And so many doctors will say, okay, I'll do this for a year and see how you go. Others may want to see their patient in 6 months' time to see how their smoking cessation is going.
There was a recommendation in the 2018 House Standing Committee on Health and Aged Care and Sport, which, as you'll be aware, conducted an inquiry into the use of marketing of electronic cigarettes. One of the recommendations was that the government fund and support a comprehensive review of the evidence available on the use of these cigarettes, which has been done by the ANU Centre for Epidemiology and Population Health. Can you explain to the committee where the review is up to and what findings to date have been?
So I might, so a preliminary report has been published, but I might ask my colleague Sharron Applyard to give an update. There is also a submission from the authors of that report, and they are testifying in front of this committee, I believe.
Good morning, Senator. Sharron Applyard, First Assistant Secretary, Population Health Division. So as my colleague Professor Skerritt has pointed out, there has been some interim findings of the review that we have asked the ANU to undertake, and they were released on the 30th of September. The final findings of that review, Senator, are expected in about mid-next year, so mid-2021. And effectively what those findings are in relation to is the impact of smoking uptake and cessation relevant to the Australian context, and the report on the use of e-cigarettes. The report is available on the website, but I'm happy to take you through, if you like, what some of those initial findings are.
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The last minute, and we'll go to Sterling.
Oh, right.
Sorry, Senator, I'm just looking for what might be the best summary that I can provide to you in relation to that. Effectively, there is some evidence coming out of that in relation to the gateway effect of e-cigarettes in relation to tobacco smoking. So that is associations between those who have never smoked cigarettes before and e-cigarette use, and that can lead to tobacco smoking. And there's also evidence in relation to dual use of e-cigarettes and tobacco smoking, and that is not necessarily the use of e-cigarettes leading to smoking cessation, but could be leading to dual use. The issue there is that smoking cigarettes at any level may be harmful. And mainly, yes, basically there's really just evidence of, there's no evidence that there is, that e-cigarettes at a population level, Senator, will lead to smoking cessation. So that's different to, at a population level, is different to evidence at an individual level. So while e-cigarettes may be helpful to some smokers individually in relation to smoking cessation, there's no evidence at a population level. So effectively, those are the findings. But Professor Banks is here today to talk to those findings.
Thank you for that. Back to the Chair.
Thanks, Senator Sharron. Senator Greff?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to just go back to the earlier comments in relation to additional doctors' visits or potential doctors' visits. Would people be able to actually have scripts issued for up to 12 months to avoid repeat visits?
Yes, they would. There's nothing stopping that. But it's really, as for any medicine, it's a decision and a discussion between the doctor and the patient. But in Australia, either a PBS or a private script can be written for up to 12 months.
Okay, thank you. Now, given smoking rates have declined steadily since the 90s, to what extent is the decline in smoking domestically and internationally to a certain extent being offset by an increase in vaping?
There is a degree in offset, but I guess the thing that is of particular concern when it comes to vaping is actually the cohort of people who are taking up vaping. So while there's some, quite significant use of vaping among adult groups, if you look at the concern in particular, it's of youth taking up vaping. So, for example, just to quote from some statistics, we've talked about the AHW statistics before. As recently as 2016, 2.3% of kids and young adults 15 to 24 in Australia, 2.3 were regular vapers. That's now 4.5, almost a doubling. Among US high school students, it's gone in 2 years, 11.7 in 2017% to 27.5 in 2019, characterising themselves as current e-cigarette users. Canadians from 6% in 2017 to 15%. And so there are concerns that some of the hard-won gains may be counteracted by young people taking up vaping, and many people who take up vaping, as when Dr. Banks will testify, also then move to combustible cigarettes.
Right, thank you. Yes, I mean, you also would be referencing the Surgeon General, US Surgeon General's comments, where he states we must take action now to protect the health of our nation's young people, because he considers it to be an epidemic. What does the research actually say about the safety or otherwise of vaping in relation to particularly the long-term effects of vaping?
Well, in the same way that we didn't know in 1960 about the long-term effects of cigarettes, because vaping, especially at a significant level, is still a relatively recent phenomenon, the evidence is still fairly scant. However, there are a number of studies published in the medical literature, and Dr. Towler is a medical doctor, so she may well want to expand on these, that have shown detrimental effects from vaping, from vaping of nicotine cigarettes, and also detrimental effects even when the e-cigarettes do not have nicotine, because many of the substances in e-cigarettes were never really intended to be heated up and put into the lungs. They may have been food colorants.
Bernie Towler, Principal Medical Advisor, Population Health Division in the Department of Health. Thanks for the question, Senator. I think that a key thing to say here is that when these are fairly new products in relation to their health effects, and so the Health Research Board of Ireland, which has just reported this year on a whole range of factors including the health effects, noted that the long-term health effects beyond 24 months have not been researched. So that's really key in that we actually don't know the long-term health effects. But there are an increasing number of studies which point to a whole range of very potentially nasty health effects, from the acute events associated with e-cigarettes, so burns, poisonings, lung injury, exacerbations of asthma, to fatalities from poisonings, which I'm sure you know about, to, in particular, physiological studies which show cardiovascular and respiratory effects, which are in human and animal studies, which are projected to show long-term health effects. But we really don't know, because we really don't have enough data at this point in time. I could go on and on. There are a lot of studies, and I've been compiling these studies, including the CDC, which has been doing a surveillance project on pregnancy, which shows that electronic cigarette use remains an independent risk factor for neonatal complications, and it's not a safer alternative to combustible cigarette smoking during pregnancy, and it advises women not to use them. I could go on and on and on about the health effects. But I think the primary thing is that they haven't been around long enough to know their long-term effects.
I'm particularly interested whether Dr. Towler or Professor Skerritt, your views on what the research says about whether vaping leads non-smokers to smoke tobacco.
So I can respond to that as well. I think there's really quite compelling evidence that the gateway effect is a real thing. So the ANU research, which has been referred to already today, shows so amongst people who've never smoked or are current non-smokers, they're on average 3 times more likely to take up smoking or combustible cigarettes than those who've not used e-cigarettes. So that's the gateway effect, and those findings are supported by 25 global primary research studies, and all of those studies found an increased risk of smoking uptake with the electronic cigarette exposure. But not just that study. Again, there are other international bodies that have reported on just that this year, including the Irish Health Research Board that I just quoted reported in October this year, which found a gateway effect, and it found amongst adolescents who use e-cigarettes, they're 3 to 5 times more likely to start smoking tobacco cigarettes. Again, I could go on and on. So the Committee on Toxicity of Chemicals in Food, Consumer Products and the Environment in the UK, and another group that's reported this year, the SHARE, the European Commission mandated the Scientific Committee on Health, Environmental and Emerging Risks to look at this issue, and they found strong evidence for a gateway effect as well. So there are a range of Australian and international organisations that are finding this is a real thing.
Thank you, Dr. Towler. Now, the department's submission notes the need to protect tobacco control from vested interests. What do you expect would happen if we open the gates to vaping? Would that be serving the interests of the tobacco manufacturers more than the public interest?
Well, interestingly, there are 2 public submissions from Big Tobacco to the TGA proposal for rescheduling nicotine to prescription only. Both of those big tobacco companies strongly oppose the prescription-only model for tobacco and advocate that e-cigarettes should be available as a broader consumer product. You can draw your own conclusions why they may have advocated for that.
They oppose the prescription model for tobacco.
The 2 Imperial brands...
So you just said they oppose prescription for tobacco?
Yes, sorry, for e-cigarettes, for nicotine.
So I just wanted to clarify because I didn't know we were bringing tobacco to prescription.
No, nicotine-containing e-cigarettes, Senator. So British American Tobacco and Imperial Brands have both submitted submissions, and they have indicated their preference for e-cigarettes containing nicotine to be widely available consumer products.
Okay. In a recent US Surgeon General report quoted in an October 22 article in New England Journal of Medicine by the directors of the US Centers of Disease Control, Food and Drug Administration and National Cancer Institute, they quoted that there is presently inadequate evidence to conclude that e-cigarettes in general increase smoking cessation. That would be the department's view?
I'll start. The views are very mixed. And I think you heard earlier that at a population level, when you look at broad studies, and Professor Banks will talk about this more, there are very mixed views. A recent Cochrane study, which analysed the data differently, did conclude that there was some evidence for smoking cessation. What the potential change to prescription-only model means is that if, in the view of a doctor and their patient, they want to give nicotine-containing e-cigarettes a go because maybe other attempts to give up smoking have failed, then there's an avenue for them at the individual level.
So, Senator, I would say that on the basis of the evidence, including the evidence that we have asked ANU to compile for us, there's insufficient evidence that nicotine delivering e-cigarettes are a more effective smoking cessation aid than no intervention, non-nicotine e-cigarettes or standard nicotine replacement therapy. And that's a very careful, systematic review, including and looking carefully at the 9 randomised controlled trials that look at this issue. So there is one trial that suggests that there may be evidence, but it's way too early. Most of the trials are of low quality and really small in size, and so it's not a sufficient evidence base at this point in time to be saying that these are effective. So we would say there is insufficient evidence at this point.
Thank you. Look, I have a number of questions that I'll put on notice for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Griff. Senator Canavan.
Can I just thank you, Chair? Can I just pick up something Senator Griff spoke about, the gateway effect, and I suppose probably to Dr. Towler. I just got a CSIRO report here from 2018 which says, and I'm quoting here, while there has been considerable interest in whether the use of e-cigarettes can result in a gateway effect to use of conventional cigarettes, especially in young people, the evidence for this being an important route to smoking initiation in Australia does not appear strong. Do you disagree then with the CSIRO?
So I think that we've moved on from that point in time. I think that
this was in 2018.
But we have more recent analyses since then, and we also have international organisations that I referred to in my former answer that have all come to the same conclusion that this is a real thing.
Okay. I'll move on. Can I go to the Department of Health submission? You say in the submission, I'm quoting here from your submission, notably smoking rates have continued to decline in Australia in recent years without the surge in uptake of e-cigarettes.
You got a page number there?
That was in your executive summary. It's like I've just got the quote, but it's probably the first page or so.
Yep.
You got that there?
Yep.
It's very early on in the submission. Do you have it in front of you? I think it's page 4. Second last paragraph, stage page 4. On the recent Australian Institute of Health and Welfare statistics, the daily use of e-cigarettes has increased by 130% from 2016 to 2019. Is that not a surge in the use of e-cigarettes? Well, you've said there's no surge in e-cigarette use in Australia. They've gone up 130% in 3 years.
Mr Applyard might be able to help, but it would depend on, we'd have to look at the raw numbers and do an analysis, because if you've got 5 people and the next year you've got 10 people, it's
hang on. This is a study of 20, how many people in the
that's why
Australian
I'm
Institute?
asking the question. So
Okay, all right.
So it surges, one person's surge is a, so let's have a look at the data. And
okay.
Let's go back to the
Interesting
data.
use of the word
Senator, Ms
surge.
Edwards is correct in saying that, look, there has been a significant uptake in e-cigarette use in youth. That is absolutely true, but the numbers in absolute sense are still relatively low.
But no, hang on. Your submission says to us that in recent years that there hasn't been a surge in uptake of e-cigarettes use. That is directly contradicting the data from the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare. As I said, so just on the raw numbers, in 2016 the daily use of e-cigarettes was 99,500, and then in 2019 study 230,000 in 3 years.
I think the point is that the uptake in the rate of e-cigarettes has happened, and smoking rates have continued to decline, but that surge isn't at a population level. It's particularly in particular groups, Senator, and particularly the younger groups, which we are trying to target.
Well, maybe you could take that on notice and come back to me about the evidence behind that statement. You've just said, because I wanted to drill down here, there's been a reduction in the use of smoking, as you've said, over the last 3 years.
Smoking prevalence, correct.
How much decline in smoking, daily smoking, has there been?
So in 20 years, Senator, there's been
just because of limited time. I'm only asking 2016 to 2019.
So the reduction, my understanding, was from about 13.8% to 11%.
That's right. So it was about, in population numbers, it was 127,000 people.
Senator, just to be clear in terms of the use of the word surge, and let's leave that aside, one person surges, we do accept the numbers from the AHW report, which was and that is from 1.2% to 2.5%. And I think our point is it's still a
that's a big increase.
Small percentage.
But that's a big increase.
We accept
and the other point I'm making here, so the daily use of cigarettes has gone down by 127,000. The daily use of e-cigarettes has gone up by 130,000. Now, I'm not claiming there's one for one there, right? But would you admit there's a correlation at least? I'm not asking about causation, but there's a correlation in the data between a reduction in daily use of smoking and an increase in the daily use of e-cigarettes.
Well, one number's going down and one number's going up, so to that extent.
That would be the only correlation, but as you say, it doesn't imply causation and it doesn't imply association either.
I'm not suggesting that, of course, but it is, in my view, I'd like you to reflect on that statement in the submission, because when I read it, I thought that doesn't seem consistent with the data. There has been a surge in the use of e-cigarettes.
We have to look at the numbers of people who've taken up e-cigarettes who didn't smoke at all before, which, as I understand, it's a lot of youth, and so that would be an offset from that correlation at the very least. But we can take on notice to provide a clear statement of the data, so we're all on the same page.
I'd be interested in that. Just moving on, I presume none of the witnesses here today smoke. Is that a fair? There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing absolutely wrong with that. I've had the odd cigarette, but I don't
Going
smoke
back to your
anymore.
previous comment, I might just also draw your attention to another figure from the Institute of Health and Welfare. Of people 14 to 17, 65% of those initiating e-cigarette use have never smoked, and even among 18 to 24-year-olds, about 38% have never smoked, and 25 to 29-year-olds, about 25% have never smoked.
Yeah, I
So-
suppose if you could take on notice how many of those people then continue to use e-cigarettes,
Yes,
that
it'll be in that
would
data,
important.
but-
But look, can I move on? Sorry, I'm just because I've only got limited time. Does the Department of Health have any outreach to smokers? Do you have roundtables with people who smoke or speak to them on a regular basis?
So, Senator, quit services are generally provided through states and territories. We do.
That's
fund
not
a quit
my
line.
question. Sorry to bring you up, but I've got 10 minutes and I'm already about halfway through. Do you have any discussions with people who actually smoke?
Through consultation processes in relation to policy and regulation, definitely we would, Senator.
How does that happen? When do you do that?
Well, it happens in a myriad of different ways. I mean, in this particular example, of course, it's open to anybody in the community to make a comment in relation to the proposed
Okay, so
webinars
people
are
have got to
open.
contact you.
We have all sorts of community, and we don't make any distinction between people who do smoke or don't smoke or might have smoked.
You don't
Everyone's
have
views are welcome.
a setup. You don't have some kind of roundtables or try and go out and find people and talk to people.
We don't have a
who smoke.
roundtable with
You don't do
smokers nor a
anything.
roundtable with
It's all
non-smokers.
you're reactive. People have got to contact you.
We communicate with the population in general in a myriad of different ways. We don't do any way that distinguishes between people who smoke and don't smoke.
This is more some feedback in reading your submission overnight. It seems you've got a lot of book smarts. There's a lot of studies and there's a lot of science. There's not a lot of street smarts. And I would have thought if you really seriously want to cut smoking rates, you might want to go out and talk to the people who smoke.
Well, Senator,
that might be a starting point.
I think the Department of Health, and this year more than ever, has shown that it is entirely science, health, medical based in relation to the health of Australians.
Okay,
and we're not ashamed of that.
Right, okay, but it would be good to have some real world evidence because I get a lot of
accept
feedback
that,
on
and
this.
as you said, we do consult with the community.
There's a lot of weasel words in your
We do-
submission, with
well,
all
I
respect,
don't
about not
don't
enough
accept that,
evidence, not
Senator.
this, not that. And there's not a lot of actual evidence from real people.
To be clear, we do base our work at the Department of Health on the evidence, on the scientific and medical evidence, but we also consult with the community through peak bodies and other groups. We care intensely about lived experience, and in many of our fields, that's one of our key areas of inquiry. We are interested in what every Australian thinks, including about smoking. We don't make a distinction in talking to them or to their representatives about whether they smoke or not.
Okay.
But Senator, I'd also add that we have had over 2,000 submissions from smokers or former smokers to the TGA rescheduling submission, and we had 3 webinars in which we invited peak smoking groups and so forth, and there was 215 attendees, and I think that well over 100 of them would have been individuals or groups representing smokers.
Can I ask a simple question? In your view, is smoking more harmful than vaping?
I would have a view. I'm not medically or scientifically
Well,
trained.
we've asked a lot of science questions today. Ask a scientist that's here. Is smoking more harmful than vaping?
I believe that smoking is more harmful than vaping, but that does not make vaping harmless in the same way that being hit on the freeway by a car is not, it's less harmful than being hit by a truck, but it's not desirable.
Okay. Can I ask, is there any other country in the world that has adopted the prescription model for all delivery of liquid nicotine products?
Not at this stage. There's a range of other countries that have absolute prohibitions on vaping, and recognising the fact that some individuals would like to explore this avenue with their doctor, the prescription model does give the individuals that opportunity in Australia, if it goes ahead.
So why are we, what evidence base have we used to adopt this model when it hasn't been adopted in any other country?
The evidence base is that one of the best people to work with an individual on smoking cessation is your general practitioner, who understands your full health and your medical history. And there's a lot of evidence also that having a mentor, a coach, another individual involved in smoking cessation discussions will actually increase the success of smoking cessation.
But how can there be any evidence if no other countries adopted it? I mean, I would have presumed evidence requires real-world data. If
There's
no one else
evidence.
has adopted, there's
There
no
is evidence that involvement of a healthcare professional in smoking cessation attempts is more successful than not involving a healthcare professional.
Could you take on notice those studies?
We're happy to provide references to that.
Okay, sorry. Just got to choose here then where I go. We had a question. I think just quickly, just 2 questions if I can, but the same related. Is it still 10 GPs that are registered?
I don't know if it still is, but frankly, we're not encouraging them at this stage until there's a final decision made
Okay, that's
and
fine.
then a new system will be brought in that makes it so much easier. So that's why we're not
Okay,
encouraging
all right.
them.
So we don't know if there's more than double digits of GPs that can prescribe at this stage. And I understand under the current model, if you're an authorised prescriber, you've got to report to the TGA the number of patients you treat every 6 months. Is that correct? And if so, how many patients have been treated in the past 6 months?
I'd have to take that on notice, but I'll go back and say we're not encouraging this system at the moment until a decision is made and what that decision is.
Just to clarify that question, I thought there is a model now under the personal importation scheme, and I'm not personally familiar with it, but you can get a prescription.
It's not under the personal importation scheme. There is a model now whereby you can get e-cigarettes under prescription.
Right.
But because it's so easy for anyone to get e-cigarettes without a prescription, the model is trivial.
So you don't do you have data on how many people have that prescription?
We will have numbers on how many are reported to us. But
Okay, well, if you could get us those numbers, that would be great on notice. Okay, thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Senator Canavan. Senator Urquhart.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks very much. I might start with Miss Edwards. We've got and have had submissions from an international perspective, and we have got some international witnesses also listed to hear from today. Can you tell me, does the department look at international evidence and then provide that evidence within the policy settings here in Australia?
Absolutely. I mean, international, both literature research and also looking at what is happening, and also discussions with people overseas, our colleagues, on all range of manner of issues in the health department is a core part of our business. And Ms Applyard's division would do that intensely in relation to population health issues. But in addition, obviously, the TGA draws on international regulation type issues and has intense discussions, not travelling this year, but generally very frequent, and exchange of views, and also the international evidence would be taken into account by the delegate in the decision that he or she is going to make in relation to this issue.
So just in relation to that international evidence, particularly when it comes to the regulation of smoking or vaping, is there any issues with following that evidence, and are there any pitfalls that we should be mindful of when we consider that evidence?
I'm sure Professor Skerritt will have some views, but just to start, obviously when we do policy and program and regulation in Australia, we do it in a way that is appropriate for the Australian conditions. Yes, we draw on everything that happens overseas, but if we think something different is required in Australia and that's a decision, then we would go our own way, always bearing in mind monitoring and evaluation of that. So it's very important, but we neither adopt things unthinkingly nor reject them.
So just to use the United States as an example, we've heard what the Surgeon General, the top doctor in the US, has said about e-cigarettes, and it's certainly not favourable about e-cigarette use in the population writ large, and the Surgeon General has expressed extreme concerns about use in youth. Having said that, the horse has bolted to an extent in the US, and so the US FDA is actually playing catch-up in terms of regulating flavours, composition, requiring individual submissions of products. But given the view that the horse has bolted, they are not really in a position to introduce a prescription-only model. We have a tremendous opportunity, even though, as we heard, the numbers might have gone from 200 to 500,000 people in the last 3 years. They're not currently at 2 million or 3 million or 5 million in Australia. And so Australia has an opportunity that sadly other countries have missed. And that, I think, if anything, can strengthen our ability to look at the international evidence while we're still able to act.
Thanks for that. Professor Skerritt, can you just talk me through why does the TGA regulate nicotine and e-cigarettes? And I mean, I think there'll be some witnesses who'll be making the point during these hearings that the regulation of vaping should be removed from the oversight of the TGA and actually placed within the ACCC. So what would the regulatory health effect be if that was to occur?
Well, with a few exceptions, and I talked about things like combustible smoking, and there's a few other weird and wonderful ones, such as photographic development chemicals. People don't do much of that anymore in darkrooms, and some dyes and so forth. With the exception of a few historic substances, the TGA manages a process known as scheduling, and that's not just for medicines, it's for all sorts of chemicals. So even your swimming pool chlorine or the spray you might put on your roses on a weekend, we have the role in making the decision whether that spray, for example, is suitable for a weekend gardener or whether it's so toxic it needs a professional pest controller. And nicotine is quite a dangerous substance, but all substances ranging from quite innocuous things, for example, used, as I say, domestically, are in what's known as a poison standard. So nicotine is part of that continuum. And it would be unusual, and I think it probably would take a Bill of Parliament to specifically carve nicotine out and put it into a different regulatory framework. But under the current law of the land, we have a responsibility for nicotine, the same way we have a responsibility for managing, rose spray.
So can you talk me through what proposal is the TGA currently considering in relation to the regulation of e-cigarettes?
So that was summarised in the opening statement, and essentially the interim decision, and there were over 2,000 further
I understand
decisions.
about that. Sorry, I was sort of trying to get a little bit more detail, whether there's more detail that's not contained in your statement,
Okay, well,
and maybe what the timeline of those considerations are.
So the interim decision, because there is more possibilities, it's only an interim decision, was for nicotine to be provided under prescription only, using this streamlined method for the purposes of smoking cessation. The questions and submissions have asked a range of other questions. For example, should there be child-proof containers? Should there be additional guidance, for example, maybe reflecting the quality controls in the New Zealand or British system on the manufacture of a product, on the quality of a product, on the labelling of a product? Now, they're all the sorts of things the decision maker will have to take into account over the next month or so.
Okay.
So we don't know where the final decision will end up, and it won't be mine to make.
No, okay. So given that the TGA has the power to approve e-cigarette products, and it's outlined in a number of submissions that the TGA has yet to approve such a product, what factors does the TGA consider if an e-cigarette product can be approved for smoking cessation?
Well, firstly, I'd say, Senator, if the prescription model proceeds, it's likely that there'll be a lot more commercial interest in submissions for products to the TGA. We've already had two serious formal inquiries, and we've already had one meeting with one company in depth discussing what data. To lead on to your actual question, we look at the quality of the manufacture of a product and of the substance, the medicine in it. We look at the safety aspects, and that often can be related to the concentration, how it's delivered and so forth. And we'd also look at data for efficacy. Now, we've heard today that the data is mixed, but it may well be that a particular company will have data for a particular concentration, a particular device that is more conclusive than the smattering of devices that have been assessed in some of these clinical studies to date. So we've got an open mind, but it's the safety, the quality and the performance, the efficacy that we look at.
Sorry, you said you'd had two inquiries. Have any e-cigarette product companies, have any applied to the TGA for approval? That
is currently not disclosed publicly, Senator. We could tell you in camera whether we've received applications. That's across all sorts of medicine applications. It's been the policy for 30 years not to disclose that in a public hearing.
Okay. Are you able to provide that to the committee in confidence, or...?
I'll work through the Secretariat if you don't mind, Senator, on that. Yeah.
All right. That'd be great. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Hollie.
You're right, Senator Urquhart. Okay, we'll go to Senator Siewert now.
Thank you. Good morning. Can I go to the broader question of population versus individual reduction in smoking? Could you just expand that a little bit different, so a bit more, so we understand the difference between what the point that you're making between an individual reducing or stopping smoking and a reduction across the broader population?
Morning, Senator. We might get Dr. Towler to take that one if you wouldn't mind.
Thanks for the question, Senator. I think that the point was made by my colleagues Sharron Applyard previously. I think that on an individual basis, there may well be people who benefit from electronic cigarettes in terms of helping them to cease smoking. But what we do to make what we do is we compile data from randomised controlled trials to address the question across a broad range of people. So that's what the systematic reviews and those kinds of analyses do. And so they show that actually there is some promise here, but the evidence isn't at a stage where we would say it's inconclusive at this point in time. So there is one trial that's looking promising, but the trials that address this issue of the effectiveness of electronic cigarettes in comparison with the other methods that are in place, including no intervention at all, there isn't sufficient evidence at that level to say that it is effective. So that's the difference.
And I'm presuming, thank you, and I'm presuming those trials then are looking at the other mechanisms, because there's a lot of other processes that are being used to try and achieve smoking reduction.
Oh, look, absolutely. And in fact, there are evidence-based methods that tell us that are effective. So, and that don't have the potential downside of electronic cigarettes. One of the things we haven't mentioned this morning is that people who do use that method for attempting to quit smoking are more likely to go on and continue using various forms of nicotine. And so they're potentially getting large doses of nicotine into the future, which has adverse effects. So, but there is a strong evidence base compiled, for example, in the College of GPs Supporting Smoking Cessation Guide for Health Professionals, which health professionals follow to assist people to stop smoking. And so that uses the pharmacotherapies, the brief advice. There is a place in there for e-cigarettes, but it's very much for people who know the risks and you've tried all of these other methods, and so there's quite careful advice to GPs in those guidelines around, well, that you may consider it in these circumstances. So we think about that as last resort.
And just can you, so I understand what other mechanisms doctors are using, what other forms of nicotine are prescription available to doctors to prescribe? Are there other products? You know, like I'm aware of patches and things like that, but are there is there something else in terms of other products that doctors prescribe they're actually used to prescribing at the moment? In other words, can you just answer that first and I'll go on?
Yeah, sure. Perhaps you're referring to the nicotine replacement therapy. So there are a broad range of therapies here that, as I say, have a much stronger evidence base for effectiveness, from patches to sprays to lozenges to gums, etc.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. But what I'm asking, to be more specific, is there anything else that they have to are required to use a prescription-based process?
Maybe I'll take that. There is some evidence of the use of certain antidepressants, two drugs in particular, a drug called varenicline and another drug called bupropion, which some clinicians use to support a range of cessation behaviours, smoking, alcohol, maybe even ice and other drugs. Again, there is reasonable evidence that in certain patients, drugs like varenicline can actually have an impact. On the other hand, it is moving to, and they're for patients who they feel that if they continue on nicotine, they'll continue on nicotine forever. So there are a couple of other prescription medicines that have been used for some time in a range of countries with varying success. There are some positive studies, there's some ambivalent studies with those too.
Thank you. The point being is doctors are willing to prescribe if they think a product is effective. Is that, like, if you go through the TGA process and it does become available on a prescription basis, do you have concerns that doctors will be reluctant to prescribe nicotine, vaping and nicotine?
Well, their peak bodies have given messages. So I've mentioned the view of the RACGP that says, look, if a patient isn't working with the sprays or lozenges, you may want to consider this. The AMA is stronger in saying they're still worried about vaping writ large, but again, they accept the prescription model essentially as a last resort. Doctors will differ, as we all differ as individuals, and the same way doctors differ in, for example, the use of these 2 prescription medicines already for smoking cessation. What we do know is that one of the most important interventions that any GP will have if their patient is a smoker is to work with them on ways that they can reduce or hopefully give up smoking. I think that every GP would see it as a target for a smoking patient.
Thank you. And is there, I know I'm going to get pinged in a minute, so I'll ask a couple more questions, Chair, if that's okay. In terms of the process you're undertaking through the current process on nicotine, would you then be reviewing its efficacy as part of the process?
So as part of scheduling, it isn't an explicit evaluation of the efficacy for products. In the decision of a delegate, and as we've heard today, there is mixed evidence for efficacy. There's some positive studies and there's some negative studies. If a product was to be submitted for TGA registration so that it could be, prescribed without any authorisation and just the same way as any other medicine you get at your local pharmacy, then it would have to submit evidence of efficacy for that particular product.
But Senator, of course, the TGA process is, as Professor Skerritt describes, but we also in the population health area will be monitoring the impact and so on. So there'll be a policy consideration. We'll be watching the data in the way we already have, Dr. Towler and Ms. Applyard and others, to see what the impact would be as a policy in addition to the work the TGA does about its independent role.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to find out. Will there be a more formal process to review the efficacy of this particular approach?
We'll certainly be watching extremely closely.
Other application.
Ms. Applyard might have more detail, but we'll be watching extremely closely as a matter of policy.
And I'd just add that scheduling decisions are reviewed with time to look at how well they work, and this prescription-only model is not locked in stone. It could be that in 3 years' time there's a review and it isn't seen to work. It could be seen that, well, a pharmacist could be a suitable person to counsel an individual, and it could be available over-the-counter at a pharmacy without a prescription required. Now, the system is such that a review can be done at any time. Now, clearly you've got to allow a measure like this, if it goes ahead, to have impact for a couple of years, but it is possible that in a few years' time, this is not dissimilar to the sprays and lozenges. They started off some years ago as prescription-only medicines, and then they were reviewed and made available without a prescription.
They're available in the supermarket now, aren't they?
Yeah, but they started life, many of them, as prescription-only medicines.
So just nicotine's available in the supermarket?
Now it is, but again, I'm explaining the way that as evidence evolves, the access changes.
Okay. Can I one more question? I've got some more I'll put on notice, but in terms of then, and I'm aware of the initiatives that Australia's taking quite strongly and have been quite taken the lead on around the world, plain paper packaging, for example. Somebody's got to start somewhere taking a proactive approach on certain things. Australia has been a leader in addressing smoking, hasn't it?
It's been a very strong performer internationally, yes.
Okay, right.
Yes, okay.
So, sorry, Senator Seward.
It's not unusual. Sorry?
Your 10 minutes is up. So if you've got anything else, can you put it on notice, please? Thanks, Senator Seward. I'll just move to Senator Henderson, who has asked, when she does ask any questions of you, if you could please just say your name so she knows who she's talking to. Senator Henderson?
Look, thank you very much, Chair. No, it was more in relation to the evidence of others, because I was just having a bit of difficulty following who was speaking when obviously I'm not in the room. and I'm not on video, but I know it's a little bit awkward on telephone. So thank you. Look, I just wanted to ask firstly, what is the department's view on safety of e-cigarettes relative to tobacco? And does the department and also the TGA believe that vaping is 95% safer, as has been claimed?
Thanks, Senator. We might go to it's Caroline Edwards, the Associate Secretary. We might go to Dr. Towler, who's Principal Medical Officer in Population Health, for the first question, and then to Professor Skerritt from the TGA. So, Dr. Towler?
Yes, thank you.
Look, I don't think we have definitive studies one way or another in relation to the relative safety of tobacco versus electronic cigarettes. We would suspect that electronic cigarettes are safer. The 95% figure, though, which Professor Skerritt is going to address, we would have concerns with that. I don't think there is evidence to agree with that figure or not, and certainly that figure has been widely disputed in the peer-reviewed literature since it was released by Public Health England in 2015.
Professor Skerritt?
I was essentially going to say the same. This was a figure that was stated by a consensus meeting, I think of about a dozen or 13 academics coordinated by Public Health England in 2015. Since that time, eminent medical journals such as Lancet have questioned pulling that 95% figure out of the sky. And the risk and the concern they have is it may lull people into a false sense of security as to the safety or otherwise of these products. So we don't endorse a 95% figure. It's probably fruitless to say, well, is it 20% safe or 30% safe or whatever? No one knows. Clearly, smoked tobacco has tars and other things that contribute to lung and other cancers. Nicotine is, of course, responsible for cardiovascular and other effects, but I think it is actually misleading to keep on quoting the figure of 95%.
So how would you then describe the harm caused by e-cigarettes?
So I'm happy to take that.
Dr. Towler.
Dr. Towler, sorry, Senator. So I outlined a range of acute and potential and likely chronic long-term safety and health effects of electronic cigarettes in a former answer. I think one of the key things here is that we simply don't know. And it's usual for these kinds of effects to not be available, their impact, for quite some time. These products haven't been around for long enough for us to know. And to my knowledge, there aren't studies beyond around about 2 years looking at the long-term health effects. So I think, but as I outlined before, there are a whole range of areas from the carcinogens and the product itself, from the acute effects to effects in pregnancy to cardiorespiratory long-term effects that I think are very real, and that I think that the literature will continue to unfold in these areas.
I just want to refer to the CSIRO 2018 report to which Senator Canavan referred when he was questioning you. And I just want to ask you to comment more specifically on what the report found. And if I could just quote this: there is a lack of conclusive evidence that identifies the health impacts of e-cigarettes, partly because the technology has not been in place long enough for long-term health studies to occur. The evidence that is available suggests that regular use of e-cigarettes is likely to have adverse health consequences. However, the level and type of health effects, as well as the quantity of e-cigarette use required to trigger these impacts, is not known. So is it the case that we are dealing with a product where there's, it's just in many respects, because it has been used for a relatively short period of time, that is a challenge in terms of identifying the long-term risks?
So, Senator, I think what I said before is that we have actually got more data since that report. I appreciate it was only a couple of years ago, but the literature in this area is almost exponentially developing, and so I wouldn't disagree with that, but I think we've moved on, and there are more and more studies looking at the sorts of physiological effects and effects in pregnancy, the carcinogens, etc., But I can't say definitively this is the long-term impact. We simply don't have that data. So I don't think I'd disagree with that report in 2018. I would just say that we have more and more information, and that will continue to be the case as we go forward.
And Senator, it's Caroline Edwards, Associate Secretary again. Just to add to Dr. Towler's comments, because the evidence is not entirely settled, because it's evolving quickly, it's part of Australia's very long-term cautionary approach to any potential harms which might come on a population basis or an individual basis from these types of products, with a particular focus on preventing harm to young people, which is a government focus. And for that reason, we take a cautionary policy approach, a high-profile approach internationally on these issues, and also entrust the decision like this, whether the interim decision will be made final, to an independent, science-based process through the Therapeutic Goods Administration, which opens itself to a wide range of submissions from scientific and other views, including individuals in Australia.
And so is that the rationale for the prescription model, that when you're dealing with new products where the risks, particularly the long-term risks, are potentially unknown, then it makes sense to restrict the availability. So you do so via prescription, as has been the history with other nicotine products.
I'm sure that's a view that will be considered by the delegate.
Can I just ask, in relation to more recent research, what is perhaps the most compelling, more recent research that identifies the harm of e-cigarettes?
Well, Dr. Towler, it's Caroline Edwards again. Dr. Towler outlined before that there's a large body of evidence, and she made some examples earlier, which will be on the transcript. We can revisit those if you'd like, Senator, but you could also take on notice perhaps to provide a summary, not exhaustive obviously, of some of the key items, references to provide to the committee, so that you would have that access to that.
I would appreciate if you could provide the committee with a summary of some of the more recent evidence and reports as to their findings.
We'd be happy to do that.
Of course, that would just be very helpful for the committee.
We'd be happy to do that.
Can I just ask, how does Australia's smoking rate compare internationally?
Oh, I can give a number.
Professor Skerritt.
It's down to about 11% across the community as a whole. So that still benchmarks quite well internationally. It benchmarks, for example, below the European figures. Ms. Applyard may have the other country figures at your fingers.
Also draw your attention to the department's submission, Senator. I think you'll find starting from page 11 and also in there, but Ms. Applyard can help now.
Senator Sharron Applyard, I actually don't have the figures at hand for the international comparison, but what I can say is we have absolutely one of the lowest smoking prevalence rates in the world, and that's due to the comprehensive suite of tobacco control measures we've had in place for 20 to 30 years.
Look, I could ask you to take this on notice, but would you mind just providing the committee with the suite of tobacco control measures that have been in place, which have led to Australia being very successful in terms of lowering the smoking rate?
I can tell you now, but I can take it on notice for sure, Senator, no problem.
Actually, whilst you do that, if I can just interrupt for a second, Senator Henderson, if you can also include in that a look at the decline, the smoking rate, and how it declines as compared to the US and UK, because my understanding is since 2013 and since vaping has been increasing over in the US and UK, their smoking rate has actually declined at 3 times the rate that it has in Australia, even since we brought in plain packaging and all those things. So if you can bring in that graph, I have something I can give you as well, but sure. If you could include those in those figures, the increase in the decline rate would be appreciated as a comparative.
Yes, I can certainly do that, Senator, and also make the point that the lower your smoking rates are, then mathematically the decline is likely to be lower off that lower base. So because the US and other smoking rates are much higher than ours, you would expect to see an increase in smoking decline relative to ours.
But if we can have a look at those, that would be good.
Sure.
You know, as we talked about before, the raw numbers versus the comparison and the surge figures, etc. That will be good. Senator Henderson, because I interrupted you, you've got like another minute and a half.
Thanks very much, Senator Hughes. Can I just a final question? So I'm just reading through my notes here. Just bear with me for one moment. There's obviously a lot of data that Australian smokers, the vast majority of Australian smokers actually do want to stop smoking. Could you just comment on that, please?
Yes, Senator. What I can say is there's been something that's been called the hardening hypothesis, which suggests that when smokers have been smoking for a long time, they become less interested in not smoking or quitting, if you like, and it becomes harder from them. Some of the evidence, and Professor Banks will be able to talk to this, actually refutes the hardening hypothesis and says that smokers are actually very open to attempts to quit smoking, provided we give them a range of interventions that can help them to quit. And so that goes to why we continue with measures like excise increases, smoking campaigns, smoking cessation assistance, etc., because altogether these do have an effect on both the motivation and the ability of smokers to quit.
I'd also add that recent research from the National Drug and Alcohol Research Centre suggests that when interviewed, about 2/3 of adult e-cigarette users, those over, say, 25, say they're using e-cigarettes to help them quit smoking.
All right, well, look, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. No further questions.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to thank everyone for appearing as a witness today. Answers to questions on notice should be provided by the 20th of November 2020. I do apologise for the incredibly short time frame, but we are reporting by the 18th of December. I would ask you now that you disconnect from the video conference if you were a witness in this previous session, and you can continue to observe the hearing should you wish to do so through the live stream on the Parliament's website.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
The CSIRO.
That's okay. I can't see that far. I see more here. There. That's okay. We're all good. Very relaxed. There you go. Under control. Okay, if I can now welcome Professor Emily Banks and representatives from the CSIRO, Dr. Malcolm Riley and Dr. Rob Grenfell, who are both appearing via video link, and of course Professor Banks is here in person. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. Information on procedural rules governing public hearings and claims of public interest immunity has been provided to witnesses and is available from the Secretariat. Witnesses should speak clearly into the microphones to assist Hansard and to record proceedings. For the Hansard record, could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear? And I now invite each of you to make a brief 3-minute opening statement should you wish to do so. Professor Banks, if we start with you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, and I'd like to pay my respects to elders past and present and to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today or listening in. My name is Professor Emily Banks. I'm here as an epidemiologist and public health doctor with the Australian National University. I also should note that I have worked as chair of the Advisory Committee on the Safety of Medicines for Australia for 7 years, and therefore, as well as my knowledge of the health impacts of tobacco, I also have knowledge of the assessment of the safety and efficacy of health-related products and managing the risks related to them. Tobacco came upon us before we had the ability to assess its health effects and before we had good systems to ensure that products used by our community were safe. In making tobacco widely available, we made a grave mistake, a mistake that costs us 8 million lives a year worldwide. It is important that we address the harms of tobacco at the same time as protecting the community from further harm. Public health brings the experiences and needs of the whole population into the room. At this inquiry, you will have heard a lot from smokers who have used e-cigarettes to support their efforts to quit smoking. The evidence I will present combines their experiences with those of people who are non-smokers, people for whom e-cigarettes have not helped quitting, and dual users, people who use both e-cigarettes and who also smoke. So e-cigarettes have their effects on health through indirect and direct means. Their indirect effects relate to their effects on smoking, and their direct effects relate to the effects that the actual what you inhale has on your body. Action on health should be based on independent, high-quality reviews of the sum total of the worldwide evidence. My team has systematically reviewed the worldwide evidence relevant to e-cigarettes and smoking in Australia, including considering over 10,000 studies involving many thousands of participants. The sum total of that worldwide evidence shows that, as we know, Australia is a world leader in tobacco control, and smoking continues to decline, including for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. Continuing progress on smoking means concerted effort on two things: avoiding people starting to smoke, basically young people, and helping smokers to quit. Our progress is increasingly driven by our younger generations not taking up smoking. The latest evidence is that over 95% of people aged 14 to 17 in Australia have never smoked. There is strong evidence that young people who use e-cigarettes are substantially more likely to take up tobacco smoking than young people who don't use e-cigarettes, and this is not accounted for by other factors. This means that avoiding e-cigarettes in people who have never smoked is critically important. It also means that current evidence is consistent with avoiding widespread availability of e-cigarettes to maintain progress against smoking uptake. In addition, we need to continue to provide evidence-based support for smokers to quit by redoubling our tobacco control efforts. We know that quitting usually takes multiple attempts and that the large majority of people who successfully quit smoking do so unaided, for example, by going cold turkey. We also know that over time, smokers in Australia are finding it easier to quit. They're increasingly motivated to stop smoking and increasingly likely to quit. Our review shows that, at the moment, unfortunately, there is insufficient evidence as to whether or not e-cigarettes are an effective aid for quitting smoking on a population level. There are major quality issues with the data, and it is actually unclear either way. And we also know that use of e-cigarettes by smokers trying to quit is likely to lead to greater long-term exposure to nicotine, and that use of other smoking cessation measures. For some communities, they are keen to avoid long-term nicotine exposure. Under our current restrictive access policies, current patterns of use of e-cigarettes in Australia are not consistent with use primarily for smoking cessation. Around 40% of current daily e-cigarette users also smoke, and around 1/5 are people who have never smoked tobacco. As we're in the process, can I just finish?
Is it much longer? Because we really are going to run out of time.
No, I just got one more line. As we are in the process of conducting a formal public health assessment of e-cigarettes for Australia, I am not able to comment on the direct effects of e-cigarettes on health outcomes because I cannot preempt the outcomes of that review. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Banks. As we did with everyone else, we'll have short blocks of questions. They will be shorter than they were previously, but I will kick off. I had a look at your studies in the report that the interim report that you've put out, and noticed that there was just reference to 3 randomised control trials, and particularly the third study by Lee raised a number of concerns for me, in particular that your study of vaping effectively used no nicotine in the vape. Now, I'm someone who's actually using vaping to quit smoking unintentionally. I just went to find out what it was all about. And I'm on the lowest possible nicotine product, which is 1.8%. And yours was 0.01%, which is effectively nicotine-free. Of course you're going to result in a negative finding about using nicotine-free vaping as a smoking cessation tool when you're not replacing the nicotine in comparison to using other nicotine replacement therapies. So this has been criticised as misleading because vaping without nicotine, as I said, is rarely used by vapers. and you'd have to consider would be incredibly less effective than vaping with nicotine. And I can assure you that's the case as someone who, as I said, unintentionally fell into this and have a fabulous app on my phone that can show you unintentionally I have now been 60 days without a cigarette with nicotine vaping. So you know, I find it a little disingenuous that the study used vaping without nicotine. So I just wanted to find out what your response to that was.
Okay, so our review of the worldwide evidence regarding smoking cessation and e-cigarettes actually looked at, there were 9 randomised control trials included in that. And there were 3 randomised control trials where e-cigarettes were compared to no intervention. These are nicotine-containing e-cigarettes compared to no intervention. There were 3 randomised trials that compared nicotine-delivering e-cigarettes to non-nicotine containing e-cigarettes, and there were 3 randomised control trials which compared nicotine delivering e-cigarettes with other kinds of NRT. So I'm not sure exactly which document you are.
I'm talking the Lee study, 2019.
Right. So
and there were three lots of
so
studies,
that is one
and
study.
one of them, but it's used as part. And listening to your opening statement, I've got to say, Professor Banks, you don't sound like you're a big fan of e-cigarettes and think they have much value, which is a little bit of a worry since the report isn't finalised and you seem to have a pretty predetermined view. But that using data on a non-nicotine-based replacement product in comparison to a nicotine-based replacement product, and then saying clearly the no nicotine has no impact as a cessation tool seems a little bit disingenuous, perhaps not truly reflective of how you would effectively manage nicotine replacement therapy as a cessation tool.
Right, so we looked at 9 randomised control trials, not 1. So this is a review of the worldwide evidence. It's 5,600.
I went through and there was only 3. I'll have to have another look.
I think you do need to have another look because, in fact, there were 9 randomised control trials. There were 330 smokers who quit overall in those studies out of 5,445 randomised. And the studies did include higher and lower doses of nicotine. I think you do pick up a reasonable point, which is that there's a huge variation in the studies, and it is difficult to generalise. But what I will say is that I am a fan of people ceasing smoking. I congratulate you, Senator, on your efforts. You have done the best thing for your health that you possibly could have in actually quitting smoking. So what I can say is that when we look at that sum total of the worldwide evidence, there are promising parts, but overall it is not sufficient to conclude that these are effective. But as is clear,
I can assure you they are.
Well, for individuals, they can be effective. But what we also
that's who's
see,
quitting smoking are individuals.
But what we actually need to do for the basis of our decision making is to say that on average, are these things effective? And for every person who finds them useful to quit smoking, there may be other people for whom they actually prolong smoking.
Okay,
so we need to have all of the evidence in the review in place.
Okay,
That's
so on
why
that, and
it's
I'm sorry to
scientific
cut
rather
you off.
than
We just have to keep
anecdotal.
moving. We literally do not have much time. Vaping is a form of tobacco harm reduction. No one is claiming it is the silver bullet that's going to stop everyone from smoking, and I think that's really important to acknowledge. And the people that actually support vaping support it as a harm reduction model. They do not ever claim it is for everyone. And it is the same way that patches, mist, gum is not for everyone. Champix is not for everyone. But for some reason, we obviously have a view that not all nicotines are created equal, and the way they're distributed, they're not created equal, because some are available in a supermarket and some are available in New Zealand or China, but not here. But we can all seem to agree that vaping, and thank you for your congratulations, that vaping is a lot less harmful than smoking a cigarette. That it eliminates almost all the harmful toxins from tobacco smoke. So would you agree with that as a principle, that all of those carcinogenics, those 7,000 chemicals from burning tobacco, are eliminated via vaping?
I cannot comment on the direct health effects of e-cigarettes.
But eliminating cigarettes eliminates 7,000 carcinogens from a cigarette.
Do
you agree that there's...
There are many thousand chemicals in e-cigarettes.
No, in cigarettes. I'm talking about combustible tobacco.
I cannot be drawn on this. I am not able to preempt the outcomes.
I'm asking you how many combustible... In a combustible cigarette, how many carcinogens are there? How many chemicals are there?
I cannot comment on the
cigarettes.
Outcomes of the review.
Really?
But what I can say is that
cigarettes are available at a supermarket.
There is a clear.
Okay.
There is a clear.
Point of order, Chair.
May I conclude
Point of order, Chair.
Senator Eckhart.
Could you please let the witness talk without talking over the top of her? She was attempting to answer your question. I think it's reasonable to let her
I'd like
continue.
her to answer the question.
Okay.
But, okay,
so the
thank you,
first thing
Senator
is that
Urquhart.
the one area we have clear evidence is that use of e-cigarettes in non-smokers increases the risk that they will take up smoking. We know that. So in fact, if you are concerned about the harms of smoking, then avoiding e-cigarette use in people who have never smoked is a key element to that. But I am not in a position to preempt the findings of our review, which is underway.
Okay. But you don't know how many carcinogens are in a combustible cigarette?
I'm not able to preempt.
I'm not preempting anything. I'm asking combustible cigarettes that are available over the
Combustible
counter.
cigarettes contain a huge number of carcinogens. They are ranked as carcinogenic by the International Agency for Research on Cancer, part of the WHO. They are clearly carcinogenic. They are our number one cause of burden of disease and disability in Australia currently.
So I'm just going to finish with this because I think you and I have a very different viewpoint regardless of the report not being finalised yet. But you state in your submission that the overall health impacts of e-cigarettes is unclear, implying that there might be significant risks, and I think you've evidenced that today. But there is universal agreement that long-term vaping is almost certain to be far safer than smoker because of the carcinogenics in cigarettes and the dramatic reduction that there is in exposure to toxins. So do you in any way agree that switching to vaping is likely to lead to substantial health improvements?
I cannot preempt the outcomes of our review. I apologise, Senator. I wish it was finished in time for this inquiry, but I cannot preempt the outcomes.
Okay, and I'm just going to finish with this. Everyone seems concerned about kids picking up vaping, but they can order a vape over Instagram for $5 at the moment because of the importation program. But to get a pack of cigarettes, if they look under 25, they have to produce an ID in a pretty tightly regulated market. And I don't know, I kind of remember being a teenager. They try a lot of stuff when they're young. I'd be really interested to know how many kids buy a vape over Instagram but don't go on to long-term vaping nor cigarettes, because I don't understand why a kid would go from $5 vape stick that they get on Instagram to a $58 packet of cigarettes. I just don't think they have the cash. But I can imagine them trying something that they can get access to. So I even take it on notice. I'd be interested to see in your report whether or not you have a look at the long-term use of these products versus kids. Kids tend to try a bit of booze too when they're at school and all those sorts of things. So they tend to need to get, they tend to get in their parents' liquor cabinet rather than going to the bottle shop because of the regulations there as well.
I can answer part of that. So we did a review looking at a review which considered all of the reviews to date and all of the worldwide evidence about e-cigarettes and smoking uptake. And that included looking at whether looking at never smokers and people who are non-smokers, those who tried e-cigarettes compared to those who didn't, and the uptake of smoking afterwards. And that included whether or not they tried e-cigarettes. But in 4 of those major studies, they actually looked at whether when people went on to become regular smokers, whether they actually became daily smokers. And in those 4 studies, it did show really quite substantial increases in the risk of going on to becoming a regular daily smoker among people who had used e-cigarettes. And that, I think in a way, you know how addictive nicotine is. So we're talking about young people getting addicted to nicotine and then in a way being more vulnerable to taking up regular tobacco smoking.
Okay. Senator Sheldon?
I just want to ask, Chair, but we didn't ask the CSIRO. I just want to see whether they have an opening statement through you.
Oh, sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Dr. Rob Grenfell. I too am a public health physician. I'm the Director of the Health and Biosecurity Business Unit for CSIRO. I have extensive experience in the tobacco area, through my experience both in research undertakings connected to the Heart Foundation, where I was a clinical director in the past. Now, the report that I am sure that you have reviewed and has been tabled is the CSIRO report on the effects of e-cigarettes and vaping, which was conducted in June of 2018. Now, this report was commissioned by the Department of Industry, Innovation and Science and listed 6 key questions for us to, in fact, approach with regards to the available evidence at this stage. Now, may I point out that, as was previously pointed by the department's submission, is that the evidence in this area is rapidly evolving and many studies are actually being conducted, such as Professor Banks' study and compilation of that evidence. Our report was a compilation of the available evidence at the time of its commissioning. A compilation of evidence is one where we seek and check and test the validity of all the studies that were discovered, and then in fact actually wait and report on those against those key questions that we had. So number one key finding was that longer term evidence is lacking and we need more evidence in this area. That there was a suggestion that e-cigarettes and vaping can cause harm and lung damage, but there are many confounders in this situation. But there is also a suggestion of the gateway effect through the nicotine and nicotine dependency creation, particularly the evidence that youth uptake was a potential risk from coming from these. And that cessation of cigarettes for individuals appeared to in fact actually be supported, but there was definitely more evidence needed to actually support the use of e-cigarettes in any smoking cessation programs. So I'll hand to my colleague, the principal author of the report, Dr. Malcolm Riley, to have some opening remarks as well.
Thanks, Rob. So my name is Malcolm Riley. I'm an epidemiologist. As Rob referred, I was the senior author on the report. I echo what Rob said, just with the addition that it's a very active research area. Our literature review was up until mid-March, and then we updated until about mid-May. The report was delivered in June of 2018. I won't say anything further.
Okay. Sorry, and my apologies. It's when people aren't in the room, sometimes you're up on a screen in the corner. So if I can pass to Senator Sheldon now.
Chair, just what length of time were we trying to?
I'm going to try and get to about. It's going to be about 6 minutes each.
I wanted to ask to Professor Banks. I think I'll probably conclude some of the answers here, but I have said to all the non-departmental witnesses that I'd be asking this question, so it would be inappropriate for me not to ask you as well. Regarding Article 5.3, the World Health Organization Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, and the need for this inquiry to be held at the highest level of integrity and transparency, can I just ask from the outset, have you been in receipt, directly or indirectly, through another organisation, financial support or other assistance in kind, such as public relations, campaign support, travel expenses, IT support, etc., by any parties involved in production, distribution and sale of tobacco, nicotine or vaping products? And could you disclose the nature of this support, the amount or value provided, and the company or organisation providing that support?
No.
Thank you. So you were commissioned by the Department of Health to conduct an extensive review of evidence on the impacts of e-cigarettes. Can you you've provided a little bit of an introduction about the overview of expected completion date. I want to go back to the initial report. In the initial findings of your review of the health impacts of e-cigarettes, can you elaborate on your findings with regard to the take-up by young people of smoking or e-cigarette use?
Thank you very much. So we are expected to deliver a full public health assessment of e-cigarettes by the end of June 2021, and that includes an assessment of the direct health impacts and risks and benefits, as well as the work that we've done to date, which is mainly about the relationship of e-cigarette use to smoking behaviour. So in terms of the findings that we have about e-cigarette use and smoking uptake, we included observational evidence from 3 systematic reviews and 25 research studies, and we performed a meta-analysis, which means we actually added the findings together quantitatively. And we also had, we worked according to a predefined protocol that was in fact published before we actually went ahead with the process. And we found that all 25 studies showed that people who were non-smokers who used e-cigarettes were significantly more likely to go on to be smokers of tobacco subsequently. And that ranged, as I mentioned, from whether or not they initiated smoking or whether or not they went on to be regular daily smokers. They covered a huge range of settings, and what we also saw was there was a lot of variation. Although every single one of them found an increased risk, it varied from sort of maybe 100% increase in risk to a 500 or 600% increase in risk. The average was that it was around a 300% increased risk. People have raised the issue that people who use e-cigarettes are likely to be the kind of young people who would experiment with things. That's called the common liability theory. A number of studies adjusted for that, and in fact the effect persisted. So it's not something we can find any alternative explanations for. And I would like to say that I am not, I wish this news was different, although it has been said that I am in some way biased, but in fact I have worked for most of my career looking at the harms of tobacco and working to reduce those harms, and it would be fantastic if we had an additional tool to help with that. So I would also say that my entire team, this is a team of people, it's not just me, it's more than 30 people have contributed to these findings based on independent verified protocols.
Thank you, Professor Banks. So just this question about adjusting for propensity for people to have an addictive gene, I'm going to use that word, it's probably terribly unscientific, but could you just explain a bit more about how that was taken into account into those reviews?
Yeah. So the main concern is that young people who are experimenting with things, the same kinds of people who would experiment with e-cigarettes would also experiment with tobacco. That's the hypothesis. And so there's been a lot of data gathered, for example, on risk-taking behaviour, on socioeconomic status, on the factors that are likely to be common to both of those. It's a thing in epidemiology we call adjustment for confounding. And even taking all of those things into account, we still find a very strong relationship. So there's also some criteria we use called the Bradford-Hill criteria, which we go through to check whether a relationship is likely to be causal. And when we've evaluated e-cigarettes and smoking uptake against that, it really fulfills the criteria for causality. So there's certainly no reason to say we can dismiss this relationship. And there's quite a lot of reasons to say that actually it's quite a strong relationship, it's consistent, and it is likely that developing an addiction to nicotine through e-cigarettes is likely to lead to a greater vulnerability to then using combustible tobacco after that.
So what are the rates of smoking amongst young people now, and how's that changing?
At the moment, look, I would have to take that question on the exact smoking percentages by age group on notice, and I would actually defer people to the AIHW report, which is given that in quite a lot of detail. What is clear is that we have 11% of people 14 and over in Australia who are current smokers, and that is in many ways led by our young people. So when we actually look at the age group 14 to 17, around 96.6% of those people report having never smoked. And I know that when I was growing up, you'd go into the toilets at the high school and it would be like you'd smoked a cigarette. It was incredibly common. It's now not common in that way. And so it's a particular part of the Australian control of tobacco is to preserve that progress, for our young people. And what we are seeing is quite a lot of vaping uptake in those people. So we have to make sure that that then doesn't lead to a future generational effect.
Senator Griff now.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Professor Banks, for the work that you do and for your very comprehensive submission. Your recent meta-analysis said the 2019 research by Professor Hayek in the UK, which was entitled A Randomised Trial of E-Cigarettes versus Nicotine Replacement Therapy, is one of the only studies that shows e-cigarettes can be effective for quitting, but only if accompanied by face-to-face support from health professionals. So that indicates to me that the proposed requirement to visit a doctor for prescription is actually a sensible one. Would you agree?
Well, I think the first thing to say is there were 9 randomised trials included overall, and that was the only randomised trial that found a significant effect. But I think we first of all need to consider that full body of evidence. It is true that that was the only study that found a significant benefit of e-cigarettes compared to other types of nicotine replacement therapy. And the fact is that that study was conducted within formal National Health Service smoking cessation services. So I think it does suggest that the evidence, we do not have evidence that actually widespread non-therapeutic use would be beneficial. We do have some evidence that use in a medical setting and particularly in that trial, was beneficial.
Okay. What do we know about the long-term effects of vaping, and in particular the health impacts of flavourings used in vape liquids?
Look, I'm afraid I'm going to have to repeat the answer I gave to the Senator previously, which is that falls under our review of the health impacts of e-cigarettes, and I'd be absolutely delighted to deliver the results of that to any members of this committee when it is done, but I am afraid I cannot preempt the findings of that review.
Okay. What do you say to those who think that taking a cautious approach to regulating nicotine liquids is anti-innovation or ignorant or ignoring the facts?
Well, I think that Australia has many examples where it's taken a precautionary approach and it's actually stood us in good stead. And Australia is not afraid to be a pioneer, and we're not afraid to take decisions which are for the benefit of our community. We have lots of examples for where we haven't taken a precautionary approach and we've regretted it. Scott Gotlieb, former director of the FDA in the US, has expressed publicly his regret at not taking a more cautious approach to e-cigarettes. And I think that we're in a really good position to make the very best decisions for the Australian people, and those decisions need to be based on the best evidence. And in that way, we are collectivising all of the experiences of smokers, non-smokers, people who've used e-cigarettes and people who haven't.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Professor Banks. I wanted to just pick up on Senator Hughes' points about that Lee study. I'm looking at Figure 4 in the bigger report that you did at the back, and these are the 3 randomised control studies dealing with smoking cessation versus NRTs, I think. So can I just be clear? So my understanding is what you've done here is you've got the 3 studies, and in effect, and I might not be using the right term, in effect you've pooled them together then to come up with a final confidence interval that's sort of there in the green diamond type shape. Is that roughly correct?
So what we do in this is we allow people to see both the individual results of the trials as well as combining the trials.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think it would be worth your while for your final report reviewing the relevance of the Lee study to that pooling process. As Senator Hughes mentioned, apparently that Lee study had only a nicotine delivery amount of 0.01 milligrams per milliliter, so I don't know how or why that would be conceived of as an appropriate test of a nicotine delivery system. And if therefore it was taken out of the pool, my quick estimation of that is you'd end up with a confidence interval probably of over 1 there. But I'd be very interested to see if you could take on notice what the results would be if you excluded the Lee study.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, sure.
These studies were chosen for inclusion based on a predefined protocol, which was then actually enacted independent of me. And so it's very important in this circumstance that we don't do what is known as post hoc modification of this. And in a sense, we could go through every single one.
So what is the justification for including a study that only has a delivery of 0.01 milligrams per milliliter?
This study fulfilled the eligibility criteria.
Have you got the eligibility? Could you table the eligibility criteria? Take that on notice. Okay, if you could take that on notice, that'd be great. Yeah. I struggle to see what the relevance of that study is to this
but I can
question,
also point out that we have done a number of sensitivity analyses excluding different studies. And we still find a similar result. Because
have you done a sensitivity analysis excluding the Lee study?
No, we haven't. But what I can say is that at the moment what we have is an evidence base that is based on 330 smokers quitting overall. That's the total evidence base. So removing any studies tends to actually mean we just have
If you could take on notice,
points.
could you take on notice the eligibility crarea, just to be clear, and take on notice whether you've done a sensitivity analysis on the Lee study, whether taking that out would have a difference. Are you aware of the Cochrane review on this issue of smoking cessation?
Yes.
They've used, and it was only released this year, I think they've used, is it 26 randomised controlled trials? Just trying to bring that back up. Yes, 26. In their study, they used 26 RCTs. I think you've used 9. Is that correct?
So if you look at their actual conclusions and the studies that they included in their meta-analysis, they also use 9.
That says here we included 50 completed studies, of which 26 are RCTs.
But if you follow the
Right.
whole, it's a large
Okay.
document, but if you followed all the way through,
Okay.
they have also included 9
All right, if
randomised
they've used
control
9 in their key messages, their conclusion is, and I'm quoting here, nicotine e-cigarettes probably do help people stop smoking for at least 6 months. They probably work better than nicotine replacement therapy and nicotine-free e-cigarettes. Their conclusions seem to be very different from your own, Professor Banks. Why is that?
Okay, so the first thing is that our conclusions are in many ways similar if you actually look up into the sort of more scientific part, which is basically nobody would conclude that the evidence is strong. Okay, so first of all, and then if you actually look through the individual things...
Okay,
they are
well, can I ask it clearer? Sorry, because I've got very limited time. Do you agree with that, the Cochrane Review statement that nicotine e-cigarettes probably do help people stop smoking for at least 6 months?
Okay, so the first thing is also that the Cochrane Review is not independent.
Can I say, do you agree or not agree?
I would say that
you don't agree.
I'm
You
less
don't agree.
optimistic than them because I think that as far as I'm concerned for our processes, but we are actually independent of those trials. 3 of the Cochrane Review authors are also authors of the trials. And they are authors of 2 of the 3 trials of e-cigarettes versus nicotine replacement. So they're actually reviewing their own individual studies.
So you think...
We conducted an independent review. The other thing is that they have
Can
also...
just because I've got very limited time, just to be clear, so your view is this particular Cochrane Review is biased?
I would say that it is not independent. You can form your own conclusions. The other thing is that in one section they've said that there is moderate evidence for something where the lower confidence bound is 1.00. That is not actually statistically significant. So there's an issue there.
Hang on. I have done... If the lower confidence interval, so they've done a 95% confidence interval.
Yeah, and the lower confidence bound is 1.00.
Right.
That is not...
But that is... But what you're saying is then there's maybe a 94% chance of it not being right.
Yeah,
I mean, that seems splitting straws, Professor Banks.
It does not meet the standard criteria of statistical significance. And when we are looking at things like therapeutic goods, when we're saying we want to look at blood pressure and preventing strokes, we want it to be a number of standard deviations away from 1. So these are all actually quite borderline results, Senator.
Chair, could I suggest that if we haven't already, could we write to the Cochrane Review authors with the evidence of Professor Banks and ask for a response? I'd like to move to the CSIRO quickly if I've got one question for the CSIRO. Okay, that should be enough. And I don't have Mr. Riley, is it? No, I think it was, well, either witness from the CSIRO. I think it was actually Mr. Grenfell. I apologise if I'm missing titles here, but if Mr. Grenfell, I believe you made a reference to the gateway effect in your opening statement. I read before, I just wanted to read you a quote from the CSIRO report in 2018, and I'm quoting, "While there has been considerable interest in whether the use of e-cigarettes can result in a gateway effect to the use of conventional cigarettes, especially in young people, the evidence for this being an important route to smoking initiation in Australia does not appear strong." Do you still stand by that statement in the CSIRO's report?
Well, may I point out that this study was a conglomeration of the available evidence prior to its publication in June of 2018, and that subsequent reviews have been actually conducted in that area, but they themselves, we would have to do a formal report on those studies and be commissioned to do so. With regards to the gateway effect, the available evidence at that stage was suggesting, and those are the words that we have used in our report. I would also defer to my colleague, Dr. Riley, if he has anything further to add to that with regards to the evidence that we reviewed again at June 2018.
Thanks, Rob. The only thing I'd add was the evidence is consistent with a gateway effect, but I mean, it sounds like a subtle difference, but it wasn't strong to provide compelling evidence for a gateway effect.
Okay, thanks.
So consistent with,
thanks, Mr. Riley. We've just got one more question for Professor Banks. Actually, the eligibility criteria, who did exactly write that up or determine that?
So we determine the eligibility criteria before we look at any of the studies. So it was developed
sorry,
within
that's not
the
my
team.
question. Who did it?
It was the team. It was our
Who's
team.
the team?
They're listed.
Sorry, so who is the team? What do you mean they are
You've
listed?
received the report. I can send you a list of all of the people who did it.
Was that from the Department of Health? Or?
No, it's out. It was led by me.
Okay.
And it is a team of researchers at the National Centre for Epidemiology and Population Health. I'd also like to add regarding the Cochrane review that they used a random effects meta-analysis, and what we found was that is not necessarily totally justified. We used both a random effects and a fixed effects meta-analysis and found you actually get different results, which means that the results are not robust to the different statistical assumptions. So it is another example of there being insufficient evidence.
I'm just conscious of time, and perhaps Senator Canavan, if you've got any more questions, you can put them on notice, but go to Senator Urquhart.
Thank you very much. Look, I might just kick off with a couple to the CSIRO, conscious that we're of time. So I'm interested in perhaps if you can outline the main findings of your report. I'm particularly interested around the evidence, if you could run me through the evidence that might show what the effect of e-cigarettes has on health as opposed to, other means, and what the did the reports find that e-cigarette use by young people increases the likelihood of those young people then taking on smoking at a later stage?
Yeah, thank you for your question. So one of the questions we were asked was the available evidence for the impacts of e-cigarettes. And we reviewed evidence under a number, as you would see in our report, under the human studies, under the injuries from, in fact, actually the preparations themselves, under animal studies and under in vitro studies. The conclusion there, as we stated, that the available evidence suggests the regular use of e-cigarettes is likely to have adverse health consequences. The quantification of that is yet to be determined because we need longitudinal studies to do that. And may I remind, it took us from the 1950s till well into the next century to actually prove that tobacco smoke actually caused health. So the studies need to be longitudinal if we're to prove this. As for the children uptake, I'll defer that because that was a complex question that actually went through a range, that I'll defer to my colleague, Dr. Riley, to respond to that question.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. The question of children using tobacco after using e-cigarettes is pretty clear that children who use e-cigarettes tend to take up tobacco smoking. But I would point out also on our data, which was 2016, and more data has become apparent now, most of that young age group experiment, try it once or twice and then don't try it anymore. But a large percentage try e-cigarettes or try vaping in Australia in that 2016 survey. I was just going to say that the study designs, in order to be able to be absolutely convinced that there's a gateway effect occurring, aren't really possible. You can't really randomise people to using something like e-cigarettes for a long period of time.
Okay. Did your report find in any way that the use of e-cigarettes as a means of ceasing smoking was an effective tool, and was it in fact, if it was effective, was it more effective than other remedies?
So the evidence to the date of our report found that there wasn't sufficient evidence to say that e-cigarettes were more effective than other methods of smoking cessation, and that's as far as we could go with the evidence available.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I might just go to Professor Banks. So there is research out there, as I understand, and there's a paper published last year in Drug and Alcohol Review by Dr. Mendelsohn, who is, I think, appearing a bit later on in the program, Professor Hall and Professor Borland, that argues that countries where it is readily available, such as the USA and the UK, nicotine vaping has accelerated the decline in national smoking rates. This contrasts with Australia, where the smoking rate has remained largely unchanged for the past 6 years. Where does that finding sit within the broader research and literature?
Right, so the first thing to say is that Australian smoking rates have continued to decline. So there's actually, and the AHW has quite clearly stated that, our analysis is quite clear on that. The second thing to say is that it's actually not possible to tell what has caused the effect at a population level of e-cigarettes on that decline, because a whole lot of other things are happening at the same time. We have a range of tobacco control measures in there. We had excise increases over that time. We've had a lot of other measures, and so have those other countries. So it actually doesn't give you the information about whether e-cigarettes are actually helping or hindering a decline in smoking from looking at that population level data, because we don't know what would have happened in the absence of e-cigarettes.
Okay, yep. So we will be hearing, as I mentioned to the previous witnesses, and I think you're in the room, about international evidence. Are there pitfalls in considering international evidence, and are there any reasons why what's happened in the US, the UK and New Zealand might not directly be relevant to Australia's circumstances?
I think there are reasons that we need to really consider the Australian situation carefully. We do have a unique environment in terms of the current e-cigarette regulations, but also in terms of tobacco control. And we have actually a unique record in terms of our pioneering control of tobacco. But if you, for example, look at the randomised trials that occur in the US, they're occurring in a setting where e-cigarettes are freely available. So if you randomise people to have access to e-cigarettes and to not have access to e-cigarettes via your trial, it's against a background of people being able to get access to those medications. And it is another limitation of those trial data, is that not only are we considering multiple products across multiple different types of interventions, they're also occurring in multiple different settings. So it's actually really very difficult to generalise from those studies to say that across the board, e-cigarettes should be widely available as a consumer product. And that's why, in my response to Senator Griff's comment, the one trial that we do have that does show a significant benefit was conducted within the National Health Service in the UK and was in a medical setting. But we do need to bear in mind that's in a setting where there actually was reasonable access to e-cigarettes in the background as well. So I think it's fantastic to have this attention given to tobacco harm reduction. It's fantastic to have this attention given, but also to bear in mind that we have unique opportunities in Australia.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And I know that you've said that your review's not finalised until, I think, June next year, but do your findings support Australia adopting a precautionary approach to the use of e-cigarettes?
I would say that our findings, just on their own at the moment, because of the evidence showing an increase in smoking uptake in people using e-cigarettes, that to me is enough to justify a precautionary approach about exposure to people who are non-smokers. And I think we can say there is a general agreement that we need to avoid availability of e-cigarettes to people who are non-smokers. So that's the precautionary approach. If we're talking about people who are smokers, it's actually a precautionary approach to actually allow them to have best access to tobacco cessation help. Now, we know the majority of people actually quit cold turkey, so what that means is the broader tobacco control measures like cost, bans on advertising and making it difficult to smoke have actually helped. If you imagine, it wasn't that long ago that you could smoke on planes, you could smoke wherever you wanted. People were a lot more addicted, a lot more dependent then, because they were able to smoke all day. But all those tobacco controls have made it, on average, easier for smokers to quit. Yeah. So I think the precautionary approach for smokers is to say, yes, we will help you to quit. And I would therefore say that we can look to organisations like the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners, which actually has e-cigarettes there as an option once the evidence-based measures have been tried.
But that precautionary approach then is through seeking medical advice through your
That's
GP,
correct. And I think we have to remember
rather than just buying off a shelf.
And I think we have to remember that 97% of people see their GP every year. So it's actually a very accessible way for people to, and I mean, I can't comment any further on the regulation. You do have the health department people, and you do have the people from the TGA to advise on that.
Yes.
But I do know that the evidence is that it is appropriate to use a precautionary principle.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Senator Urquhart. Senator Seward. We're not being awesome at keeping to 6 minutes, but we'll see how we go.
Can I?
I'm writing
Can I ask? This question may be a bit of an ignorant question, so excuse me if it is. Can I ask, why do young people move from e-cigarettes to smoking if they're already they're already obviously getting nicotine through the e-cigarettes? Why do they then move on to smoking if that's what's happening.
Is that correct? Is that question for me?
It's to either of our witnesses. I'll start with you, Dr.
Yeah. So I think that in this context, we don't know why. All we know is that people who have never smoked, who use e-cigarettes, are around 3 times as likely to take up regular tobacco smoking. We don't know. I think that there are hypotheses that it relates to having a high level of nicotine addiction, and then actually conventional cigarettes actually being very effective at delivering nicotine. But I have to say that the evidence that we included in our review was just whether or not there was increased smoking uptake. It didn't go into the details about the exact reason for that.
Okay. Are there any studies that actually address that particular issue that you could point us to?
I'm not aware of them, but I can take that question on notice.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Grenfell, do you have anything to add to what Dr. Banks has just said?
The human health and human behaviours around health risks is a very complex area, as we've seen across the multitude of preventive health strategies that we've implemented in this country, be those dietary or tobacco smoking or physical activity. Now, the reasons why individuals step from one area to the other is in fact actually the crux of the problem of us actually creating the well-being in this country, and certainly one of the challenges that we at CSIRO have actually addressed, or at least addressing, as one of the future challenges in health and well-being for Australians. So at this stage, there is no strong evidence that we've been able to find either, and I concur with Professor Banks's statements on why would somebody move from an e-cigarette to a tobacco. There would be a multitude of reasons for the individual. From a population perspective, we know that such things as supply, cost, and also community pressures, acceptance or non-acceptance are in fact actually significant reasons, but there are many other intrinsic factors involved in adopting unhealthy behaviours.
Thank you. Professor Banks, I'm sorry I called you doctor before. Professor Banks, are you able to take us through, or just, I want to go back to the issue of whether something's effective in helping people to quit smoking. And I think, the evidence that both of you just gave, there's a bit of a lack of, at the moment, we don't understand some of those measures. My shortcut version of what you just said, or what the reason people do move, they're complex. Looking at that, for some people, would you then that e-cigarettes, I know, Professor Banks, you went through the various methods that are being undertaken to assist people to quit smoking at the moment. Given that we don't understand these complex behaviours, it's very likely that e-cigarettes for some people could be very effective. Is that and would add to a plethora of measures in order to help somebody to stop smoking?
Yeah, so what we see from the trials is an average. So we see that there will be some people who might be helped. But there's another issue, which is that e-cigarettes can actually help people to prolong smoking. So when you look at an evaluation of the reasons why people use e-cigarettes, most people it's actually out of curiosity at first when they try them. But for some people it's because they're cheaper than conventional cigarettes, because it allows them to have nicotine in circumstances where they're not allowed to smoke, and also because they think it's healthier, and then also because it's more socially acceptable. So what can often happen is with the dual people who are continuing to smoke and to use e-cigarettes, is that they're actually using the e-cigarettes at times when they're not able to smoke, and it actually allows them to prolong their habit. So when we look at the trials, what we actually are doing is ending up with an average of people who it may have helped and people who it may have actually hindered. And so the trials will give us a kind of sum total of whether on average it was beneficial. So you're absolutely right. There may be people for whom using e-cigarettes has actually helped them to quit. And I think that that's part of that conversation with a general practitioner or other health professional, where there can actually be an assessment of that. But for other people, it may actually stop them quitting smoking. And we do know that even light smoking actually will double your risk of dying prematurely. And we also find that people who smoke fewer than 15 cigarettes a day have around a 9-fold increase in their risk of lung cancer. So even light smoking actually carries really heavy risks.
So what's the difference then? And again, I'm not a health expert, so I don't understand then the difference between what would be somebody using a patch, for example, and do you have the same effect with patches and other available sources of nicotine and the association with the length of time it takes someone to quit, or in fact supporting ongoing smoking?
Yeah.
Albeit
So there were 3 randomised trials worldwide that compared e-cigarettes with other kinds of nicotine replacement therapy. 3 randomised trials worldwide. So we've got incredibly limited evidence about that. And overall what we found when we meta-analysed them was that actually there was no significant effect. And that was using a random effects meta-analysis. But what we will say is that one of those studies, Hajek et al., which was a comparison of e-cigarettes with those other nicotine replacement therapies, is the one trial that was positive. And it found an 80% increase in quitting in people who were randomised to the e-cigarettes versus the other type of patch. So there are people who would say that e-cigarettes have advantages over the other types of nicotine replacement therapy because they can deliver a higher dose directly to the lungs and that they mimic some of the characteristics of smoking that smokers are used to. But what we have from the worldwide evidence at the moment based on our study is that actually the evidence is very limited. We only have 3 trials overall, which is not really, it's really, if you consider that we're talking about millions of people potentially being exposed, it's actually not a lot of data to base it on.
So that's on the effectiveness of other nicotine.
Senator Seward, are you happy to put any further questions on notice? We're already running a little bit.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Will do.
Senator Henderson? You there, Senator Henderson?
The impact of e-cigarette usage. Is there a risk that there's likely to be a greater take-up of cigarettes if e-cigarettes are available as a consumer product?
Is that a question directed to me, Senator?
That's right, yes.
Yep. So I think that our evidence indicates that we really do need to avoid widespread availability of e-cigarettes to people who have never smoked or who are non-smokers. And I think one characteristic of consumer products is they do tend to be widely available. And even when we look at, say, tobacco or alcohol, where those products are widely available, even when we try to target them to specific groups, like we try to avoid young people being exposed to them, we still have quite widespread exposure. So if we want to avoid widespread exposure of people who are non-smokers to something, then actually we probably do need to avoid it being available as a consumer product. Even under current circumstances, around 18%, in 2016, 18% of current daily e-cigarette users were in fact people who had never smoked. So we have, if you think of that sort of broad view where we have actually quite restricted access now, we are already finding substantial use among people who have never smoked.
Professor, there is a particular risk for young people, isn't there? Is that from a public health perspective, that is a key focus. If we can, as a nation, stop young people taking up any sort of tobacco usage, that is going to help our overall public health outcomes for the country.
That's correct, Senator. We've had extraordinary progress against tobacco, and that is a combination of people not taking up smoking and people quitting. But increasingly, our progress is driven by young people not taking up smoking. And obviously, those people are able to then face a tobacco-free life. So it's a fantastic outcome for us as a country, and it's certainly one that I think it's reasonable. It's a reasonable approach to avoid jeopardising.
So if e-cigarettes were widely available, what impact do you think that would have on young people? And arguably, they may be a more vulnerable group of people from a public health perspective. What are the particular risks for young people?
So the risks for young people in those circumstances are indirect and direct, as I've mentioned. So the indirect is that those, if there was widespread availability of e-cigarettes to young people, the current evidence indicates that that would mean that people who were exposed to e-cigarettes would be more likely to take up tobacco smoking. So that's one aspect. There is also the question of the direct effects of them being exposed to e-cigarettes. I cannot comment on that because I cannot preempt the findings of our review, but I'm very happy to defer to the CSIRO to answer that question.
Yes, yes, please.
So supply is one of the principal throttles, I guess, on any health intervention. So we might see this across any other areas of preventive health, be that, in fact, actually the supply of particular foodstuffs, and Australia's done very well in shaping the nutrition availability to, in fact, actually also shape our consumption patterns. Now, when it comes to, in fact, actually the supply or the readiness of supply of any particular substance, you have to question what's the intent. If it was actually available freely to the community, then that means, in fact, actually utilisation of that product will occur at higher rates. That's the assumption we make. So the precautionary approach to this is we would need to control this. Now, if the claims that this is used to be used as a therapeutic agent, well, then that comes under the remit of the TGA and all of the evidence. And I reflect back on Professor Banks' statement that there are only 3 randomised control studies to look at it in a therapeutic setting. So for any therapeutic agent in this country, we have a very robust system of regulation and approval for use, and it would require it to actually go through that rigorous process before it was in fact actually available. So supply really is a principal risk or enabler for the use of a particular health substance or in fact substance as it stands.
So is there any way of determining if e-cigarettes were available broadly across the community and many retail outlets, and so there was an abundance of supply, is there any way of determining what impact that would have on our overall smoking rates in Australia, including amongst young people?
Is that a question for me, Senator?
Look, both to the CSIRO and to you, Professor, that would be appreciated.
Okay, I'll go first. I think that what we're seeing at the moment is we've had declining smoking in young people, and that's been sustained from 2001 to 2016 and more recently. So we're actually seeing great progress. What we would anticipate is if you have a situation where there was widespread exposure to e-cigarettes for young people, that actually the progress would not be as good as it would have been in the absence of e-cigarettes. So, but we can't actually tell that on that's something where we might still see progress, but it might be slower. So it would be likely to mean that some people who would not have who would not have gone on to smoke would go on to smoke, really because of that.
Are you able to quantify that at all?
Well, all I can say is that the current evidence as a summary is that people who are exposed, non-smokers who are exposed to e-cigarettes are around 3 times on average more likely to take up tobacco smoking. It'd be quite a complex equation to say what that would look like at a population level. But certainly from a precautionary principle, what it really says is that it would be likely to cause harm from the point of view of increasing tobacco smoking.
Are you able to take that on notice and looking at the risk factor being the availability of e-cigarettes in young people will lead to a 3-fold increase in the use of tobacco? Are you able to take that on notice as to how that might impact if that was if that data was utilised across our population, what the impact on the Australian population would be?
I'm able to. I'll certainly take that question on notice.
Senator Henderson, are you happy to put any other questions on notice? Just conscious of
I just want to, Chair, actually ask if Dr. Grenfell could just respond to that question as well.
I would just state that it would have to be based on modelling, because we do not have enough evidence to make any reasonable conclusions with regards to availability. Then there's the next link on uptake by youth, and then the next link of uptake by tobacco. That's the three-step process. Which
and are you able
to
again on notice, are you able to conduct that modelling?
Certainly, our team could conduct some degree of modelling, but again, there would be some significant latitude in fact, actually the conclusions on that, because the evidence is still not strong in that space. But yes, we could.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. No further questions. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I understand Senator Canavan's just got one final question, but also before we just do wrap up, Professor Banks, if you're able to provide a copy of your opening statement to the committee, that would be appreciated. Senator Canavan, quickly.
Very quick. In your study, you say a fifth of e-cigarette users have never smoked. And I just want to, I don't know if the study you quote is Chan, which relies on the National Household Drug Survey. When I go to the data for that survey, the actual number of people who have daily use e-cigarettes but have never smoked is only 0.2% of the never smokers. It has a relative standard error of over 50%. And I think by my sums, only 28 people actually ticked that box or responded to it. Why are you relying on a statistic that has an RSE of over 50% and a margin of error, which means the actual figure could be zero?
So these are the best available data at the moment, and they are from 2016. So we've used them to look at the proportion of current daily e-cigarette users who are also daily smokers, non-daily smokers, ex-smokers and never smokers.
But the margin of error here is, or the relative standard error is over 50%. Why are you relying on a statistic that has an RSE that has a massively high chance of being just basic noise?
They're the best available evidence for Australia at the moment. I'm offering you the very best available evidence, Senator.
We just had a discussion before that we're very strict on the confidence intervals of the Cochrane review, needing to be a 95% confidence interval. But your study is relying on a statistic that probably shouldn't be used. It has in the AIHAW report, it has 2 asterisks next to it, the highest that they do, and it says under those 2 asterisks, estimate has a high level of sampling error, meaning it is unsuitable for most uses. Why is your study relying on a statistic that is unsuitable for most uses?
Well, those are the best available data we have at the moment. And the data from the US also show that among young current e-cigarette users, around 40% were never smokers. So it's really part of an overall trend. I'm happy to collate...
maybe you have to look at that, because this is not just data in your report. It's a key fact 7. Your key fact 7 is that around 1/5 of current daily e-cigarette users are people who have never smoked tobacco. And I put to you, the evidence you've used to base that on is a data statistic that the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare has said is not suitable for most users.
If you look close, I mean, I'm very happy to take the question on notice, Senator, so if you would like to know more about the proportion of current e-cigarette users who are never smokers, I'm happy to provide additional summary information.
I'm going to suggest Senator Canavan's probably going to have a few questions on notice, but with that, if I can thank both Dr. Grenfell and Dr. Riley for appearing today, and Professor Banks. Thank you for appearing as witnesses. Asked questions on notice should be provided by the 20th of November. And I'd ask you to now disconnect from the video conference. And I just saw Professor Grenfell's face. I do apologise for the short time frame. You're on video at the moment. You can continue to observe the hearing should you wish to do so through the live stream on the Parliament's website. We will go to a break now. We're running a little bit behind schedule. So if the committee's happy with a 10-minute break and be back by 11:40. Everyone? Okay, so we'll recommence at 11:40. Thank you.
some minor technical difficulties. Stand by.
I saw it with my own two eyes. You can wipe up that grin, 'cause I know where you've been. It's all been a pack of lies. I could feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord.
Okay, cool, right. We've got a mic. I apologise. We've got a technical glitch. Did have a technical glitch. We're all good now. All right. Well, look, I want to see what your special comments are on the line, Vapor Man. You've been listening intently as I have been to all the goings on this morning. If you are unfortunately only going to be able to hear your lovely voice, but nonetheless, what are your thoughts at the moment there on what you've heard this morning, Vaporman?
Yo, Vaporman here. I am so glad to be here with you. I am unemployed and annoyed, and we're coming at you live on Friday the 13th from the Mecca of bovine excrement, Canberra. I've got 3 pages of notes. And I'm going to have to, we don't have much time because they've run over time. I'm just going to go through some of the best ones. The number one, A grade bovine excrement, the price has to go to Caroline Edwards. She just found out about Avali. It's been a year. She just found out about it now. She said also that this website's not misleading. It's been a damn year we've known about vitamin E acetate. These people need to step down. Another statistic for all the sports fans out there, play-by-play, the number of times so far that, oh, somebody think of the children has been mentioned is 15 times. This is just the first quarter. Let's see if that statistic rises later on. What else have we got here? Okay, Skerritt is going on and on about, 500,000 vapors, 250,000. It depends whether you include these numbers or not. And then meanwhile, he's including numbers for youth vaping at 2 to 4%, which doesn't include daily users. So he minimizes his numbers of vapors, but when it comes to children, no, it's up to 4%. Give me a damn break. There have been other things about dual use as harmful. Dual use is still reduction. If you're vaping, you're smoking less, so that's still harm reduction. Also, Skerritt said prescription is not required. And yet, in the same interview, he also said nicotine is illegal to possess anywhere in any of the states and territories. I mean, just the contradictions. Another one. They seem to say, the TGA is saying, no intervention at all is the best thing that we can do. Well, hey, I agree, TGA. Don't intervene. How difficult is that? They're saying, most people quit cold turkey. Yes, most people probably do quit cold turkey, but the ones who have the strong addiction need these other aids. That's why the other aids are there. I also tearing out my hair going, nicotine is available in supermarkets. Yes, that's great. To children! Children can buy it in fruit-flavored form, for God's sakes. I'm not going... also, they were talking about different medications you can take, antipsychotics, to stop you from being addicted to nicotine. I'm not going to take a damn antipsychotic to stop my coffee addiction. Why the hell would I take it for nicotine? You can buy nicotine anywhere, and yet, no, we need these special antipsychotic drugs for nicotine, but for other addictions like caffeine, like gambling, like sugar. No. Don't take an antipsychotic for that. That would be maximizing harm. Absolutely ridiculous. The 95% thing that Skerritt was talking about. Sorry, I'll let you talk for a second, people. But I'm just chopping
No, this is entertaining. Give us a thumbs up if you're enjoying, Vaporman getting his frustrations out on all our behalves right now.
I've been biting my tongue so hard it hurts, and yet at the same time I'm at a loss for words. 95%, the 95% safer. Once again, nobody said at least 95% safer. They're just saying 95% safer. They were saying it was 12 people pulling it out of the sky. Meanwhile, when the last interviewer, Emily Banks, was asked, who came up with the criteria for your study? She's like, nah, I was the head of the study, but I don't know how many people were in it. You got 3 people from TGA here pulling stuff out of their rectums. And meanwhile, anyway, no intervention at all, dual use, prescription. And once again, on Emily Banks, preempting. She doesn't want to preempt anything unless it goes in favor of her argument. Where's the balance? These people, like, fair enough. Look, maybe Vapor Man's biased, okay? And there is probably some sort of argument about if they're widely available, more people will take it up. And you know that I can see that they want to try and end nicotine use in society. Not once they mention the black market, but they want to end nicotine use in society. Well, guess what? As soon as you're 17 and 364 days old, the next day you can go and buy cigarettes. If there's a more harmful option available on the market without prescription, it makes no sense to more heavily regulate the safer option. And I don't care if Skerritt doesn't think it's 95%. I don't care if Skerritt thinks it's 0.5%. On principle, if vaping is less harmful than smoking, which they all admit, it should not be more restricted than the more harmful option. Oh, trucks and cars. Well, that's like saying, well, because you can get hit by a truck or a car, we're going to ban cars because you can also get hit by trucks. It's just ridiculous. What are your thoughts, Pippa?
Yeah, look, I'm going to mess around with the screens here a little bit and come up back my way. All right, let's transition that over. I'm going to bear with me just a moment.
While you're doing that, just cut me off because I got more points. He was talking about...
I'm good now.
The guy from... Okay, sorry, go for it.
I'm good now. Look, I think there was a lot of stuff. Look, I'm just going to sort of summarise a little bit and a little bit loosely and a little bit impartially at the moment. Because again, I am thankful that the Parliament Broadcasting Department have given me permission to be able to do this live, and it's okay to have an opinion. They've got absolutely no issues with that whatsoever. Yeah, look, I think there's certainly... I admire the tenacity of Matt Canavan and Hollie Hughes in their execution of their questions, and really, really challenging questions as well. I think that at the end of the day, if you notice, there's a lot of points of follow-up. And that's a real positive, guys, because basically these are meant to be the experts on the topic, and clearly they are questions that they should have been able to answer on the spot, but instead they have to come back with points of order or whatever they call it and follow up with the Senate committee with further information that clearly they should have been prepared for. It seems clearly apparent that some of the information in Emily Banks's study there, as Matt Canavan clearly outlined there, that she just wasn't over and that she tried to put a sneaky past the committee, as Hollie Hughes and Matt Canavan pointed out on that percentage. So, I mean, clearly, yeah, there's certainly, it's an interesting day for vaping. It's an interesting day for Australian politics. Look, it'll be interesting to see what the wider media do with what they're saying today. And yeah, and look, I welcome your thoughts in the chat. I want to thank you all in the chat today. Absolutely wonderful to be able to at least chat with maybe some like-minded people, and even if you're not like-minded, please don't feel like you can't talk in the chat or express an opinion or a view, but please nothing of a physical or violent nature. I understand we all get angry, we all want to feel like throwing a mobile phone or whatever you're watching this on the other side of the room at times, as we watch some of the dubious sort of comments and information said during this. Yeah, so there we go. All right. So Lab's work says that Emily had stated Glance on 3 different occasions, and quite honestly, we understand that Glance has made some dubious studies, and one that he had to actually withdraw in the not too recent history because it was absolutely overstated and ridiculously done. I mean, I hear the same. We're hearing a lot of the same usuals as well, Vapor Man. We're hearing a lot of the studies that have been brought up about animal studies and petri dish studies, which we well know that we are humans and we're not, vaping in an old telephone box with 100 vapes at a time at a continuum of more than a minute. But we're about to go back, Vapor Man.
Awesome. I'm ready for it.
Any final words?
No, that's it.
Thank you for your time. We'll catch you on the next break.
Awesome. Look forward to it.
All right.
Public hearings and claims of public interest immunity has been provided to witnesses and is available from the Secretariat. To assist with the recording of this hearing, please ensure your microphone is set to mute when you're not speaking, and you should speak clearly and into the microphone to assist Hansard to record proceedings when you are. I now invite you, and if we start with Professor McRobbie, to make a brief 3-minute opening statement should you wish to do so.
Thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this particular hearing. Very grateful. So I'm Hayden McRobbie. I'm Professor at the National Drug and Alcohol Research Centre at the University of New South Wales. I'm also a Senior Medical Officer at Lakes District Health Board in Rotorua, New Zealand. And this is my 22nd year of working in this field of smoking cessation and tobacco control. This submission is from the team that deal with tobacco at the National Drug and Alcohol Research Centre, and we've included our disclosures at the end of our submission. In particular, I've received honoraria for speaking at smoking cessation meetings and attending advisory board meetings that have been arranged by Pfizer, so that is related to Champix. The key points in our submission are the following. One, we note that whilst e-cigarette use, lifetime use has increased in Australia, daily use of vaping products or e-cigarettes has remained relatively low, especially among non-smokers, as one of the senators, I think, has already pointed out. We also note that the evidence for e-cigarettes in aiding smoking cessation has strengthened over the last year. I am a co-author of the Cochrane Systematic Review on Electronic Cigarettes for Smoking Cessation, and in our latest review, we found that nicotine-containing e-cigarettes probably do aid smoking cessation for at least 6 months. Nicotine-containing e-cigarettes probably work better than nicotine replacement therapy and nicotine-free cigarettes, and they may work better than no support at all. Regarding health effects of electronic cigarette use, we acknowledge that these are not risk-free. They cannot be said to be completely safe. However, based on the current data, the general consensus is that electronic cigarettes are less harmful than combustible tobacco, and therefore represent, in smokers who switch completely to electronic cigarettes, represent a harm reduction approach. And so in summary, overall, it's important that governments and policy-making bodies really try and reach that point of consensus where they can balance the potential benefits of electronic cigarette use to help smokers stop smoking combustible cigarettes whilst protecting uptake in non-smokers, especially young non-smokers, and for them becoming potentially addicted to those. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If I can now go to Professor Borland. And if you would prefer to table it, feel free to table an opening statement in the interest of time. We got Professor Borland there?
Mute.
No?
He's talking, but he's
We're mute.
He's on mute. Yeah, we can't hear you, Professor.
Professor, you're on mute, I think. Hang Hang on.
So,
There we are.
Gotcha. Was jumping back again. My apologies, Senators.
That's right.
Just a very brief opening statement, if I may, Madam Chair. My name's Ron Borland. I've worked in the area of tobacco control since 1987, primarily at the Cancer Council Victoria, but more recently at the University of Melbourne. My work's focused on the impact of policy and mass campaigns on smokers, and in parallel on the development of more effective strategies for helping people to quit smoking, primarily using non-pharmacological interventions. I've also conducted some work on strategies to prevent youth uptake. Based on that experience, it's become clear to me that we haven't been able to eliminate smoking in the way that I hoped we would when I first started working in the area back in the 1980s. And part of the reason for that is that nicotine is a very attractive drug for some people, and it is very dependence forming. It appears to me that we're not going to solve the problem without the use of better pharmacological aids, and it's my view at the moment that the most promising aids available at the moment are some of the new vaping products. Currently, they're not good enough to switch the majority of smokers away from smoking, but they clearly are helping more than previous interventions have been able to. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Gartner and Professor Hall, I noticed you put a joint submission in, so if I can invite one or just one of you to make an opening statement, being aware that Dr. Gartner, you have actually tabled yours and we have a copy of it. Dr. Gartner?
Hello?
Hi. Senator Hughes here. We do have a copy of your opening statement, but was there anything you wanted to add? Otherwise, I'll go to questioning.
Hello, sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, we've got you. Can you hear us?
Oh, yes, sorry, I just couldn't hear before. Okay, do you want me to read through my opening statement?
No, look, in the interest of time, I won't. If the rest of the committee, I'm just sort of looking to get a nod. Everyone's got a copy of it. If there was anything else you wanted to add, otherwise we will just get into questioning.
That's fine, thank you.
Okay, so I'll kick off. Professor, I think probably McRobbie or Borland here, one of the things that hasn't been touched on when we look at smoking cessation is actually the psychological side of it, the way that people smoke and how it's linked to certain activities in their life. And nicotine replacement therapy is one side of the addiction, if you like, but the other side is the actual physicality of when and where you have a cigarette, whether it's people with their morning coffee or for me it was I'd kill you with a glass of wine. But what is the benefit to e-cigarettes, or what are the best sort of smoking cessation tools overall that can help with not only the nicotine replacement but also that psychological side of quitting smoking?
I can start with an answer to that, Senator.
Mm-hmm.
The behavioural aspects are strongly associated with the delivery of the drug nicotine. So if you give somebody a cigarette without any nicotine in it, it rapidly loses its appeal. And many of the things that that a smoker enjoys from smoking gradually diminish over time. In technical terms, it extinguishes. So the nicotine's critical to the maintenance of smoking, and the aspect of the nicotine that's critical is the pleasant experience that you get within seconds of puffing on a cigarette. So it is primarily a pharmacological drug delivery device, but we come to appreciate the things associated with it through mechanisms of conditioning. So we come to value the things we do around smoking because it produces this effect.
Mm-hmm. So, the physical nature of holding the cigarette.
Because you're anticipating that you'll get, in a few seconds' time, you'll get something very pleasant.
Right.
So it's that anticipation that actually is nice. And we all love anticipating things. We can spend months before our holidays anticipating how good they'll be. And so anticipation is really important human characteristic.
Okay. Does Australia have a national tobacco strategy like, New Zealand, for example, has a smoke-free strategy?
Well, there is a national tobacco strategy. It's not as detailed as the strategies in some other places. Perhaps Professor McRobbie would be better to answer with regard to New Zealand.
Professor McRobbie?
New Zealand has, as you know, an ambitious goal of being tobacco-free by 2025, which essentially means a smoking prevalence of less than 5%. Whilst cigarettes and vaping may play part of that whole strategy, it's not the only thing, and vaping alone would be unlikely to get us to that point. So when I think we're talking about strategies, it's really multi-component strategies, both policy, but also supporting smokers to quit. And remembering that most people who smoke don't want to continue. They're certainly in Australia, like New Zealand, hurting with the price, but it just goes to demonstrate the hold that tobacco dependence or nicotine addiction has over them and how difficult it can be to quit.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned in your opening statement that you were part of the Cochrane report or review. Our previous witness suggested that was not an independent review and perhaps it was actually biased. I just wondered if you wanted to comment on that.
Well, the Cochrane review has that has a large number of authors on it, actually, and yes, whilst some of us on that review participated in some of the trial of electronic cigarettes, at least half did not. So this would not be unusual in other systematic reviews where clinicians or subject matter experts participate in reviewing the material. So that's, I guess that's a matter of review.
Pardon, sorry, you just dropped out there.
Sorry, that would, I guess, the conflict of interest because you've participated or run clinical trials of vaping products being a conflict of interest. That would, I think, be a matter of point of view.
Okay. I'll hand over to Senator Sheldon now.
So just the first question is to everybody. You might just quickly answer this, and that is, I sent you all a letter regarding the inquiry today regarding Article 5.3 of the World Health Organization Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, and the need for this inquiry to be held at the highest levels of integrity and transparency. Can I ask all of you just to quickly just say or submit a statement? Can I ask you about the onset? Have any of you been in receipt directly or indirectly through another organisation of financial support or other assistance in kind, such as public relations, campaign support, travel expenses, IT support, etc., by any parties involved in the production, distribution or sale of tobacco, nicotine or vaping products? And could you disclose the nature of this support, the amount of value provided, and the company or organisation providing that support? If I could just go to ask Mr. McRobbie first, Professor McRobbie.
I don't receive any funding or support from either the tobacco industry or electronic cigarette industry.
Thank you, Professor. Professor Borland?
Similarly, I've never received anything from the tobacco or vaping industries or anybody associated with them. Back between about 1996 and 2002, I was on two committees supported by various forms of the nicotine replacement industry, one called the Nicotine Replacement Therapy Association, which is a grouping of the current manufacturers, and the second one was funded by what was then known as GlaxoSmithKline, and I did receive some money. That's so long ago, I really can't give you a clear estimate of exactly how much it involved, Senator.
Thanks. Professor Borland, if you do recall, I'll be of assistance to the committee if you could just take on notice. Professor, and provide the committee with information. Professor Gartner?
Yes, I have never received any funding from tobacco industries or indirectly via third parties or anything like that, and I have a policy of not to do that. And also vaping product manufacturers, I don't receive any funding from them either.
Thanks, Professor. Professor Hall? Professor Hall there? I may have dropped out. If Professor Hall comes on, I would just ask the chair if I would be able to drop that back in.
Sure.
I just want to go to a question, a matter that was raised by Professor Hall in your submission. You said that there should, regarding this, in the 2014 piece in the conversation, and if I might just quote the point that you made, that there should be that vaping products can be sold under tighter restrictions than apply to tobacco until better data are available on their safety and efficiency, and only a limited number of sellers and suppliers should be licensed to sell approved products, allowing for control over quality and safety. Is your view the same, or has your view changed since that conversation article?
Hello?
No? Well, I'll jump then to the others. Can I just then put to the various professors?
But who's that? Wayne Hall.
Professor Hall, are you with us?
Wayne Hall.
Thank you, Professor. Professor, I just wanted to ask that question. I don't know if you heard the question regarding receiving support from vaping companies.
Having a break, actually.
Hang
Oh,
on.
are we? Okay.
Sorry.
I was getting a bit panicked because people were talking and I couldn't hear, and I was wondering whether the hearing.
You were hearing which
Professor Hall, can you hear us?
Sorry, can everyone
Well,
else
the next
mute
steps
their
to follow
phones
is
while they're...
Are you in the in-camera session?
No, this is the section on the tobacco harm reduction one with Ron Borland.
Yeah. Professor Hall, we can hear you.
Actually on another committee.
Oh, okay.
I think that you should stay where you are on
Okay,
that line.
Professor Hall, do you think we can just suspend this?
Can he hear us?
I don't know if he can hear us. He's now muted us, but he doesn't seem to be able to hear us.
We should explain to him what we can hear.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to, but he doesn't seem to be able to. Professor Hall, can you hear us at all?
He's on mute now.
And you're on mute now. We can't hear you, but we could hear you previously.
I think you're hearing virus.
Okay. Senator Sheldon, is there any chance you can continue questioning any of the others while we try and work out some of this?
I can, thanks. Could I just ask for each of you to just give me your view in response to the declaration by the US Surgeon General, Jeremy Adams, that the e-cigarette use among youth is an epidemic. It seems that, to me, that Australia needs to find a way to encourage quitting amongst long-term smokers and, failing that, support methods of harm reduction while at the same time preventing a new generation of young people from taking up smoking. I just want to ask back to the Surgeon General's, US Surgeon General's comments that e-cigarettes are use among youth is an epidemic. Do you share that view, and what concerns do you have regarding the epidemic amongst our youth in the US? I might just start with Professor McRobbie.
Certainly. Well, it depends on where. So certainly in some states in the US, they have seen quite a large increase in ever use of vaping products. Now, ever use may not be a particular problem because ever use is often described as even just one puff. And so that doesn't necessarily cause ongoing vaping. What they have, however, seen in some states with some electronic cigarette products is more regular use or daily use in never smokers. However, I think the data, in my view, seems to restrict that mainly to the US. If you turn your head to the EU and particularly England, we don't see that same pattern occurring. Now, that might be due to differences in advertising restrictions. Of course, the EU have had their tobacco products directive in place for some years now, and we know that restriction in advertising reduces uptake in youth. Certainly in Australia, I wouldn't describe that you have an epidemic, whilst we've seen ever use increase. The majority of people do not use e-cigarettes or have never used e-cigarettes. And when you're looking at daily use among people, it's mainly among either current smokers or ex-smokers.
Dr. Borland, Professor Borland, sorry, would you, just regarding the Surgeon General's comments, Jerome Adams, that e-cigarette use among youth is an epidemic, and he's obviously referring to the US. Have you got observations on that comment?
Yes. Like a lot of people, I was concerned if this increase in, as Professor Robbie said, generally occasional vaping would translate into a mass use of electronic cigarettes and not have any impact on smoking rates. So with colleagues in the United States, we did a study to look to see what was happening with smoking rates in the United States over the period in which vaping took off. And what we found was that there was an acceleration in the decline in the rates of smoking among both school-aged children and young adults, which is the opposite to what you would expect if this uptake of vaping was actually leading to new generations of nicotine users. So I was very reassured by these findings, and it seems to me that it demonstrates that the association that some people have, that we know exists, that people who try vaping are more vulnerable to smoke, to subsequently try smoking, is not causing them to smoke, but is a factor that they're the kids who are most vulnerable to uptake of smoking, and if vaping wasn't around, they'd have smoked anyhow. And some of them will only just vape. So you'll find an increasing percentage of young people who've never smoked who vape because they haven't gone on to smoking.
So, and Professor Gartner, the same question regarding the US Surgeon General's comments that e-cigarettes use among youth is an epidemic.
Yeah, I guess I would echo some of Professor McRobbie's comments about the definitions that are used to measure vaping amongst young people in some of these studies. However, I would say that I am quite concerned about young people using e-cigarettes, and that there has been an increase, like a widespread use of e-cigarettes amongst young people in the States, in the United States, but it's a very different situation there than in other countries. So there's been some very aggressive marketing from these companies and some particular products that have had uptake amongst young people in particular. And so, I would strongly oppose any kind of replication of the US situation which allowed aggressive marketing or, advertising of these products, because it could increase vaping amongst young people.
Thanks, Professor. Professor Hall, are you able to hear us yet? No, if not, I want to just go to regarding a prescription pathway that could allow smokers who wish to pursue a cessation strategy for and products to vape while being access to non-smokers and young people strike the right balance. So would a prescription pathway be a better balance? And if I might just start with, I'll start the other way up. Professor Gartner, if I could start with you.
Okay, so I guess there are some downsides to the prescription pathway. So people who are currently smoking, obviously they can access tobacco cigarettes via a non-prescription method, and they are likely to resent, and some will refuse to participate in a program that kind of medicalises a lower risk alternative to cigarettes when they can readily purchase cigarettes. However, I'm very encouraged that the TGA are trying to provide a method of accessing these products for people who may benefit from it. I think they should also maybe look at a pharmacy model that doesn't necessarily require a medical practitioner to prescribe, because we've seen comments from medical practitioners that even under this strict model that they may refuse to prescribe for people. So if you don't have a medical practitioner prescribing, then that's obviously a big barrier to people who may benefit from it accessing it.
Okay, thank you, Senator Sheldon. If you've got any other questions, I'd ask you to put them on notice. Senator Griff?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Professor Borland, you acknowledge in your submission that there is no direct evidence as to what the effects of vaping will be over a lifetime of use, and only the early adopters of this technology could have been vaping for as much as 10 years. Does that mean it's premature for anyone to assert that vaping is safe in and of itself?
Thank you for the question, Senator. As Professor McRobbie said, one can never assume the taking of any pharmacological substance is entirely safe. What we need to look at is what the overall likelihood is based on the science. And some of that science is, outside my specialist domain in areas like toxicology, but the principles are quite clear that it's the dose that makes the poison. And we know from all the work that's been done on smoking that people have to smoke for a number of years to begin to be able to detect increased risk of premature mortality. So people who quit smoking by the age of 30, it's not at this point been possible to detect any clear evidence of increased mortality in people who quit by the age of 30. There's been a number of studies demonstrating that. So that's daily smoking for at least 10 years. It's the long duration of use that's particularly important. It's also the level of use. So somebody who smokes 20 cigarettes a day has a greater risk of smoking-related illness than somebody who smokes 4 or 5, for example. And we don't know what the levels is for people who smoke less than daily, because there haven't been enough people doing that to have substantial studies. But again, it's a dose-response relationship. So if we extrapolate those dose-response relationships out, then it becomes fairly clear that there's going to be a major reduction in risk, because the amount of toxins that you take in from vaping products is less than 100th on average of cigarette smoke. And we know from the use of smokeless tobacco, which is relatively low in toxins, that it results in a marked reduction in the risks of any kind of fatal disease. So if you take all of that together, I think it is reasonable to suppose that there will be a much greater reduction in the risks of premature mortality. But we can never be absolutely certain, of course. Science is never absolutely certain. It's just increasingly sure.
Yes, I mean, look, obviously, as you said, Professor Borland, I mean, if you look at smoking, we didn't start seeing, smoking causing disease in large numbers until really 30 or 40 years later, by which time, tobacco was very much consolidated as a consumer product that would have been very difficult to withdraw. So I imagine that you certainly would support us at least putting in appropriate safeguards around e-cigarettes. So if bad news accumulates, we can easily withdraw them from sale if they're regulated products.
Well, yes, but we still have cigarettes available which are manifestly and almost certainly way more harmful. I would like to see a situation where we could phase out access to cigarettes, at least as a mass market product, and replace them with these alternative products, which are almost certainly, but not certainly, as I pointed out, going to be much less harmful, and therefore will be huge health benefits to the community. And all of the modelling suggests that would be the case.
Yes, but in relation to harm, as we said, the cigarettes, it was 30 or 40 years later before we discovered that. But if you're comparing one to the other, the available evidence does appear that this is a better form of delivery, of course, of drug delivery. Yes. Professor McRobbie, your submission notes that while vaping is less harmful than tobacco, and I'll quote you, state the exact degree of harm reduction is not certain, and that long-term use of regular EC among never smokers will be associated with a degree of health harm, but the degree of such harm is uncertain. You also note the low numbers of regular vapers in Australia. Now, given the uncertainty over long-term harm, do you consider it as important to keep these numbers as low as possible?
I think to keep the numbers as low as possible among never smokers, because it's all about a risk continuum. Of course, and many of the cell studies, the lab studies show the same thing. Compared to fresh air, there may be some risk of vaping, but it's not as bad as smoking. And we've got to sort of look at depending on where the relative harm is. So for smokers, the idea would be probably for as many of them, if they can, to switch to vaping. For never smokers, as few as we possibly can. And therein lies the balance in anything that governments do in terms of trying to find that sweet spot in terms of a risk proportionate regulatory approach.
Okay, so you'd agree that the current and proposed regulatory approach nationally and at a state level is appropriate? Well,
there are other things I think that need to be considered. If you're looking at a prescription-only approach, that doesn't necessarily mean that people will be able to get their vaping products readily. If we take just smoking cessation, so medical treatments, varenicline, nicotine replacement therapies, bupropion, they're very poorly prescribed by practitioners. There's very little knowledge of smoking cessation medicines among my colleagues, and trying to change that will be quite a bit of work. So if you provide one option, which would be to just have it on prescription, there would need to be a program of work, I think, in helping regular medical practitioners understand how that's done to really get the...
Yeah, I mean, Professor, that with the department, Professor Skerritt ran through that with us today, stating that that will actually be the case. So, and he also pointed out the fact that other nicotine replacement therapies started off that way, and then gradually moved into supermarkets and the likes. Okay.
It will be an interesting natural experiment, perhaps, between New Zealand and Australia, see how things pan out in this regard.
Okay, all right. Good. Thank you, Chair.
Are you happy to put anything else on notice?
I will put on notice, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. We just wanted to go back to the questions around the Cochrane review. So I suppose these are, I think, largely for Professor McRobbie and Professor Borland, but others can feel free to jump in. I wanted to just maybe get on record. What are these Cochrane reviews? My understanding is there's sort of a series of different things, but could you explain to the committee what their status is in the health research world?
Yes, thank you. The Cochrane collaboration is a very well-respected and long-standing independent organisation that summarises the evidence across a wide range of fields for clinicians. They're mostly the go-to place to get access to good quality data, summarising the data from a large number of trials.
I've got on the website here, it says that Cochrane reviews are systematic reviews of primary research in human healthcare and health policy, and are internationally recognised as the highest standard in evidence-based healthcare. I realise that's on their website, but is that a fair summary, that they are internationally recognised as the highest standard?
They absolutely are. I'd agree. They follow very strict standards. They have protocols to follow. It's a very, very detailed and well-controlled process.
There was a discussion earlier about the Banks review and the fact that it included a randomised controlled trial done by Lee, I think, in 2019, yes. One that had very low levels of nicotine in its delivery. I have got a reference here to Lee in the Cochrane review that you worked on. How did you treat the Lee review in your work?
So Lee 2019, which you're right, Senator, used a very low level of nicotine in their device. In fact, that level was 0.01 milligrams of nicotine per mil. From a clinical point of view, that would mean next to no nicotine delivery and clinically that would be more appropriate to include in with the zero nicotine delivery devices, which is exactly what we did. If you just take for a comparison, Hayek et al. 2019 used an e-cigarette with a nicotine concentration of 18 milligrams per mil.
Right.
And you're absolutely right. This is why the difference between the Cochrane and Banks meta-analyses is because Banks included Lee 2019 in the nicotine-containing e-cigarette arm, which is why you get this heterogeneity, why the studies are so different.
Yeah, just on that point, the Banks did include that Lee study to come to its meta-analysis, as you said, to come to a final conclusion on the effectiveness of e-cigarettes, at least in comparison to nicotine replacement therapies. Do you think it was appropriate to include the Lee study in that meta-analysis of that question, to decide that question?
It could be argued either way, because you could say, well, 0.01 milligrams of nicotine is still a nicotine concentration, but in a real pragmatic way, and what it would have delivered is next to nothing. I think it is more appropriate to consider it in a zero nicotine or nicotine-free analysis.
There was some discussion we had with Professor Banks too about, I think her team had included 9 RCT studies. Cochrane Review, I think, had 50, and 26 of those, I think, were RCTs. Could you just take us through? She claimed that your study only included 9 as well, but I just wanted to try and, I suppose, if you'd heard her evidence, try and clear that up. How many studies did you use, and how does that compare to the Banks Review?
Yeah, I didn't hear her review, but I have read the Banks Review, and the difference between the two is largely based on that we also include some cohort studies, because we not only look at smoking cessation outcomes in the Cochrane Review, but also adverse events and intoxicant exposure or reduction studies. The other thing that's different about the Cochrane Review is that we don't exclude studies that don't have a biochemical validation. In Cochrane, in all smoking cessation trials across the board, we have a hierarchy of evidence. So we use the strictest criteria always. So for an example, Senator, those studies that give continuous smoking cessation, not a puff from a time point, and have biochemically confirmed that result of smoking cessation would be the highest level of evidence. But we don't exclude studies that don't do biochemical validation because they still provide an important part of the summary of evidence. And that's what you see in the Cochrane Review. There's unfortunately another study by the same name, but a different year. So Cochrane include Lee 2018, which also show that nicotine-containing electronic cigarettes were better than NRT, even though that study didn't validate the outcomes.
I wanted to just move on now from the Cochrane Review, and so this is definitely for anyone who wanted to jump in that is on this panel at the moment. I wanted to ask a little bit about the use of effectively the precautionary principle here, or at least a term of precaution about using e-cigarettes. I wanted to draw a parallel here with the coronavirus situation, where there is a great push to get a vaccine out, if you like, given the great harm that's currently existing, and I presume we're not going to be necessarily waiting for as long evidence before we administer the vaccine. So that to me indicates that it's not always the right thing in an epidemiological sense to act with abundant caution or precaution. Mm-hmm. I mean, what's your view here? Is there a particular view here about how we should apply the precautionary principle, given that there is already millions of people who smoke and 20,000 deaths a year? Should we wait 20 or 30 years for all the evidence to come in, given that over those 20 or 30 years, there's going to be thousands and thousands of people die in the interim if they don't have access to these potentially better alternatives?
Senator Canavan, what you say, I think, is absolutely correct in that. The precautionary principle, if smoking didn't exist and vaping was coming onto the market as an entirely new thing, then you would reasonably have a higher standard require a high standard before you made the products readily available. In the context of them, at least in part, replacing smoking, and as you say, around 20,000 Australians dying each year, and it's up to 7 or 8 million people estimated around the world. This is a huge epidemic. That's more people than are dying of the COVID virus.
That's right. Massively more. Yeah.
And anything we can do to get those numbers down is really, really important. And I think the precautionary principle needs to be, is there any risk that this could make the situation worse? And I don't believe there is any serious risk of that.
Did anyone else want to contribute on that question?
Yes, I'd be happy to chime in too. So I think we need to really think about the current situation, as Professor Borland's already outlined, that we're not in a situation where we don't have cigarettes here. So when applying the precautionary principle, you do have to think about what the alternative is, which is people smoking. So we can't apply, the precautionary principle by saying, well, there's no, just compared to the non-smoking situation, we do have to take into account the fact that cigarettes are widely available and we do have a large proportion of the population who are still using those products, and we need to try to find some kind of regulatory balance that is going to address their needs as well as protecting the non-smokers.
If there's no one else, I'll just quickly move. It's the same.
Hang on, we're just going to have to move on, Matt.
Okay.
So if you got one
This
quick
is
and
on
then
the
we'll
same
go to
topic.
Senator
Last
Urquhart.
question. I wanted to ask: are there other international regulators using the precautionary principle in the same way as the Department of Health, and in particular, does if there is a difference in how it's being used, does that explain perhaps how groups like Public Health England seem to be completely at odds with the health advice we are getting here in Australia? Professor Borland, it looks like you might want to contribute. Feel free to jump in.
Thinking of saying something, Senator. I really don't know what the machinations of various government bureaucracies are around this topic, but certainly this is the way the precautionary principle is being applied in Australia seems to me to be a very idiosyncratic one, and one that I think violates the first principle of health and medicine of do no harm.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. And Senator Canavan, if you've got any more questions, put them on notice. Senator Urquhart.
Thank you very much. I'll throw this open to the group. Basically, I want to talk about you've all worked in tobacco control, as I understand, for many years. All smoking cessation medications over the last, I think, 30 years have things like nicotine replacement therapy, Zyban and Champix, all had to provide evidence of safety and efficacy to the TGA. So we now have e-cigarettes with lots of claims being made about both their safety and effectiveness. So do you think that the manufacturers of these products should also have to provide the same standard information to regulators when the two claims are constantly being made about them?
Can I comment on that? The market for vaping products is really quite different to the market for these other products, which have been dominated by large multinational companies. The vaping market has largely emerged from very small companies which haven't had that capacity. The nicotine that's virtually universally used in the vaping products is pharmaceutical grade nicotine. And we know that all the various forms of nicotine have similar kinds of effects. So to that extent, some of your concerns, I think, have been alleviated by the nature of the product that's used. There's been increasing effort put into improving the quality and safety of the devices. It's a different kind of market. It's sprung not out of the pharmacological market, but out of the recreational oriented market, and we certainly need to be making sure that the consumer standards of products are maintained as well. And because it's pharmacologically active, I think it's absolutely legitimate that medical regulators should have some input into that.
Okay. Sorry, I just wondered if anyone else wanted to quickly comment on that.
Yeah, I'll make a quick comment. Just these are really challenging products because they're kind of boundary products. They're not fully medicinal products, but they're not. They can be used in that way. So I guess the approach that the UK authorities have taken has been more of a pragmatic one, and looking at there is some evidence for this and people are already using the products as an alternative to cigarettes, and so they've just tried to incorporate them in a pragmatic way rather than forcing them into this box of being a medicinal product.
So just jumping in there, is it just with taking that into account, maybe just two things you can make a comment about. And that is that the prescription pathway, Australia was to adopt that as being considered by the TGA. How do you think it would be best crafted to assist the greatest number of smokers to quit?
Maybe if I could offer some words here. I think there will need to be some flexibility because there's more than just nicotine delivery, of course, in the satisfaction of using vaping products. So flavourants are important here. And the other slight challenge to regulators is delivery, in that vaping products don't necessarily deliver a standard dose of nicotine to the user, very much like cigarettes, depending on how you use them, the power, the strength of the solution, maybe even the makeup of the mix of propylene glycol and vegetable glycerin can have influence on nicotine delivery. So I think there's a nice balance between regulating the product to exclude things that we know are potentially harmful and being flexible over time to be able to adapt and change as we learn more.
Is there anyone else that wanted to make a comment on that? It seems. Thank
yes,
you for that.
just in relation to Professor Robbie's comments, I think allowing some flexibility in the strength of the nicotine solution within limits within the prescription so that the person can choose their nicotine strength and adjust it if necessary is one of the things that would help facilitate smoking cessation as people are using it. Because if they're given a fixed nicotine dose with a particular device they use, it may not provide the optimal benefit.
Yeah, and I would also flexibility in how it's implemented.
And you finish?
Thank you.
Okay. Senator Siewert.
Thank you. I wanted to go firstly to the issue around nicotine, and I get the issue around the fact that people are saying it's better to be vaping with nicotine than smoking. So we've heard some evidence today about the actual toxic effects of nicotine as well. Is there a danger that if people are long-term vaping, whether smokers or non-smokers, but is there a danger that there are still going to be significant adverse or harm to people that are vaping long-term with those higher levels of nicotine?
Can I comment on that, Senator? The best evidence we have for this comes from Scandinavia. In Scandinavia, since the 1960s, the then Scandinavian government-owned tobacco monopoly tried to clean up tobacco products. It found that you can't make clean cigarettes because you can clean up the tobacco, but then you combust them and you get all the rubbish again. But with smokeless tobacco, they could reduce the toxin levels considerably. And the epidemiology of snus, which is Swedish for snuff, used in Sweden, is that they can't find any clear evidence of increased mortality as associated with snus use in otherwise healthy people. And that's in a context where people who use smokeless tobacco tend to use somewhat more nicotine, so they take more nicotine into their body than smokers and vapers do. So the total volume of nicotine that these people have taken in over their lifetime would be at least as great as for a smoker. So in terms of the total amount coming into your body, it's clearly that you can use it for a long time without any harm. What we don't know is taking it into your body through your lungs as compared with through your oral cavity, and that's one of the unknowns.
Okay, so if you're looking at the precautionary principle, that's one of the things that we need to look at is that area of that research. Is that correct understanding?
Well, that's something that we certainly do need to look at, but cigarette smoking is taken into the lungs, and we know how incredibly harmful that is, and the amount of toxins taken in by vaping is, as I said earlier, less than 1% if you take a sort of weighted average. So it's vanishingly unlikely that it would cause the same level of harm, given we know that there are dose-response relationships with smoking. So
okay, thank you.
The precautionary principle is to get rid of smoking.
Yeah. Okay, so you, from what I can gather from all of your evidence...
Sorry, Senator Siewert, can I just interrupt for a second and ask Professor Hall to maybe mute his... I think it's Professor Hall that we can hear. Anyway, Senator Siewert, see how we go.
Can you hear me at all?
Yeah, if you could mute yourself,
Yeah.
Senator Professor Hall. Thanks.
I'm not on the system, I'm on the phone.
Okay, if you could mute the phone. There you go.
Okay. I then wanted to go to the issue around vaping as a gateway. People seem to reject the evidence that we've heard around younger people taking up smoking as a result of vaping, or moving on to smoking as a result of vaping. Is that a correct understanding of both your submissions and the evidence you've given today?
Fairly accurate, Senator, yes. The evidence is that clearly people who start vaping are more likely to smoke. That's uncontroversial in my view. Every study shows it. As you take more control for differences in the characteristics of people, those effects diminish and in some cases disappear. And as I said earlier, in the United States, where many of those studies were conducted, over the period they were being conducted, the rate of vaping was going up and the rate of smoking was going down at an accelerating rate, which is totally inconsistent with the model that it's actually leading to more smoking. It is more consistent with a model that it's actually steering some people away from smoking, but that's far from conclusive.
Professor McRobbie, you're nodding your head.
Yeah, I agree with Professor Borland.
Can I ask, are there other smoking reduction strategies in the US? Have you presume those have been factored into the studies?
To be frank, the US is one of the least successful in implementing the kinds of strategies that we've shown in Australia. Each have a small but cumulative effect to reduce tobacco consumption. There's much more promotion of tobacco products, vaping products in the US than there is in Australia. They have virtually no health warning on the pack. There's a little hidden warning, but nobody really notices it. They don't have a lot of the things that we have. Cigarettes are much cheaper in many parts of the country, although that varies from state to state. So on the whole, they're doing a much worse job than we are in all respects, except this one. And increasingly, the evidence is suggesting that they're catching up, or even may have passed us in terms of their smoking prevalence reduction. So it's hard to explain that in any way other than that these new products might be contributing. But as I said before, I don't think that's conclusive.
Thank you. Can I go to then the issue of the approach the TGA is looking at the moment, which is the prescription-based approach. And I gather from your evidence, you're not, and this is for everybody, it's a step in the right direction, but you're not widely enthusiastic about it. Is that, would that be an accurate summary?
Yes.
Yes.
So what approach would you take? We've already heard, I think it was Professor, it might have been you, Professor Gartner, sorry, that said you wouldn't go down the advertising route. So could you outline what approach you would suggest that is taken, bearing in mind the precautionary principle and what you were saying about the precautionary principle or precautionary approach? That's for everybody.
It's a very difficult and challenging area, and I think that we've got to be willing to change our minds as we go through and we learn more. The approach that we've taken in New Zealand, which I've been part of, and part of advising the New Zealand government as well, is to maintain some ease of access to products, but restrict what you can buy easily in milk bars. I was going to say dairies, milk bars, and gas stations. So restrict what can be available there, but make greater availability in specialist vape shops, which can be more highly regulated. We did have a time when we were also discussing maybe these would be useful in pharmacies and having pharmacists oversee the use, and I think that's another option. But every time you scale back to those health professional groups, you may actually restrict the market even further. And risk is, of course, that you might really limit what's available for smokers, and the choice is important in terms of switching.
Senator Siewert, could I just ask that you put any other questions on notice and just move to Senator Henderson?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you all very much for your time today. It's very much appreciated. Ministers in all Australian jurisdictions have agreed that any change to the regulation of e-cigarettes in Australia will have the protection of the health of children and young people as its primary focus, as well as protecting the health of existing adult cigarette smokers. I'm wanting to ask you if this is appropriate and your comments to that principle, please.
Yes, I believe that's generally appropriate, but I'm not convinced that the current policy approach is actually going to meet that policy objective.
I'm sorry, can I ask who's speaking? I'm on the phone, so I apologise.
It's Professor Borland, Senator Henderson.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
If, as is possible, that the use of vaping products is leading to a reduction in the uptake of smoking in young people, then it will be having a net public health good for young people. That, as I indicated before, is uncertain, but it is I think, a more plausible scenario than the gateway scenario that some other people have argued for. So I think we need to be looking very
Isn't that just a matter of speculation, given that you've accepted that there isn't the evidence to support what you're saying?
Or the opposite.
There isn't enough evidence to be conclusive in what I'm saying, but there is some evidence to support what I'm saying, but not conclusively, Senator.
Thank you. Are you aware of statements made by Canada warning of potential risks of pulmonary illness associated with vaping products, and also deep concern by the Canadian government regarding the increase in reported use of e-cigarettes amongst Canadian youth? Could you just give me your views on these concerns?
Yes, can I comment on that? Part of the concern about the increasing use of smoking in Canada was based on a study on which I'm a co-author. We've since got further data and related that to other surveys, and some of those effects don't appear to be robust. So this is a case where, as you get more data in, you need to qualify your conclusions.
What's concerning me about your evidence today as a group, I guess, is that the views and findings in your submission run mostly contrary to the evidence provided by the Australian Department of Health, the TGA, the CSIRO, Professor Emily Banks, obviously from the ANU School of Population Health, and most Australian health groups. So why do you believe that all of those groups and entities are wrong?
Senator, I frankly don't know why their interpretation of the evidence is, in my view, in some cases, missing important points. The point that Professor McRobbie made earlier of including a study with very minimal levels of nicotine as a nicotine-containing product is an example. Just to give you an example of that, eggplants contain trace amounts of nicotine. So we don't call eggplant eaters nicotine users, and it would be ridiculous to do so. Again, it's the dose that is important, and if it's a non-pharmacological dose, then it really is not an important issue.
Senator, it's Hayden McRobbie here.
Yes.
I maybe perhaps offer that our opinions often seem really different, especially when you're on paper. But and we saw this in New Zealand as we worked through together. That actually everyone's got their concerns, and it depends on where they're coming from. So someone like myself, who is a clinician who works with people who are dying of smoking-related disease, is a slightly different viewpoint than someone that might be mainly focused on protecting the health of young people in terms of taking up vaping.
And isn't that an important difference to make, though? I mean, as a government, and that the TGA is looking to is considering data and recommendations for Australians as a whole, as a whole nation, and isn't that a key issue that perhaps you haven't properly taken into account? That you're relying on a much more limited individual experience rather than considering the much greater responsibility that we have, and I'm speaking as a government senator, to ensure that when we make laws, we make them for the health and the well-being of all Australians.
I absolutely understand that point, Senator, and respectfully, I think this is where modelling is very important to try and help weigh up the risks versus the benefits, because unfortunately, you've still got the issue of smoking, and exposure to secondhand smoke for children is concerning. Children still occasionally poison themselves with combustible cigarettes, eating it, for example. So I agree, trying to see the whole picture is really important, but at the moment it is smoking combustible tobacco that causes the most harm. And if vaping products offer a way out of that, within other legislation that protects the uptake in youth, that makes sure there are safety components of these products, and to make sure these products don't contain things that we know cause harm, then that's the sort of proportionate risk approach.
Okay, Senator Henderson, if I can ask you to put any other questions on notice going forward.
I do need a bit more time, Chair, because
no, Senator Henderson, you've had more time than some of the other senators have had. So as I said, if you could please put any questions you have going forward on notice. And if I could just thank everyone for appearing as witnesses today. Any questions, any answers to questions on notice that you're required to provide should be provided by the 20th of November. We do go to a lunch break now, so we are at 12:43. Is everyone happy to come back at 1:30? Yep. Okay, so we will resume at 1:30 today. Thank you. And if everyone on video conference can now disconnect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Righty. Well, there's that beautiful music again. So soothing. Welcome back, Vapor Man. We're in the fun part of this event. Bear with me. We're in the fun part of this where I'm going to have to just play around with the screen just a little bit. Thought I had this all under wraps here. Bear with me a moment. I need to be able to see what you guys are saying in the chat. So I'm going to pull that across onto my third screen. I'm going to also pull that across to the Zoom. And we should be good or not. What have I done here? Transition. That's not good at all. That's not good at all. Let's me just flip that back. There we go. Don't want to be seeing our stuff in there. All right, I think we're good. We're good. We're on a little bit of a delay here. But thank you, and thank you for bearing with me with the highly technical setup I have here as I sort out all the sound and etc. Yeah, well, what do you think, Vapor Man? What do you think, guys there and girls in the chat? It's been quite the hearing so far.
Yeah, I've been listening to the last segment, and it seemed like a lot better. I didn't get anywhere near as angry. There's a lot of balanced viewpoints. The one thing that really concerned me is Professor Hall is in charge of potentially my health and my life. That professor can't operate a computer, much less understand much about vaping. Perhaps that's not fair. You don't.
No, I think it's a fair
to...
call. No, we're in a high-tech world with medical devices. You've got to have a basic, come on, it's 2020.
Yeah, it's just an area of concern for me. I do have a few points. I'll go through the ones in the last segment, and then I'll go back to the TGA segment because there's still a lot that I had to cover there. One of the first things they were talking about aggressive marketing and how they don't want aggressive marketing for e-cigarettes, right? And now I understand that too. I did a video on all the advertisements that big tobacco used to use, and that's obviously a concern. But Champex? Does anybody remember those commercials for Champex? Talk to your doctor, and there's like this floating pack of cigarettes that would just come around, and it's like, oh, to help you quit. That sucked me in.
I think but there's two really important sides to the advertising thing here. I think we've got to consider here. We're talking about the advertising of vapor products, but just as importantly, we're talking about the advertising of prevention of vapor products to US-based youth, which is done on a scale that is just unseen of, unheard of here in Australia and throughout the southern oceanic area.
The other thing I want to add was, I mean, we hear that the Americans had aggressive advertising. Now, perhaps that's people online, like I'm sure some of you have your favorite e-cigarette people like Suck My Mod or, all these sorts of guys. And, maybe that's what they're talking about with the marketing, but I haven't seen any advertisements, like slick advertisements for vaping products, even in the US. Now, they may be talking about social media in that case, but they didn't specify. Another point I wanted to go on to was, I did like the doctor from New Zealand. I missed his name. I had to go.
That's Professor Hayden McRobbie. Absolutely very highly experienced in tobacco harm reduction, and been doing some great work to save a lot of lives over a long time.
And that's the thing that really puzzles me. I mean, this Kiwi seems to know what he's talking about, yet our scientists are like, well, we don't know. It's relatively new. It's been around for 20 minutes? This vaping thing, I don't know. Meanwhile, the other doctor's like, yeah, there's this, and this. He gives good balanced viewpoints. I mean, I might not agree with anything, but at least trust that guy, right? He sounds like he knows what he's talking about. Our health experts and that just, well, at least in the last segment, they just seemed like, obviously they're very anti-vaping. And now look, one of the things I want to say in their defense, one of the things I want to say in the TGA's defense is they're acting as if vaping exists in a bubble, that there's not this thing called cigarettes out on the market. And if that were the case, and there was no sort of popular nicotine as a social drug, this smoking thing, what they would be saying makes total sense. Wait 30 years, I guess, but I got another point on that too, but wait 30 years. But we have cigarettes. You can get them anywhere, everywhere. And we're gonna ban this new technology that comes along. It's just ridiculous.
And actually, can I just intervene there? Just for a moment. I think there's an important point there. Is of course vaping wouldn't exist if it wasn't for cigarettes. So because vapor products were created obviously to solve that issue. Look, I think there's another very important issue I just want to quickly raise before I let you on your run, is, Matt Canavan made it clear towards the beginning of this hearing, is that the people weren't, these TGA and other authorities who are governing Department of Health aren't seemingly connecting at all with smokers or vapors at all. Now, which raises me to the next segue very quickly, and I just want to answer this one in the chat. To say hello to James Reid, who will be in the Senate committee hearing later on this afternoon. Looking forward to that, James. Is that very, very important point? Speaking of connecting with vapors. Now, nothing like this hearing has ever happened before in history of Australian federal policy creation. One for a consumer product, let alone a tobacco harm reduction product. Know this, guys. Whilst it only shows maybe 184 submissions to this committee overall on the website right now, know this for sure. They have an absolute stack of over 8,000 submissions. That is the most that I stand corrected, that's the most of any Senate committee hearing on a consumer product in Australian history. There's a lot of us who have submitted to this inquiry. They are hearing us because we are screaming in our numbers. We do not want to die earlier than we have to. We cannot give up smoking from the other methods. The other methods of having to get a prescription to get hold of a nicotine replacement therapy product seems obscene, as proven over time, as we've heard earlier. It is that to get access to NRT products, such as patches, gums, lozenges, and all those sort of things, funny enough, the sales and the uptake picked up on those products rapidly as soon as they were no longer prescription, because they were more readily available. So therein lies the point there. Whilst they're more readily available, we clearly know, and the point's already been made, if not skirted around, but it definitely has been made, that the cessation rates or the success of vaping at this stage, according to all evidence, seems to be a hell of a lot more effective than those other NRT replacement therapies. If you've got any questions for us in the chat, please make sure you tag me at Pippers Live. I'll make sure I'll get to you. Otherwise, I might miss a question. But let's just hear it from the one and only Vapor Man. He has got his own YouTube channel, guys. He doesn't advertise vapor products these days, as far as I understand. Just a wonderful advocacy channel, as seen also on Australia Up in Smoke in the previous movie. Thank you so much for sharing a bit of your time in this very important time. Go for it. I know you want to.
Yeah, I just want to continue on with your point. I mean,
sure.
on the inquiries, on the Senate inquiries, I was aware of one because Vapor Man has a bit of an interest in the economy too. There was one for the ban of cash. It was something like you're not allowed to purchase anything with $10,000 cash. So if you want to buy a car, you'd have to do it through a bank. And there were Senate inquiries for that. They had 2,500 submissions, and they said that was unprecedented, unheard of. So that's not even for a consumer product. That's just for a regulatory law, just on money. And it was 2,500 submissions. They said that was overwhelming. So 8,000 submissions, and I believe 8,000 submissions is just what legalized vaping said that they got. So there must be other submissions aside from legalized vaping.
Kind of stands to reason when there's only 21,000 people dying a year in Australia. Maybe because it's life-threatening. Maybe. Yeah, keep going.
Then continuing on with that, one of the senator on the phone said it's important for her as a senator to keep in mind the health and well-being of its citizens of their jurisdiction, and that's true. One of the things they're not really talking much about is the absolute failure of tobacco regulations in this country. I mean, we have some of the highest taxes on tobacco in the world, and it's leading to a burgeoning black market. What does that have to say for the well-being of our society? The guy from New Zealand, oh no, that wasn't the guy from New Zealand, it was the other guy, he was saying that in the US, they don't have any of these plain packaging stuff, and I'm not sure how effective it is. But their smoking rates, I don't know if they're lower than Australia, but they're certainly decreasing much faster than Australia. There is also a counter argument to that, you know, it could be the fact that, you know, they got a lot more room to go, and the people who are really addicted to nicotine, who find it very difficult to quit, you know, not going to be, like, they're more of a hardened group at the bottom there. But even the TGA said, well, perhaps that's not a thing. One other thing I want to do, speaking on being fair, one thing that I don't think was brought up, although I did have to go to the toilet, so I may have missed it, was the nicotine strength. And now I personally think that we should be able to get our hands on 100 milligram per mil nicotine, right? But at the same time, it is dangerous. I initially thought, when I heard that somebody had died from concentrated nicotine, you know, I watch Current Affair and I don't believe half the stuff on there. But I've since gone and read the coroner's report. And yeah, if you do have 100 milligram nicotine in the house, I support your right to have it, but please be very careful. I would say if you have an infant in the house, you should be using some of these closed cigger-like devices or a pod that comes pre-filled. Just purely and simply because, look, okay, 100 milligram nicotine, it's going to be a rare case that a baby's going to smell 100 milligram nicotine and have a swig. But if you have some sort of sweet fruit flavored kind of stuff, and it's left open on the table by accident, and we all make mistakes, and it's like a 12 milligram or something, and the baby just chugs the whole thing, or an infant or a toddler just chugs the whole thing, that is quite dangerous. But at the same time, we have things like bleach, we have vitamin D12, I think it is, the sunlight one. It's more toxic than nicotine by weight. And yeah, did you want to add anything? Because I'm going to go back to the first segment and just go through the TGA stuff I didn't get to cover in the 10-minute break we had last time. I don't have sound.
Okay, check 1, 2.
Yep, you're back.
All right, yep, I'm back. Over to you.
Okay, so let's see here now. So the first thing that I noted from the TGA when it first started, the first segment of the thing, was how much they were patting themselves on the back on the great job they've been doing over all the years and stuff. The rate of smoking cessation has declined in this country compared to all other countries. Not all other countries, but you know, we used to be number one, but now we're falling behind. And I think our policies have a lot to do with that. Not to mention the fact that the KPMI released a statistic that 20% of people who smoke do so through the black market. I don't know if that's reflected in their own statistics, but looking at how they fudge the numbers and the percentages for a lot of these things, I would not be surprised at all. Let's see. Yeah, the Border Force guy said that they're not going to test for anything. So why are we going to have this huge regulatory market and say, oh, this is good and this isn't, when the TGA isn't even going to test for anything? It's like, you know, and even if they do test for stuff, a lot of these things have passed regulatory standards in the European Union or the US, because they've been well ahead of the ball on this one. And what, we're going to add an extra cost to it by testing it a second time just to make sure it's working or not? I mean, really, they've been so far behind on this, and now they're trying to catch up, and they want to be the one who controls all the chips and moves the pieces around the board. No, you were asleep at the damn wheel. It should be taken out of the TGA's hands. Skerritt said, smokers go to GPs more often. If you're the kind of person who takes the risk to smoke, you're not a hypochondriac, or at least I doubt you would be. I barely ever visited the doctor, even when I got sick when I was smoking, because I was just like, yeah, it's a cold, it's a flu, I'll get over it.
If it was if it was man flu, you'd be at the doctor in 5 minutes. But anyway, that was probably a bit of a cheap shot. But in saying that, let me just make this very important point. Do people pass their corner store, visit their supermarket as often as they would visit a doctor?
And not only that, to go to the doctor to get the damn prescription, you're going to pass like 23 places on the way that you can buy cigarettes from.
Exactly.
And with a problem like addiction, it's like, you know, it's impulse control and all of this sort of stuff. I remember when I was trying to quit smoking cold turkey, which is the best way, apparently, according to these people.
Yeah. Hold that thought, Hold that thought. We've got wise words of James Reid, who will be coming up later on in this parliamentary hearing this afternoon, scheduled for 3 p.m. Canberra time. He's due to come on with Hayley, I'm sorry I haven't got your last name, and Mrs. Gorman, Diane Gorman as well. Looking forward to that. James Reid says they're throwing all vaping products under one umbrella, not separating devices, juices, and liquid nicotine. I believe they need to be dealt with as consumer products. Look, quite clearly, they definitely need to be dealt with as consumer products, James, and quite clearly, Peter, I keep saying Peter. John Skerritt from the TGA is way out of his depth on this one. So, liquid nicotine possibly under prescription thoughts, ? He says. Well, I think we sort of just covered that. Clearly we know a prescription model isn't going to work. Clearly it's not effective. There's 520,000 plus vapors across Australia. We've heard, we're lucky if we've got 10 doctors to thread together to 52,000 people. 52,000 people per doctor. There is only one of them only available in Queensland, as it is, for example. You cannot go into state and go and access another doctor via telehealth. It is an unnecessary stifling on our public health system and access to GPs. When the COVID vaccine is released, without a reasonable trial period, dare I say that, in March next year, apparently, then is there not going to be queues at our GP offices and clinics, etc., wanting to make sure they can do everything to get this COVID vaccine so we can get back to normal as possible? Therein lies my point there. As I say, if you've got a question you want to make sure that either the Vapor Man or myself address, please make sure you tag at Pippers Live in the chat. Back to you, Vapor Man.
Okay, so another thing that Skerritt said was no effect on vape shops through the prescription model. Well, quite frankly, already the restriction is already having restrictions on vape. It is already having effects on vape shops. I mean, if you're a smoker and you see a vape shop and you walk in and you go, "Hi, I'd like to purchase something to transition away from cigarettes to something that is either safer or more enjoyable or both," and the guy says, "Yeah, well, we can sell." It'd be like going into Toyota and going, "Well, we can sell you the chassis, the wheels, the upholstery, but you have to get like the engine and all the other parts from overseas." That's an effect on vape shops, and that's not only an effect on vape shops. That's an effect on people looking to quit smoking, or even dual use. If you want to dual use, I would say dual use is better than just smoking, right? If you're gonna cut down your smoking by 10 cigarettes and vape, I say go for it. And that's better than just smoking in general. The next thing he said, it will be up to the individual. Well, Mr. Skerritt, just make it up to the individual, right? We're the only country in the world who's considering this model. An absolute ban is only going to lead to a black market at this point. As Colin Mendelsohn said, cat's out of the bag. And if you want to leave it up to the individual, then leave it up to the individual. A GP has a lot of other things to consider than whether you need a regulated device, whether you want to use 18650s, whether you want to have a disposable vape pod system. A GP is not going to know that. A GP doesn't care. This sort of stuff is good for specialist vape shops. Do you know how many different kinds of medicines pharmacists have to go through? They're going to tailor make each different smoker's situation to their personal standings, including their taste and what flavors they like.
And pay TGA the application cost per product, of course, as well. It's clearly an unworkable model, and there's no doubt John Skerritt was being a little bit cute. Oh, look, people have got a choice. They're individuals. They can go and go where the nicotine is available. They can go where it's not available. It doesn't matter that there's a few thousand jobs across Australia that would absolutely fall in a hole, which is just the last thing we want in these harsh economic times at the moment.
And Skerritt also said something about the Catholic Church and the pill, talking about the contraception pill, and saying how that was, he brought that up, and it's like, that's the exact example I would use. I mean, what you're talking about is abstinence only. You want to stop people from using nicotine. Why? Are you saying nicotine is dangerous? No, you're not saying that. You just want people not to use nicotine anymore. And see, here's the thing: the only like ray of light, the only reason I don't think Skerritt is perhaps Satan incarnate or something, right? From a medical perspective, right? Not having nicotine, well, that's not even true in all situations, because if you have schizophrenia and a whole bunch of other things, or, you know, if you're in a position of stress, like during a pandemic and a financial crash, right, you might want to have some sort of mild stress reliever without, you know, using Pfizer's or Purdue's antipsychotics or heroin-based, not heroin-based, you know, the opiate-based painkillers, right? To talk about the Catholic Church and their you know, zealot approach against things like the pill, and be anti-vaping is just the biggest...
It's a massive oxymoron, right? It's it's the epitome of an oxymoron. It's right there in the dictionary. Just quickly, just make this point. I'm just keeping a lookout as we approach at 1:06 p.m. But apparently down there in Canberra right now, I'm retransmitting from Queensland, where it's 1:06 p.m. and I've got an eye out to my right hand of the screen. As soon as they come back, we'll be flicking straight over to all the live action straight away, taking more notes to maybe have a good discussion about later. What other points of notes have you got there for us?
Also, just before I continue, I want to say, cut me off mid-sentence as soon as anything comes up on the screen when it comes to that, because that's the important stuff.
Absolutely.
Skerritt also said, big tobacco, draw your own conclusions. Well, you're the expert there. You're supposed to be making the conspiracy theories and saying them to the Senate, but I'll draw my own conclusion. Here's what I think. Here's the reason I think, and this was also asked of the New Zealand doctor. I'm sorry, I forget his name again.
Mr. Hayden McRobbie.
McRobbie, yes.
Mm-hmm.
He was asked the same question. Why do the Australian health professionals seem to have interpreted the evidence the wrong way? You know what? I'll draw my own conclusion, like Mr. Skerritt just did. Look, if you've got a Monopoly game and you can either be in charge of the money and all the pieces, or you can just let people play with it. It's some sort of you know, it's like, would you rather be in control of an industry that is probably going to take off and save a lot of lives, and then say, oh, we did this, we made sure the products that came in were safe, and look at us, pat ourselves on the back. Oh, we did such a great job with the plain packaging, and then we were the ones to bring in e-cigarettes, and there was none of this barley stuff that happened in the US. No, we got it right. I think that's the conclusion I would draw to why the TGA is doing what they're doing.
Yeah, look, I'll just quickly make this point and rehash this point somewhat and just bring it home. Now, we heard from John Skerritt from the TGA. He'd come before this committee only a couple of weeks ago, and he was clearly asked the question, have you ever been in a vape shop? And he said, yes, I have. Here's my challenge to all those who are watching now, live or in the replay. If you have seen Mr. Skerritt in your vape shop and talking reasonably with the staff to learn more about vaping, and actually maybe even learning some information from not only, you know, the proprietors of said vape shop, but also from the staff, please let me know if you're from the staff of that vape shop, or if you've got any further information. I would love to be able to factoid or fact check that particular statement that he clearly made under oath in the previous hearing. Sorry, just got a quick question I need to refer to. Graham asks, what happens to the funding of organisations like the Cancer Council once vaping has eradicated tobacco use in Australia? Look, what I will say is that from my investigations of the Cancer Council, sure, there may be some government funding, but they don't only rely on government funding, etc. Please also acknowledge that whilst the $17+ billion is raised in tobacco excises and taxes every year, only a very minute amount of that is actually then filtered back out into basically to help people get off smoking. Only a very small amount of that as a percentage. Off the top of my head, please don't hold me to this. I believe it's only about 3%. I stand corrected, and I know there's some good people out there that will correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it's only about 3% gets out. As far as what will happen to the Cancer Council, is it a quit industry? I just raised the question. As Dr. Joe Kostridge clearly raised the question also on a previous production called Australia Up in Smoke. If you haven't watched it, it's available on this channel. Nice big lengthy documentary about how the hell we got here. At least some of the story. But he raises the point. Is there a quit industry? We've seen $12.4 million of our taxpayers' money, Australia's taxpayers' money, being thrown into various studies and research over the duration regarding e-cigarettes. We're at this point today where it seems, and some of the value points that Vaporman's already made here, that there still doesn't seem to be value for money. I don't think there's a really good ROI happening there. Return on investment for sure. It appears that Emily Banks doesn't seem over it. She's got a lot to come back to. There's $750,000 worth there. Now, as far as will places like the Cancer Council continue receiving funding, well, keep in mind they do sell a lot of daffodils through one of the highest cigarette distributors across Australia, being the Woolworths Limited Network. So they certainly rely on cigarette sales to happen, because if they don't sell daffodils, if Woolies don't sell smokes, you know, it's absurd to think about that correlation in that particular respect, but hey, it is what it is. Does the Cancer Council exist because people are dying of cancer? Of course they do. Did they start up as a wonderful, noble cause to be able to assist families, offer support through one of the hardest times of their lives? Absolutely they did. Do they stand to benefit and create employment opportunities for a lot of people? Absolutely they do. If, you know, smoking rates massively decline and less people are getting cancer, will those people who are employed stand to maybe lose their job and have to diversify onto another area of health? God, I only hope so, and that is the reason why they're there. As far as all their funding goes, have a look at their website. They've got a full declaration on their website that is very, very difficult to try and interpret exactly where their money is coming from. But hey, we're not here today for that. Let's talk more about some key points by Vaporman.
Yes. Okay, so another thing, I've seen it in the chat, and it's in my notes here. It's actually very big. It's right there, right? Big. Weasel Words. Yay! Weasel Words. Somebody said it. Thank you so much. Matt Canavan, I believe that was. Weasel Words. Yes. Truth of power. One example of Weasel Words by Skerritt is if it's not regulated, if nicotine is not regulated, then it's a poison. If it is regulated, then it's a medicine. As far as I was aware, nicotine doesn't change chemically whether it's regulated or not, right? It's a double slit experiment here. Nicotine is nicotine, right? The nicotine in an eggplant, which was also brought up, which I'm very happy about.
Right.
A lot of points, a lot of Vapeman's favorite points have been brought up, which makes me Vapeman very happy. But yeah, poison or medicine. Look, there's just so much politics and so much baggage brought into this thing, and I understand it too. I mean, some people may think Skerritt is evil, some people may think Banks is evil. I'm sure they think we are evil, but if we can just tone down the rhetoric a little bit, and you know, with the it's like they said, we have a large body of evidence, and I was screaming at the damn screen, going, "It took you a year to find out about Avali and vitamin E acetate." That's like just recent news to them, apparently. Talk to vapors. Talk to us, please. Not just bomb on Twitter and then block us. For
Exactly.
There are lives at stake here.
And therein lies a massive point there, a massive point. And again, it reiterates what Mr. Canavan said originally. Are you engaging with vapors? Are you engaging with smokers at ground level? Or are you basically, he didn't say it, but he might as well have said, are you sitting in an ivory tower looking down, making decisions along for the people? Because seriously, we together, you know, we can achieve. Together, we've all got brains. Our whole country, our whole of Australia that we can be so dearly proud of, our whole world we can be dearly proud of, is all about coming together, learning from each other, empowering each other to make positive changes so that way we can all live a lot better life. Anyway, that's I'll just step off the little soapbox and go say back over to you.
No. Vape Man loves boxes and love listening. But you were telling me, like, we got a little chat going on in Zoom in the background, and you were telling me, oh, you got to tear Emily Banks apart. Finally, we get to Emily Banks now. We're at that stage, right? Pippa, if the Parliament's going back on, just cut me off. But,
absolutely, sure.
So, Emily Banks was talking about the long-term nicotine use. Her basic argument was this. It's too soon. That was the only argument she had. It's been 15 years. How long do you want to have? There was another argument about, look, it took us 30 years from the advent of smoking, which smoking has been around for a lot longer, but mass production of cigarettes had been the problem, and just the amount that people smoke. It took something like 50 years for us to fully understand what the problems were with cigarettes, and it'll take another 50 years or 30 years to understand what the problems are with vaping. Let me give you another damn statistic. Human civilization, back in not Constantinople, even further back, like the Mesopotamians and all that sort of stuff. Human civilization has been around for 20,000 years. We didn't split the atom until like 50 years ago, right? If we find a new form of if we find a new piece of uranium, are we going to go, well, it took us 20,000 years to first discover radioactivity, so we're going to have to wait another 20,000 years before we can actually really say what this new form of muscovium or whatever it is? No. The technology has advanced so much that within 20 minutes you can get a sample of gas and find out pretty much, with spectroscopy, all the different sorts of things that are in there. So to use the argument that it took us so long to understand smoking, science has come a long way. Follow the damn science, not past precedent when it comes to this sort of thing. Yeah.
Look, I was just in the background. Just quickly having a look at just how far back does Emily Banks' history go as a professor, as a scientist, as somebody who really takes a really intense interest of smoking. And I know it's been a long time. I would like to get that information if I can, but I know it's certainly been well more than 10 years. She's certainly had also... it's around about all smoking topics, including the use of e-cigarettes. So she's no rookie. So it does make you sort of question if she isn't a rookie or a brand new on this particular topic, why she's had some difficulty answering some questions that seem to be pretty logical that she would be able to.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing I want to add to is it's like, I complain about tribalism all the time, and just people don't come together and talk and actually discuss the issues. And but to be fair to these people at the TGA and some of these very anti-vaping people, you have to remember they have a very different view and they focus on very different things. For example, old Vapor Man here didn't start smoking till he was 21. And by that time, in my whole lifetime, I've never seen big tobacco ads. Now, I know my history. I've looked back at some of the horrible things that they've done in the past, what they knew, when they knew it, and what marketing practices they used in spite of that knowledge. And that's horrific and horrifying. But I don't blame big tobacco for my cigarette addiction. I knew damn well cigarettes were bad for me when I started. With hubris, I said, well, I can just have, this one with my friends and, it's kind of cool to do whatever. And the next thing you know, a few years down the track, you're smoking a pack a day. To these anti-vaping people, which is a completely different subject in my opinion. I've never bought a product from big tobacco relating to vaping. From what I know, there's like Blue and Juul and all of these things, and I have no interest in buying them personally. I think big tobacco have already made enough money off me, not to mention the damn federal government. But
sorry, hold that thought. James Reid, on behalf of everybody, knock him dead. Just tell it how it is. We wouldn't expect any less from you, James. Excellent.
Godspeed, my friend. Thank you for the submission too.
Yep, absolutely. Sorry, keep going.
Completely lost my train of thought, but yeah, my basic point is, look, let's not just label the other side as evil. Let's try to understand them. Maybe that way we can come to an understanding. And I know that's difficult when they block you and when they act ridiculously, but I don't know. That's my thoughts. Maybe I'm naive. Maybe I think people.
Challenging discussions is what democracy is all about. It is what the strength of Australia is all about, is what the strength of the Commonwealth is about. And, there's no way we can get the best solutions, of course, when we're getting blocked. Now, I can tell you, I have been blocked by nearly every person. Actually, Emily Banks isn't accessible on there, but I've been blocked by Quit Victoria. Quit Victoria has blocked me. On Facebook. Basically, the lady who heads up the Cancer Council, Aranda, she has blocked me. Another organisation headed up as part of the arm of Cancer Council WA under Ashcash or Ashkosh or something, basically trying to eliminate tobacco smoking, which is great. Let's get rid of tobacco smoking, but let's get rid of it together, has blocked me, Morris Swanson. Simon Chapman, of course, we all know about Simon Chapman because he makes sure that everybody knows about Simon Chapman. But, if we all want to be in this conversation, let's be in this conversation. Nothing is achieved down a one-way street. We're going to go one direction and that is it. Unless we have, at some point, where we can meet at the side of the road, although we're going in different directions here, we can meet at the side of the road and work out the best plan to travel, on with this whole issue. Look, people, we just cannot take this lightly. This is over 50 plus people will die today from a tobacco related illness. Back when I was even in the early 2000s, I was thinking, shit, I've got to smoke, I've got to stop smoking soon, because lo and behold, at least by 2010 they'll be banned the way they're going. They'll be banned. That's what I had in my head, and I'm like, you couldn't stop if you tried. Anyway, look, how are we going for time? We're coming up to 22 minutes past 12, keeping an eye out to the right side of the screen, so as soon as the Senate inquiry comes straight back on, we'll be straight back over. I want to thank you all so much for joining us here to watch the Senate Committee hearing here today live, and I want to also thank you again to the Parliament Broadcasting Department that I contacted to ensure that this was all good and above board to broadcast direct from this hearing today. And I want to thank you to legalisevaping.com.au for also taking a proactive, doing lots of proactive work. We'll probably hear from them later on this afternoon, Brian Marlowe and co, for basically just letting people know maybe some of, what's happening in and around this particular issue. I also want to thank the people at ATHRA as well. So I'm not selling anything, I'm not asking to donate or anything like that, because I'm not allowed to as part of the conditions of this stream. But just want to thank those people. They've shared the stream around and shared a little bit of love, and also provide a lot of data and information and evidence that could certainly help in this inquiry, as we will certainly see later on. I want to thank you too as well, Twitoff, just for having a weird name that I could also attempt to pronounce. And thank you for being a vapor and not smoking, because, the last place that I want my taxes to go. The last place I want my taxes to go is to treating you, nothing personally, or anyone who's got a smoking related illness that didn't have to, not now or in the future. And really, as all Australians, whether we're smokers, vapors or otherwise, that should be our target. That should be our target. Making sure that 17 billion shrivels up. We don't need the 17 billion, not when there's $137+ billion. $137+ billion burdening our economy each and every year as a result of smoking related illness. It is absolutely insane to have all that lost productivity time, to have all that burden on our economy that obviously we can bloody do without right now. as we're obviously in an economic crisis. Let's not downplay it. I don't care how you want to upplay it. We're in an economic crisis right now. And last thing we need is people from vape shops or anyone losing jobs. Last thing we need is being stonewalled either. So anyway, it's great that Hollie Hughes, and big shout out to Hollie Hughes, Senator Hollie Hughes and Senator Matt Canavan for putting forward their political basically going against their leader in health, if you like, in their own federal political parties, to sort of stand back and away, along with another 28 senators, and apparently growing. People like George Christensen and Zimmerman and lots more. Yeah, thank you to Mr. Canavan and Ms. Hughes for putting up this inquiry and with some vigour. With some absolute vigour, and really showing your care for Australian lives as well, because, if you don't, who will? If we don't, who will? Yeah, any other further questions from the chat, please let us know. Otherwise, got any other interesting key thoughts, factoids, things you've seen play out here?
The only thing I've really got to add is coming up next, well, at least the last two speakers or so will be Colin Mendelsohn, Dr. Wodak, and Clive Bates. So we're going to be rounding it off pretty strong. It's going to go all the way till 5:50, I believe, is what it was supposed to be, but they may run over time because they've been running late. So yeah, definitely stay tuned for them. I feel like it's kind of it's almost planned out in a nice sort of way. It's like the whole story thing going to it. You have the trials and tribulations at the beginning, and then towards the end, it's going to be all nice and smooth, and it'll be a nice finish to the day. Are we going to be coming back and doing some extra commentary after that?
Look, yeah, we'll see how we go for time, and maybe we might even come back early next week and do it before further summary. I believe that this time next week there will also be another second section, stage 2 of this inquiry to look forward to, live from Sydney. So we'll see if I can get that live, and we'll see if we can do it all again. Why not? Look, I'm not used to these marathon streams, not to say I haven't done them before, but yeah, it should be absolutely a bunch of fun. Look, speaking of upcoming guests, and you did mention his name, Dr. Alex Wodak, such an important person around the words harm reduction here in Australia. Did you know that not only will I be fully releasing his interview here on this channel from the Australia Up in Smoke, the bits you didn't get to see, it's going to be an hour long. But it's going to be packed full of amazing information, and being able to have an opportunity to just understand what harm reduction really means for us as Australians. If there's somebody who understands what harm reduction means for Australia, it's Dr. Alex Wodak. He was pivotal in Australia in turning around the HIV crisis in the early 80s. Pivotal with ensuring that there were places where people could cleanly use syringes and needles. Absolutely pivotal, even when people said no, even when he was talked down to by politicians in the cold face. We now see the results of that, and the savings of that are literally in their billions saved to our economy. This one's a big one, guys. This is $17 billion. This is the biggest preventable cause of health and disease in Australia. To be able to hear from Dr. Alex Wodak and the amazing experience also of the Dr. Colin Mendelsohn is awesome. Dr. Alex Wodak has over 30 years experience dealing with death and disease as he treated many with all sorts of drug issues at St. Vincent's Hospital for a long time. So to be able to hear from him and see what he thinks regarding the legalisation of vaping and the use of nicotine on this committee hearing will be really something else. You're very welcome, CB, for the stream, and thank you all for just sort of trying to keep cool. It's kind of hard. There are some frustrating bits for a lot of us as we've got to hear some of the hard bits here. You may feel like throwing a shoe at a screen or but please just try and refrain from any personally threatening comments. There's nothing wrong with throwing in the old F-bomb or the old SHIT or anything like that. I'll let the odd one go, but yep, it's good that we can be here. We can share our thoughts in the chat, and I think that's great. I think that's important because I think an important part here, Vaping Man, I don't know about you, but I know one of the important parts, and they sort of touched on it a bit in the hearing, was that sense that, in a sense, they touched on in the hearing is saying, look, you're probably a greater chance of vaping being more successful, at least for the first 4 weeks if you're working in with your doctor, etc. And yes, it is. But we've sort of really turned those figures on their head here in Australia with our legs tied and with handcuffs on and with ridiculous regulations that could see us jailed or up to $45,000 fines or worse. Here we have found a way to stop smoking, and one of the most essential parts of that has been a fantastic online community, either through here and the YouTubes where people can touch base with good people like yourself on your channel, the Vaping Man, or any of these other good people in and around Facebook groups, etc. How important is community being on your journey to remain smoke free?
It's always important when you have a question to talk to people who know what they're talking about and have personal experience in it. I mean, if you have a doctor, they're likely not to be a smoker, much less a vapor. So if you have a specific question about, for example, okay, I use a 4-battery device. The reason I use a 4-battery device is because I'm the ultimate cheapskate. I got a bunch of batteries from a laptop, and now they were at, I believe they were rated. I looked them up. I did my research. I looked them up, and I found out that they were rated to be at 5 amps. Wow. Now, I was using a 1-battery device before that. I've since changed batteries because I use them so much that the sag is crazy. And so all this sort of stuff is the sort of information that you learn when you talk to these sorts of communities, right? And I figured the safest way is to use 4 batteries at 5, rated it to be used at 5 amps, was to combine them all. You put less stress on each individual battery, and then you still have to fire it at a fairly low amount. I think my absolute limit is 20 watts on a 350 watt device, right? But also it's it's capacity, and just like a doctor isn't going to know all these nuances. Like, it has to be a hobby. You have to be able to talk to other people who are into this hobby to find the solution that fits you best. And this is something that the TGA, they view it as either a medicine or a poison, and nicotine is more than that.
I'm told that they're going back now, so bear with me a moment. I'm going to have to flick back over, and thank you for joining us. Right, let's flick back over now.
On procedural rules governing public hearings and claims of public interest immunity have been provided to witnesses and are available from the Secretariat. Witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphones to assist Hansard to record proceedings, and please ensure your microphone is set to mute when you're not speaking to also assist with the recording of this hearing. For the Hansard record, could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear? And I'd now like to invite you to make a brief 3-minute opening statement. Should you wish to do so, please don't feel obligated. And if we start with Professor Beaglehole.
Good afternoon, thank you. My name is Robert Beaglehole. I'm Emeritus Professor at the University of Auckland and Chair of ASH, Action for Smoke Free 2025. My opening statement is that the key issue facing New Zealand is achieving accelerating progress to our smoke-free 2025 goal, which would entail a prevalence of adult smoking for all parts of the population of less than 5%. The key issue for us in New Zealand is the 4,000 deaths every year from cigarette smoking. New Zealand has recently passed an amendment to the Smoke-Free Environments Act on vaping, And this legislation will go some way to promoting reduced harm products for adults, smokers who want to stop, at the same time protecting young people from any efforts by the industry to encourage them to vape and therefore to begin smoking. There are lessons from the New Zealand legislation which are of relevance to Australia. The key point being that the New Zealand government recognises that vaping and other reduced harm products are of benefit to adult cigarette smokers who want to stop, and attempting to get the balance right between helping adult smokers who want to stop and protecting youth. They've done a reasonable job. It could be better. There are positive lessons for Australia. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Borland?
Good afternoon. My name's Chris Bullen. I'm a medical practitioner and with a background in primary care, and I'm Professor of Public Health at the University of Auckland. I've been involved in smoking cessation-related research and treatment for about 15 years, and involved in some of the early and most recent studies on electronic cigarettes as a potential aid to help smokers quit smoking. As a result of my research on the subject, I'm convinced that they do have a place as part of a proportionate risk-based approach to helping smokers to quit. And in the context of our environment in New Zealand, one of the most important considerations is to assist people who have very high prevalence rates of smoking, such as Maori women in particular, and people with mental health conditions, to assist them to quit the most harmful product which is available for sale legally in our countries, tobacco cigarettes. So my submission is that there is a place for these products, but it's important to have regulations such as Robert has described to mitigate the harms and potential harms of these kind of products. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Uden.
Kia ora. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to the committee. I'm a policy advisor and former director of ASH New Zealand. I've got a 20-year background in tobacco, starting in smoking cessation, but also included work on youth smoking prevention and with the European Commission before I came out to this part of the world. And ASH and myself are completely independent. I've never received money or payment from tobacco, pharmaceutical or vaping companies for any of my work at all. I think what I do want to do is just congratulate the committee on looking at this issue from a harm reduction perspective. I think a really well-considered approach to tobacco harm reduction makes very constructive use of vaping and smokeless tobacco products to disrupt smoking in a way that can dramatically reduce the public health impact of combusted tobacco. Particularly, I think, not losing sight of the fact that the public health aims to stop people dying from smoking, which is uniquely harmful. And certainly current evidence is suggesting as many two in 3 lifetime Australian smokers are going to die as a consequence of smoking. I think something that is really important here is the context that we are looking at vaping relative to smoking and the harms from smoking. And a big part of what's happened in New Zealand and what we've talked to our government around is that the way that tobacco and smoking is controlled should not be the baseline for controlling vaping products or safer products, because if we put them under similar or more stringent regulatory frameworks than cigarettes, we entrench the monopoly of smoked tobacco on the way that people get nicotine, and that will continue to have quite catastrophic public health harm. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will kick off. We're obviously quite restrained for time, so there may be some questions that we have to put on notice. If I could just put to the panel, with regards to vaping for a start in New Zealand, is it available as a consumer product or a medicinal product?
That's available as a consumer product.
Okay.
And under the recently passed legislation, it will be regulated and controlled.
Okay. And could you maybe take us through some of the regulatory frameworks that are being put in place to give access to adults that want to use the product as a smoking cessation tool, but to provide safety and security for, stopping access for those at the younger end of the market?
Perhaps I'll start and then the others might follow. Well, vaping products are going to be regulated and controlled, and so only safe products will be available. They will be available widely at convenience stores such as dairies, service stations and supermarkets where they are currently sold. The flavours available in those generic retailers will be limited to 3, tobacco, menthol and mint, which many people think is a mistake, but that can be changed in due course through an order in council. Specialist vaping shops, and there are some restrictions on what that means, have a much wider availability of products and flavours to give, and are able to give advice and support to cigarette smokers assistance in this process of transitioning. There are restrictions on advertising and age limits, of course, point of sale and so forth. But the limitations on flavours in convenience stores was particularly designed to protect young people from buying products, but it's probably not necessary because there are plenty of other avenues for them to get the flavours that they like. The restrictions on flavours for adults is a limitation, and might discourage adult cigarette smokers who want to vape from taking up the options that they need.
Do you have any idea of what the value of the industry is around vaping for New Zealand? Because obviously a lot of Australian companies have actually set up in New Zealand now.
Yeah, no, I don't.
You don't?
Chris? You don't. No.
That's okay. I'm sure we can find that out somewhere else. So what sort of a role, what's the prominence role does vaping play when it comes to the smoke-free 2025 strategy?
Well, in New Zealand, we have done everything recommended by WHO under the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control and the Empower suggestions, as Australia has as well. And we've made some progress, but we still have 12.5% of adult New Zealanders smoking on a daily basis, with, as Chris mentioned, enormous differences by social class and ethnicity. So we haven't yet reached the hardest to, we haven't yet been able to reduce smoking rates by very much in the hardest to reach population groups. And there's quite a lot of evidence that vaping is acceptable to Maori and disadvantaged people. To get to the goal, we have to increase our quits number, successful quits, from 20,000 a year to 60,000. Vaping is the one opportunity we have to do this.
Excellent. So your smoking rate, did you say, is now 2.5%?
No, 12.5.
12.5.
Daily smoke, 12.5.
Yeah, and for Maori women, it's still around about 45%. Pacific people, it's between 30 and 40%, and it varies by Pacific population. But for people with mental health conditions, it's as high as 80 to 85%. So they're more likely to die from their smoking than from the mental health condition they have. And Robert mentioned socioeconomic inequalities as well, so poorer people tend to be more likely to be smokers.
Okay, I understand that New Zealand used to have a program where nicotine replacement therapies such as patches and gum or spray, I'm not quite sure if it was all three, were available for free. Is that correct?
Yeah, that still exists. So probably the largest portion of the tobacco control spend in New Zealand is on subsidised pharmacological therapy for people to quit smoking. I mean, it's helped a huge number of people stop smoking in New Zealand, but I would say it's not helping as many people as it has done in the past now. I mean, probably between 2,000 and 5,000 long-term quitters a year, which isn't a huge number given that we've got nearly half a million smokers. Looking at the types of things people are now using to stop smoking, New Zealand is starting to look very similar to the UK, where more people are starting to use alternates such as vaping than are using nicotine replacement therapies as part of their quit attempts now.
Is that because they're finding them more effective?
A combination. I think in part people prefer them because they're better at satiating the nicotine withdrawal. People can customize them more to their needs. I think a big difference between a pharmacotherapy and a vaping product is a vaping product has been developed with the smoker in mind and what they enjoy, not necessarily with going through rigorous clinical trials. And so they've been much more rapidly evolving and adapting and customizable to what somebody needs in order to satiate their nicotine withdrawal. And I also think the fact that they are more ubiquitously available, albeit through a gas station or a convenience store or specialist vape shops as well. I think people have not had to go through a clinical route to get these products, or feel they're being treated as someone who's sick, or like a patient, they're being treated as a consumer. And I think that's had a much greater appeal to people who are looking for an alternative.
Mm-hmm. So not shaming the smoker and treating them like an individual and giving them access to a consumer product has made the difference in increasing smoking cessation levels, would you say?
I think it's certainly to increasing the number of people who are trying vaping as a means to quit smoking.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. The other dimension to vaping products is that they do replicate some of the hand-to-mouth movement, and so to that extent, there's a sort of behavioural substitution. Just don't get with the pharmacotherapy products. There's a nicotine inhaler, but it's much more like an asthma inhaler. It looks like a medical product. So to that extent, as Ben said, they're much more consumer focused in their look and feel and use. And I think that's been one of their success factors behind their popularity.
Yeah, no, I agree. There doesn't seem to have been much focused on the behavioural therapy side of smoking as opposed to the clinical side of nicotine addiction. I'll hand over to Senator Sheldon.
Thank you, Chair. Just I've sent you a note, and I just which I've been asking other participants that are non-government to respond to, and I thank you, Professor Eubin. You've already responded to it in your opening statement. But earlier this week, when I drew to your attention Article 5.3 of the World Health Organization Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, and the need for this inquiry to be held at the highest levels of integrity and transparency, can I ask you from the outset, have any of you been in receipt, directly or indirectly through another organisation, of financial support or other assistance in kind, such as public relations, campaign support, travel expenses, IT support, etc., by any parties involved in the production, distribution or sale of tobacco, nicotine or vaping products? And could you disclose the nature of the support, the amount of value provided, and the company or organisation providing the support? If we could just ask you first, Professor Beaglehole.
I have no such associations to report.
Thank you, Professor. Professor Borland?
Yes, look, I have acted as a consultant for Johnson & Johnson, the manufacturer of nicotine replacement products, when I was invited to last year on a NRT pharmaceutical product in the Japanese market. It was a small amount of money that's been devoted to my PhD student support. That's the entire association. I have no association with the tobacco or vaping industry in any way.
Thank you, Professor. Let's go to a question. For the first time, I understand for the first time in 20 years, and by all means correct me if you have a different view, smoking prevalence in school-aged New Zealand children has increased rather than decreased, and there's a reversal has occurred over the last few years, alongside a rapid increase in vaping among young New Zealanders. Is that correct?
No, it's not. So we've seen an increase in the number of. So the survey that's being referred to is the ASH Year 10 survey, which is one that I think both the other panelists have been involved with in one way or another for many years. It's a snapshot survey of largely 14-year-old students in New Zealand. And it's shown a consistent decline in daily smoking for those students over the last 20 years, down now to sort of around about 2%. We started monitoring use of vaping products in that survey around about 5 years ago. And we look at whether or not they've experimented with the vaping product and then the frequency of use, whether they're using it monthly or weekly or daily. What we've observed in the survey is that of the students who vape, less than 0.8% of them are never smokers. They're almost exclusively students who smoke. So what we're beginning to sort of investigate a bit more in that survey and understand is that whilst young people are experimenting with vaping, those that do experiment are much more likely to be ones who smoke. And so, I mean, there's quite a reasonable hypothesis that they may well be using vaping for similar reasons to adults, which is to come off the cigarettes, especially because it's most likely to be those students who vape daily. We're not seeing anything we could call a trend in terms of youth smoking going back up. We're down to extremely low numbers in that survey of young people who smoke now. I mean, in the hundreds, really, nationwide, not the thousands. So in terms of, a kind of less than a percentage change year on year might be expected just as a fluctuation from, say, a couple of schools dropping out or the demographics of a school changing. So I don't think it's at all possible to draw a conclusion that those smoking rates are going up. So the other survey which looks at youth smoking in New Zealand is the New Zealand Health Survey. And the largest decline of any age group in smoking in New Zealand year on year has been the 15 to 18-year-olds. And that's despite increased experimentation with vaping with 14-year-olds. So if we look at where those 14-year-olds who were experimenting with vaping were 2 or 3 years ago, we're not seeing a corresponding increase in smoking in the 15 to 18-year-olds now. So I think it's extremely difficult to draw. I don't believe it's possible to draw a conclusion that there's any significant increase in smoking for those young people or any causation, definitely no ability to infer causation from vaping.
So from that, so the youth in the regular smoking in that age group we just talked about, has it increased from in 2016 to 2019?
So the ASH Year 10 survey, the smoking's decreased over that time.
From 16 to 19?
From 16 to 19, yeah.
Yep.
We saw a small increase in 18 to 19.
Oh, we're seeing a slight increase, 18 and 19-year-olds, right. Some in Australia advocate for the regulation of e-cigarettes to be regulated by the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission rather than the Therapeutic Goods Administration. In light of how New Zealand regulates vaping, do you see any pitfalls in Australia removing the regulation of vaping from a health setting and placing it purely in a consumer policy setting? Any one of you, either of you would be fine. If it makes it easy, I'll go to you, Dr. Eden. You're still on my screen.
I'm glad you promoted me to a doctor or a professor. So I wish it was that easy. I think it's correct to put the regulations as with health in my view, because and this is something we strongly advocated for in New Zealand. Was that we wanted a fairly robust but flexible regulatory approach set on health grounds rather on consumer grounds. So whilst I believe there's benefit in the product being largely and broadly available to consumers, we also want the ability that, Robert talked previously about flavours, for example. And if we learned that a particular flavour or constituent caused harm that we didn't previously know about, or had particular appeal to young people, or had some kind of unintended consequence, we want the ability to change that as rapidly and as quickly as possible. And likewise, on the flip side, if we discovered that a certain type of product was much less harmful than previously assumed, or was proving to have particular efficacy and working very well in terms of a particular population changing their smoking behaviour, we'd also want the ability to make that perhaps available through state smoking cessation services or through clinical settings, and encourage people to use that product. So I think health regulation is the right place.
I would agree with that. I think the key issue around control of reduced harm products is to make sure that they're readily and widely and easily available to adult cigarette smokers who want to stop. We must focus on the adult at-risk cigarette smokers, because that's where the gains from a public health point of view. And in New Zealand, as I think Ben has said, there is no evidence of an epidemic of youth vaping. And our policy decisions should be always focused on the need to help adult cigarette smokers stop. That's where the public health gains are going to come from.
Yeah, I'd support that view as well. And just to make the point that the wide availability is absolutely critical because of the relatively low efficacy of all nicotine replacement products, be they pharmaceutical or e-cigarette products. It's that reach to people, and particularly groups who haven't accessed support in the past, where there's a real strength for some of these novel nicotine delivery products like e-cigarettes.
I'll have more questions on notice, but back to you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Senator Sheldon. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. I think Professor Bullen, I believe you were one of the authors of the Cochrane Review. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you hear the evidence of Professor Banks earlier this morning?
No, I missed that, unfortunately. I was another word.
No problems. Just to relate to you, Professor Banks, you're aware Professor Banks is doing a study for the Australian government? Okay, thank you.
Yes, I've seen their report.
Okay, yep, right. And so in that capacity, she was here this morning, and when asked about differences in conclusions between the Cochrane Review and her own review, she claimed that the Cochrane Review is not independent, and I just wanted to get your views on the veracity or integrity of Cochrane reviews, and this one in particular.
Right, so I think the concern there she's probably expressing is the fact that several of the reviewers have been authors on trials that are included in the review. It's not particularly unusual. I'm also on several other Cochrane review groups. We're looking at nicotine replacement products and some of the trials that I've led in the past, all public trials funded by the Health Research Council of New Zealand, explicit declaration of our interests, etc., published in peer-reviewed publications. They're part of that review. I'm also a co-author on a Cochrane review of mobile phones to help people quit smoking. So there's nothing particularly, and I've been an author on some of the papers included in that review. There's nothing unique about that if you look at many of the Cochrane reviews. The main thing is that we declare that it's very transparent about our involvement, and that's always been the case with Cochrane reviews. And I don't think there's never been a question about it. This is the first time I've had this question raised, actually. I have to say I was quite surprised.
Right. So you're not aware of anyone else making this kind of criticism of Cochrane reviews, which we were told earlier, and I'm of the understanding are quite internationally regarded as having a high amount of integrity and merit?
Absolutely. They do have a high amount of integrity and merit. They're widely cited. They're probably an example of best practice in terms of synthesis of research information. And absolutely no question I have been aware of in the past about this issue.
Just to stick with the Cochrane review, your view, the view of that, or the conclusion of that I can recall, was that e-cigarettes would probably help people quit smoking at least over a 6-month period. Is that's your own personal conclusion, looking at the evidence too? Is it, Professor Bullen?
Yes, I mean it's a consensus view that the group of authors arrive at, and I can assure you there's a lot of debate. because nothing is cut and dried in research. There are always margins of uncertainty that we have to come to terms with. I think the key thing is that the evidence supports products that contain nicotine. So e-cigarettes that don't have nicotine, and there are non-nicotine delivering e-cigarettes, they don't appear to be particularly effective, although there is a sort of placebo effect of having something in your hand and mouth. It's the delivery of nicotine that makes the difference, and that's certainly one of the important findings from the Cochrane analysis. But it's always been made very clear in every publication around the of the reviews that are issued that there's only a relatively small number of trials, and so the more data we get, the more robust we can base our conclusions and be confident about them. So that's why there's some words like moderate certainty and that kind of thing wrapped around those conclusions.
You said, I think, that you have read the Banks review, is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct, yes.
And it comes to quite different conclusions, as far as I can tell, as the Cochrane review. Have you looked at or can help us understand perhaps why it came to different conclusions, if there is obvious reasons for that?
Yes, so the conclusion is based on what's called a meta-analysis, where there's a pooling of the data from the included trials that are regarded as being the ones to include in the synthesis of data. One of the trials that Dr. Banks included involved an e-cigarette product that had practically no nicotine in it, whereas on the Cochrane review, we only included trials that had e-cigarettes that delivered nicotine. And so I think what happened was there was effectively a dilution of effect. And the second point about the Banks analysis was a different methodology for synthesizing the evidence. I don't want to get too technical here, but the Cochrane review uses what's called a fixed effects method. She used a random effects method, which one could criticize because there's such little data. So we've stuck with the standard Cochrane approach, and the results of what we get, and they differ. They come down on the side of suggesting there's a modest benefit, about the equivalent to that of nicotine replacement products.
So is the Banks review reliance on the random effects model, is that unconventional in your view?
It's it's like all of these kind of things. There are strengths and weaknesses, and we would argue that our approach is probably better given the relatively few component studies to the meta-analysis. But Dr. Banks may have another view, and we may not be able to agree on that position.
Just my final question, Chair, or it's a relatively open-ended one, and to any of the witnesses now, I'm moving away from the Cochrane review specifically. I think most of you, or all of you here, are from or experienced regulation in other countries. How would you categorise Australia's approach to the regulation of e-cigarettes relative to other countries, I suppose, especially like-minded developed countries around the world?
Oh, can I have a say while I'm on the screen?
You go, Professor Borland, you're on screen, so you start.
So I think it's perhaps from a patient perspective, it might seem to be somewhat restrictive and punitive, would be my view, because the current situation makes it quite difficult for people who've tried everything to help them quit smoking and found nothing apart from those cigarettes. It's quite hard for them to jump hoops to get what they might need to preserve good health and live a bit longer by quitting cigarettes.
Any other
views?
Yes,
I would say that it's a very backward step and very disappointing. If we start from the basis that these reduced harm products are indeed less harmful and help adult cigarette smokers who want to stop, we need to do all we can to make them widely available cheaply, because they do work and they help adult cigarette smokers stop. Anything that hinders that approach is retrograde and will continue to lead to unnecessary adult smoking deaths.
And Mr. Uden, did you have anything to add? Don't feel obligated.
I agree with my colleagues, and I think, as I said in my opening statement, I have real concern that anything which regulates much safer alternates in a way that makes them less accessible and harder to get as a source of nicotine than combustible cigarettes entrenches the monopoly of combustible cigarettes as the main source of nicotine, and that has substantial population health harm.
Thanks,
Anything else, Senator Canavan, will put on questions on notice? Senator Urquhart.
Thank you very much. Look, I might just continue on that one for a moment. So it's often said that the historic failure to regulate tobacco, indeed for allow it to be even sold, was perhaps the greatest regulatory failure in public health history, and that the world has taken 60 years to get to where we are today in roping the tobacco industry with policies designed to arrest the use of tobacco. So I'm just interested in whether the different panellists agree with that statement.
I think it's a fair enough statement, but I don't think it's one that justifies taking a overly prohibitive or restrictive approach to vaping or safer nicotine. And the reason it doesn't is because we are in a situation where we have millions of people who are dependent on nicotine around the world, and hundreds of thousands in New Zealand and millions in Australia as well. And so we're now faced with the problem of helping to move those people away from that problem and away from combusted nicotine. And so I think we do need to kind of embrace and shepherd innovations which are going to help undo that mistake from the past, and trying to do what many would say we should have done with cigarettes 70 years ago and stop it dead in its tracks is not going to work, because we have so many people who are so far down that path of dependence on cigarettes that we desperately need to do something to help them.
Others? Professor
Yeah, I think these are interesting historical analogies, and we can learn from. I think the great beauty is that over the last 10 years, we've had less harmful alternate nicotine delivery systems available, and we should be doing everything now to make them widely available to help the adult cigarette smokers who want to stop. They're cheap, they work, and they're widely acceptable.
Yes, and just to add to that, for the first time now we have some of these products are able to deliver nicotine to levels which are on a par with that delivered by cigarettes. So we have the possibility, it wasn't here until a few years ago, of direct substitution with contaminated, dirty smoked tobacco, cigarettes delivering nicotine to effectively clean nicotine as a substitute. So it's somewhat analogous to the idea of, it's not immediately analogous, but the harm reduction approach with contaminated dirty needles and syringes. And so we've got this issue of hundreds of thousands of smokers, moving them across, if they can't put in any other way, to these safer products has really become a possibility for the first time.
Okay, I guess I sort of threw that statement up because one of the things that I was raising in the context of it was around if we contrast that with, say, pharmaceutical drugs that we know have a history of rapid and complete withdrawal, where strong evidence comes later in years. So, you put a process in place somewhere down the track, you realise or it's proved that there is harm. Isn't it a lot easier to withdraw that product and process if it's within a tight regulatory process?
Yes, and that's exactly what we've got, that we're hoping we will see in New Zealand. Exactly. So the regulatory framework has got levers to enable us, if an currently undetected adverse effect becomes apparent with the use of some of these products, then there's that opportunity to invoke those regulatory levers and store the product. To my knowledge, there's been no signal to date from our Centre for Adverse Reactions Monitoring of any harmful effects of all the vaping in New Zealand. Whereas, we know what the body count is like from tobacco, and so we've got to keep that in mind as we consider, I think, the regulatory framework.
Okay, I've just got one other question, Chair, and it's around the issue of the Youth 19 study of smoking and vaping. I'm assuming that you're all aware of that and familiar with that, that study? Yes? Yep, I can see some heads nodding, so I'll take that you're familiar with it. So there's a table, I'm looking at a vaping fact sheet. It's called Youth 19 Vaping Fact Sheet. On the second page of that, there's a table, and it shows that regular 9.8 and weekly 5.8 vaping now well exceeds the regular 3.8 and weekly 2.4 smoking rates. So I guess your regulations ban the advertising of and sales of e-cigarettes to children, yet we are now seeing through that survey the uptake of regular vaping in school kids. So I guess my analogy would be, are you now trying to put a genie back in a bottle which is very determined to stay out of that bottle? So, Professor Borland, you are still on the big screen if you would like to.
I'm sorry, I was
That's
just
okay.
checking my phone, looking at the table. Look, I think that there has been a certain extent to which there's been a regulatory gap for a couple of years in New Zealand, and we're now starting to address that. And so in that period, of course, there's been experimentation by young people. I think with the regulations to restrict advertising, sales, promotion, sponsorship, etc., all those activities that have gone on to young people, and will help. I think the analogy of the genie in the bottle is perhaps over egging it somewhat. When we look at the numbers coming from our trends data in the systematic ASH surveys, which are very, very large surveys of our 14 and 15-year-olds in New Zealand, I don't see quite the same as we're seeing in the Youth 19 survey, which is somewhat historic. So I'm more confident that it's not going to be quite what that fact sheet would imply. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't keep monitoring closely what's happening. And I think it's absolutely vital that there's close monitoring of youth vaping and what they're vaping, how they're vaping, in relation to smoking, of course.
Okay, I'm happy for other panellists to contribute. Yep.
Yeah, I'd agree, because I mean, something I'd probably just add as well to the Youth 19 survey is that it also includes kids up to the age of 18 who are legally allowed to buy cigarettes, and under our new, literally implemented about 2 days ago, laws on vaping, would be legally entitled to buy vaping products as well, and would have been able to buy products under the industry's own kind of controls that they had under a totally unregulated free market until a couple of days ago. And so some of that does need to be kind of extrapolated and unpacked from that survey as well, particularly when we look at other surveys like the New Zealand Health Survey that shows that for those who are 18, they've had huge declines in tobacco use that very strongly correlate with increased use of vaping as well. And we don't necessarily know, what came first as well. So I think just the way that data is presented would probably benefit from a bit more kind of analysis, because it's not necessarily consistent with other population level surveys we have on youth behaviour.
And I might just add that it doesn't seem, at least in New Zealand and most other countries, that youth vaping is a gateway to smoking. It does seem like young kids who vape do a lot of things. take a lot of risks, and maybe this is just one risk they're taking. However, even if young people were becoming dependent on vaping, and that's very rare in New Zealand, it's very unlikely that they will go on to become experimental smokers, and very unlikely they'll become confirmed smokers, even less likely that they'll smoke for the 20 or 30 years that is needed to give them significant harms. So I think the youth vaping so-called issue has been used to distract attention from the serious public health problem, which is helping adult cigarette smokers stop as a matter of urgency, particularly if we want to reach the 2025 goal.
Just one quick follow-up. Sorry, I have to ask this. Professor Beaglehole, what are you basing that information on when you say that these young people will not go on to smoke in 20 or 30 years? What's the evidence around that?
There's, of course, no evidence because we haven't had youth vaping for 20, 30 years. It just seems to me extremely unlikely, given that there's no evidence that they're becoming dependent on vaping, given that the smoking rates in young people are coming down, given that cigarette smoking is now so uncool. And the fact that adults are stopping cigarette smoking is another important role model for young kids. It just seems to me extremely unlikely that we'll have an upsurge in youth smoking, adult smoking as a consequence of wider availability of vaping. The evidence, of course, will come in 20 or 30 years, and you'll be around to see it, but I won't.
I hope so.
Thanks, Senator Urquhart. Senator Seward.
Thank you. Senator Urquhart went to the question I was just about to ask in terms of the evidence around youth taking up smoking, but does take me to the other question I wanted to ask, which was about advertising. And I'm sorry I missed the very beginning of your evidence. A, I was in transit, and then B, I had tech problems. But in terms of restrictions on advertising, there's obviously limits on it. You know, in Australia, we've got limits on advertising alcohol and gambling for young people, but the way ads are done, it's very obvious they're targeted at young people, whether the industry acknowledges it or not. Young people give evidence that they realise that these ads are targeted towards them. What limits have you got to ensure that advertising isn't being targeted at young people?
Well, until really, to be honest, a couple of days ago, we had no restrictions on advertising.
Yes, I understand that. Yep.
Yes. And so, you know, we have, in many ways, we've been a bit of an experiment of what happens when you've got a free, unregulated market in vaping products. And whilst it's not all been, you know, lots of things could have been better, I guess the world hasn't ended. It's not been as catastrophic as perhaps it could have been. I think where the position that certainly my view in terms of how we need to manage the advertising in New Zealand is there's always been kind of rogue players who've done advertising which clearly has appeal to young people, and it's very unhelpful. We don't necessarily need that. I think there is a real need to have a balance between quite clear, directed messages to adult smokers about switching without necessarily it being over medicalized, and ensuring that they have good information about the products. And unfortunately, as a consequence of our election cycle and the vaping legislation being through Parliament in New Zealand, meant that we did have a state-funded public campaign around giving people quite impartial, evidence-based information about the benefits of switching and understanding. And something I would really kind of strongly endorse is that type of approach, because it means that consumers are getting good, robust, peer-reviewed, evidence-based information that's put into good consumer language and is come from a place of public health benefit, not of making money. It's around, and sadly, that's been on ice in New Zealand. And we
So
hope
do
that
the
will
new, I understand where you're coming from, but do the new rules ensure that's the sort of approach that will be taken?
They should do, because the advertising, the vaping can no longer be advertised on television, on radio, and on social media in the same. It's under almost the same level of restriction as tobacco advertising now.
Okay.
Although that doesn't stop sort of state campaigns being run around switching.
Yeah. Okay. I see where you're coming from. One of the other issues that's come up this morning is this issue about dual use. So not necessarily leading to a cessation of smoking, but people doing both. Is opinion on that? How strongly do you think that's going to play into that's going to come into effect? In other words, you're going to see the dual use rather than cessation.
Can I speak to that? Just to say that there's no question that there's a lot of dual use that goes on with people who switch to vaping. Many of them don't completely switch from smoking immediately. One of the problems with the scientific assessment of e-cigarettes is that it follows a particularly rigid framework, which is necessary, I guess, to kind of get the apples and apples comparators with studies. But it doesn't really necessarily reflect the real world and the fact that smoking is a chronic relapsing condition. And that sometimes we need to be a little bit more patient, I think, with smokers to take not just 8 weeks or 3 months or 6 months to quit, but to realise that it's quite a long journey for many people. And so I think one of the important features about the trials that need to be done is that they need to extend out much longer than 6 months, even longer than 12 months, to capture that transition. And there's certainly evidence from work I've been involved with as colleagues in the US where, with the right kind of information and support, you can nudge people who are making that transition far more quickly once they're better informed and have the support to get off cigarettes completely and just into e-cigarettes, and then hopefully to quit those altogether and breathe fresh air, which is be the ideal for many people. But, so I think we are kind of constrained somewhat by the scientific evidence points out the fact that there is a lot of dual use that goes on. Having said that, even cutting down the amount of cigarettes you smoke, it isn't perfect, but it does reduce your risk of long-term respiratory consequences, probably not the cardiovascular consequences. There's still probably some risks of various forms of cancer, but there's emerging evidence that the risk of respiratory consequences of smoking, and if you go to dual use, you're smoking fewer cigarettes, then that's of benefit. So there is some benefit, but it's not perfect.
Thank you.
Are you happy to put any? Sorry, Senator Seward. Are you happy to put any other questions on notice?
Yeah, I've got quite a few, so yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, Senator Henderson, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to our witnesses for appearing this afternoon. Look, I just wanted to firstly ask Professor Beaglehole, you were with the World Health Organization, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. I was the director of the Department of Chronic Disease and Health Promotion for several years. And
what period of time is that?
That was from 2003 to 2007, and of relevance perhaps at the time of the development of the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, which I took part in.
Are you aware of the position of the World Health Organization in relation to e-cigarettes and the publication
Yes.
with the heading "E-cigarettes are harmful to health," published on the WHO's website on the 5th of February?
Yes, I'm painfully aware of WHO's statements and publications on e-cigarettes, and extremely disappointed that the organisation hasn't adopted the best approach to the available policy for various reasons.
or just to share with those who are reading the Hansard or listening to this broadcast, the WHO has made some very strong statements in relation to electronic nicotine delivery systems, including, of course, e-cigarettes, stating that it is of particular public health concern that increasingly children and adolescents take up the use of e-cigarettes in some countries. So obviously a very, very strong statement by the organisation for which you used to work, which really flies in the face of much of your evidence today.
Yes, absolutely. It does fly in the face not only of the evidence presented today by this group of panelists, but by a large body of global evidence which has reviewed the available data in an impartial manner. It's very hard to say why WHO has taken such, as you might call it, a reactionary view to reduced harm products, particularly as the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control recognises the importance of harm reduction as a key strategy for reducing the enormous burden of tobacco products. It's hard to explain.
You've already in your earlier evidence given evidence that there is really not the studies to support your proposition that you are putting forward to the committee today. So, to in some degree, and what my concern is that you're being quite speculative in relation to your position today.
I didn't quite catch that. Quite what?
Speculative, in terms of you're making. You're obviously putting forward evidence today without there being the appropriate medical and scientific basis for it.
Well, that speculation was based on the potential harms of experimental vapors today becoming dependent vapors, becoming dependent smokers. Of course, we don't have that evidence because that's going to take 30 or 40 years to accrue. I think what is absolutely clear that we have enough evidence now to be very confident that vaping is less harmful than cigarette smoking. It certainly helps people adults who want to stop. And of course, in the New Zealand and Australian context, is much cheaper than cigarette smoking. There is no question about that. What I did say was...
Can I put to you, I think most Australians are listening to this evidence and reading the...
finish.
I'm sorry, Chair. I'm sorry, it's obviously a little bit awkward over the phone, but if I could just ask you, for most Australians listening to this evidence or reading the transcript of this evidence, they would be quite shocked to discover that up until very recently there was a free and unregulated market in New Zealand which allowed e-cigarettes to be used in any sort of place, including schools, childcare centres and on public transport. That is, as you say, and as you've referred to it in your evidence, an experiment that perhaps is not worth taking in the context of protecting young people.
I might just kind of respond to that ever so quickly, because I think whilst we were in a situation where we did not have clear regulations, nobody was vaping in childcare centres or on public transport or in indoor workplaces. Despite the fact that technically could happen, almost every single one of those settings and people who vaped applied the same principles or the same rules that they treat combustible tobacco smoking. So it was almost impossible to observe. I think you'd have been quite hard pushed to find examples of people blowing vape clouds in any setting that was smoke-free, because I think there was maybe it's a New Zealand way, but quite a high level of compliance with smoke-free environments for people who were largely former smokers or dual users using their vape products away or out of smoke-free environments.
Look, I could just address this to each of you, but do you concede that your position on vaping is very similar to that of the large tobacco companies who are actively pushing alternative smoking products?
I reject that statement entirely. My position, and I'm sure my colleagues' position, is based entirely on the evidence before us and best practice in order to help adult cigarette smokers who want to stop. The position of big tobacco is totally irrelevant to us.
All right, thank you very much, and no further questions. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Senator Henderson. If I can thank everyone for appearing as a witness today, answers to questions taken on notice should be provided by the 20th of November 2020. So thank you very much, everyone. And if you could now disconnect from the video conference, and you can feel free to keep watching online. And we will now just wait for representatives from AMPOL. We are 9 minutes ahead of schedule, like behind schedule. I'm on a mission now. I will get you back.
I never doubted you were on a mission.
Okay. Oh, there's a thing at the front, and you just, yeah, and it should, they kind of over-gas them, I think. There we go. Yeah.
On the right-hand side.
Otherwise,
it should be on the right-hand side.
Your foot in the front. Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay, so I'd like to now welcome representatives from AMPOL. We've got Mr. Lloydell in the room with us and Ms. Cooper, who is on video conference. Thank you for appearing before the committee today and for making your submission. Information on procedural rules governing public hearings and claims of public interest immunity have been provided to witnesses and are available from the Secretariat. Witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphone to assist Hansard to record proceedings, and also to assist with the recording of this hearing. Please ensure your microphone is set to mute when you are not speaking. For the Hansard record, could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear? And I'd like to now invite you to make a brief 3-minute opening statement, should you wish to do so.
Okay, yes, thank you. My name's Todd Lloydell. I'm Head of Government Affairs for AMPOL, and Martine Cooper is our General Manager of Merchandising and Supply Chain. I do have an opening statement, which is relatively brief. First, we'd like to thank the Select Committee on Tobacco Harm Reduction for the opportunity to speak with you today. AMPOL is an Australian company listed on the Australian Securities Exchange. We employ over 7,000 employees, servicing over 3 million customers each week throughout our network of 750 company-owned and operated stores, and with a branded network of over 1,800 sites. AMPOL has demonstrated our ability to sell and manage regulated products responsibly, and we see no reason why we shouldn't be trusted to also sell nicotine vaping and heated tobacco products. What we want is to be included in the discussion on appropriate regulations for nicotine vaping products and the role we could play in creating a positive public health outcome. As it stands, these products are available in an unregulated way in the community today. In our submission, we state that we would be willing to work with the Department of Health and regulatory bodies to trial different approaches to retailing nicotine vaping and heated tobacco products targeted only to smokers. This is a genuine offer to make a contribution to exploring the best regulatory settings available in Australia. Since making our submission, we've had an opportunity to read submissions from the submission from the National Retailers Association. We are not members of that association and didn't contribute to their submission. However, we think that the approach they've put forward is sound. Finally, I'd like to acknowledge that the Deputy Chair of this committee has written to us asking about our relationship with tobacco companies and wanted to state that the nature of our relationship with these companies could best be described as a supply relationship. Funding from tobacco companies in this context over the past 2 years has been for conferences, tobacco training and trade programs totalling less than $140,000 in 2019-2020. There has been no funding provided to tobacco companies towards industry association membership or to undertake any public policy or campaign activity.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd-Dell. I will kick off. So I just wondered if you could give us some information with regards to any downward pressure that might be applied to the core business, I assume, of what people would assume is the fuel side of your business, due to any success of the retail side of the business.
Any
downward pressure on fuel prices or competitiveness around fuel pricing?
Okay, yeah. So are fuel prices related to our overall sales? So, I mean, it's difficult to answer that directly, but we have when we have a number of sites and infrastructure that we have to cover the costs for, we do that across our product slate. So our fuel sales would be a component of that, and our shop sales, which can go up and down from year to year, are another component that would cover that cost. So if our retail sales are down, we'd be relying more heavily on the fuel sales.
So would your ability to access vaping products impact on your ability to be competitive in the fuel market?
Possibly. If the public health outcome were to be met, we'd be selling less cigarettes. But we would think that would happen over a period of time where we'd be looking to change our slate within our shops and look to fill that void with other categories. But in public health terms, if people switching to vaping as a result of availability in our stores were successful, we would expect a decline in income from cigarette sales.
And so, just so I understand this, you obviously have access to cigarettes and tobacco at the moment as a product.
Yep.
Money that you make from those sales contribute to offsetting costs and wages and those sorts of parts of the business, which in effect then means your fuel costs can be less because you're not having to increase the costs. You're not having to make all the money off the fuel. So
I probably wouldn't characterise it as offsetting.
Well,
it goes into our overall
if you didn't have a
profit
product,
margin.
if you didn't have a profit from the tobacco side of the business, you'd have to make more from other retail sales or fuel sales.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. So if smoking rates decline further, but you're unable to replace that part of your business, so if you would no longer be making any revenue from the tobacco and cigarette side of your business, would that have any impact, or would it potentially have an impact on the price of fuel?
It would provide a number of challenges for our team. They might take a range of actions, which would include sort of downsizing. We could look at opening hours, staff levels, fuel pricing, pricing across a whole range of categories. But I think where you're going is our fuel price connected to our retail sales. And there's not a direct connection, but cigarette sales are a significant proportion of our retail sales. So if they were to disappear tomorrow, there'd be quite a gap. We'd have to have our other product lines, including fuel, cover our cost base.
So perhaps it's not just an impact on fuel price, would it be an impact on jobs, for example?
Potentially,
or ease of access to services if you've got a reduced number of hours. So if this reduction in smoking levels was to continue, as we're hearing, apparently Australia is having such great success in reducing smoking levels, the ability to replace the tobacco and cigarette line with a regulated vaping product. So one, I have some here this morning, I've taken it back to my office, but like they have in New Zealand, that is well regulated, and you obviously have the physical setup like you do for a cigarette tobacco sale at the moment. To replace that product would enable you to potentially replace that revenue line?
It would be a good replacement for cigarettes. I guess it'd be disappointing if a narrow range of retailers were able to sell those products and we were excluded. It would present one option to fill that revenue void that would be there. So they'd want to, we would want to see pretty good reasons as to why we had been excluded.
And how big is your Ampol network, just out of interest? How many service stations?
So there's 1,800 branded sites, of which 750, approximately 750 sites are company owned and operated. So the other sites might be through EG, which people know was the Woolies sites, former Woolworths owned sites, is one of our largest distributor contracts.
Significant size business.
Yeah, that we are about a third of the market in retail fuel. So we're the largest network in Australia.
So around 6,000 service stations all up.
No, so
if you're a third,
all up, yes, yeah,
all
correct.
up across
That's
the
right.
market, we're talking 6,000.
Yes.
So 6,000 businesses that would be impacted.
Yep.
Should that occur?
Yep.
Okay. All right. I'll hand over.
I do. Martine Cooper is actually in our retail team. She might have some comments on.
Ms. Cooper, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, just from a strategy point of view, obviously we're focusing on other areas of the business to try and pick up where, because we're losing volume in tobacco year on year. At the moment, in the vicinity of between 5 and 7% in volume. So we are looking at other strategies around fresh food and actually making an offer available to customers that's better for you and less harmful in a number of areas. So I think, as part of our strategy going forward, we looked at this and thought this is a good opportunity to work with the health authorities and look at whether there's an opportunity to support an initiative or a trial that could be done in our stores.
Okay, thank you. I'll hand over to Deputy Chair.
Good, thanks. Ms. Cooper, so could you just introduce yourself? I just wasn't quite clear of your role in the company.
Sure. So I'm the General Manager of the merchandise and supply chain for the shop part of the business. So that's the convenience retail side, which includes the sale of tobacco, beverages, so that part of the business.
Thanks, Ms. Cooper. I just want to, in your submission, it's quoted as saying Ampol is open to trialling and retailing of less harmful products to our customers through the convenience of our significant Australia-wide network of convenience stores. I just want to ask you, Ms. Cooper, if Ampol is so committed to providing a less harmful product, if you were able to legally sell e-cigarettes as a reduced harm product, would you discontinue the sale of traditional combustible cigarettes? Ms. Cooper.
Sorry, I wouldn't see that we would stop the sale of that. I think that it's about transitioning customers or being able to support both and moving customers across to less harmful products.
And 6% of your revenue, you gave evidence, is from the sale of cigarettes, tobacco. Is that correct? Did I understand that correctly?
Sorry, did you say 6%?
Yeah,
no,
I
it's
understand that correctly.
Significant.
Yeah, sorry.
No, I think.
Sorry, Ms. Cooper, we're just having a few technical issues.
I don't think we gave a percentage, Senator. We said it was significant, but I don't recall us giving it.
Is there a percentage?
There is a percentage, which I'd be happy to provide to the committee, but I'd prefer to do that off the record in confidence, just so that that commercial information isn't available to our competitors.
Good, thank you. Yeah, sorry, that's fine. Yeah, yeah, that's fine. In your submission, you expressed disappointment the TGA and Department of Health did not reach out to Ampol for, as I quote, explore either the role we could play in making a positive contribution to a public health outcome or even to understand the economic impact to our business of limiting retail of less harmful alternative products to a select few retailers. So I want to ask, why did Ampol believe it should be consulted on the listing of nicotine as a Schedule 4 poison by the TGA?
Well, we believe it's important because we're a significant retailer of nicotine products, being cigarettes, and there are alternative options. We could have made a contribution to that debate, and indeed we will. The complaint is that there was no active reaching out, but we do have the opportunity to contribute from this point forward. But if you're a large seller of cigarettes, an alternative product in this way, particularly where we think there's a potential to contribute to a good public health outcome, we would have thought would be very relevant in that regard. Not only that, but you're talking about a retail environment. If you go for the narrow prescription-based approach with chemists, the convenience of our stores compared to the operating hours and locations of chemists is vastly superior. If that's something that is useful in a public health sense, then that's a network that we have. So from that point, I think that we're relevant in that discussion.
Do you think you're capable of medically supervising and your outlets medically supervising the dispensing of nicotine if it was through the form of e-cigarettes?
I think we've proven that we are a responsible retailer and we're able to sell a number of regulated products, and I think we'd be more than capable of participating in this market.
Well, I don't know about a responsible retailer, but in the 5th of March 2018, there was a statement put out by the Fair Work Ombudsman regarding significant wage theft, and particularly in that statement, it said a large number of employees at the audited sites are young and migrant workers, cohorts that we know to be particularly vulnerable to workplace exploitation and reluctant to complain about mistreatment. 60% of the 194 employees of the Fair Work Ombudsman obtained records for were visa holders, and nearly 26% under the age of 24. It talked about the non-advice that was given to franchisees, and I appreciate the business model has been changed, but there was also a number of the operations that were directly under control of Ampol. So you're saying that you'll be able to, even though there was a problem with stealing and wage theft, that you'll be able to manage the medical dispensing of, if that was the form for it to take, of nicotine through vaping.
A couple of comments. I mean, I'd need to go back and check the context of those remarks, but I don't think the premise that we were guilty of wage theft in the way that was just characterised at all. But those issues were dealt through Senate committees at the time, and I'd refer you to those. But I can say that our retail model has been strengthened because we've made the decision to bring all of our franchisees in-house, and perhaps Martine might like to explain the sorts of training that we do with staff on tobacco products.
No, it's okay. I've got some other questions. You can take, if you want to make those comments later, that's for somebody else, that's fine. You describe the TGA and the Department of Health. Just regarding, we'll make available the Fair Work Ombudsman statement. Joe Shaw is correct, but I appreciate you'll need to look at it. And of course, you are aware of the wage theft that was going on, and that they were largely visa holders and people under the age of 24.
Well, Caltex wasn't involved in wage theft. We had a number of problems which we reported to the Fair Work Ombudsman following issues that were revealed through competitor companies at the time. But I'd need to go back over some of the material provided to Senate committees in the past. It's probably the most accurate way to.
Well, the Fair Work Ombudsman, Natalie James, said throughout the investigation, the Fair Work Ombudsman had offered Caltex the opportunity to enter into a compliance partnership with the Fair Work Ombudsman, but Caltex had failed to commit to the proposal or discuss it in any detail. And you're now telling us that, is that correct?
I would have to check, Senator.
I'm pretty sure you know what the answer is. Now, I'm going to ask you some other questions. You describe the TGA and the Department of Health reaching out to other stakeholders groups as disappointing. What stakeholder groups are you referring to here in your letter?
So there have been other stakeholder groups that have been involved in this discussion, and none of those include retailers who are involved in selling cigarettes.
So which are those stakeholder groups? That's what I'm asking, sorry. Which are the groups you're referring to? I appreciate you've said stakeholder groups. I'm just trying to get an accurate description of who you're referring to.
So GPs and chemists.
So you're saying that the Department of Health and TGA haven't reached out to GPs and chemists?
No, they appear to have.
They did reach out.
Oh, they did reach out, and you're complaining about. So they've reached out to them and not to you.
Yep.
If nicotine e-cigarette, well means, Chair, if I'm over my time, I'm just keep me in
That's
check.
right, I'm allowing you into Senator Urquhart's time.
If nicotine and e-cigarettes were available for sale as a consumer-facing good, and Ampol was able to sell them, does Ampol have any estimate of how much the market value of that industry would be worth?
I might refer to Martine as to whether we have any estimates on that.
No, we don't have any estimates in particular. It would depend on what the uptake is. We can take that one on notice and have a look at what we think.
But you'd expect that there'd be a profit margin in there. And thank you for taking that on notice. I'd be interested in those figures, but you expect there'd be a profit margin there?
We'd probably expect it to be similar to what we would be getting today.
Does Ampol have an estimate of what legalising vaping as a consumer product would be worth? And that's in the terms of sales, and that's pretty much the same question I asked before. But have you done, so you've done no analysis, or you're having somebody do analysis? I'm just not quite clear. Sorry.
Well, I think the answer to that question depends entirely on what the regulatory environment is, and that's not settled at this stage.
Can I just draw your attention? Would it be appropriate for the TGA to proactively consult with Ampol, as they're a vested interest group who make money from the sale of tobacco, and particularly in light of there is a requirement under the World Health Organization, which we are parties to, which I sent you a copy of, and I say we, I say the government and governments are parties to, regarding our obligations about those that are receiving profit from harmful products such as tobacco.
Sorry, what's the question?
Well, the question is, would you find it appropriate that you would be turning around and being approached proactively by the TGA when Article 5.3 of the World Health Organization's Framework Convention on Tobacco Control highlights the need for integrity and transparency, and also the appropriateness of dealing with vested interests that make profit from the sale of tobacco and asking for them for an opinion? Well, you've just given evidence that there's a profit margin that is obviously a vested interest.
Senator, not only do I think it would be appropriate, but it's expected.
Senator Sheldon, it's just over time. Do you want to put anything else you've got on notice?
The companies offered to give us what the profit margin is, and also on those products, and what the perceived profit margin is. It also just sort of, raised my concern about the evidence they're giving regarding the Fair Work Ombudsman, and I'm very interested in hearing them give a response to the statement from the Fair Work Ombudsman on the 5th of March 2018.
Perhaps you can provide that as a question on notice, and they can then have that and then come back to the committee. Senator Griff, if we come to you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Mr. Lloydell, just a comment not dissimilar to Senator Sheldon's. I mean, this inquiry is all about looking at tobacco reduction strategies. It's not about retailing at all. That's not even in our terms of reference. Or working out how you can ensure that you have, make profits and are able to replace one category with another category. Now, your submission quotes the TGA's Professor Skerritt telling estimates in October, and the quote that you took was, "The evidence is that vaping is less harmful than tobacco smoking," end of quote. Now, in part, that's there to justify why you consider it important to be a stockist of nicotine vaping products, obviously, as a replacement for cigarettes. Did you hear the rest of his quote? Or have you read the rest of his quote?
No, I guess our approach to the health advice is we're not pretending to be experts in the health advice. We're simply saying that there seems to be a body of evidence coming out, and if there were to be alternative nicotine products.
Well, let me continue with the remainder of that sentence, which, as we said, the evidence is that vaping is less harmful than tobacco smoking. In fact, there's a significant body of evidence. He stated that this is not trivial. In fact, there's a significant body of evidence of harm due to vaping containing nicotine. Nicotine is a dangerous poison. It's highly addictive. The end point for most doctors is nicotine freedom, not smoking, and certainly not vaping. Does that change your view at all on retailing nicotine products?
Senator, I think that we're not advocating that these products are either a quit solution or a completely healthy option.
But you've chosen to actually have a selective line to justify why you think vaping should actually be sold in your ads.
As a way to promote alternatives to cigarette smoking, which is a product that we do sell at our sites. So we'd like to be able to offer our customers a healthier choice.
That may be debatable. Do you believe the current restrictions on the promotion of tobacco products are appropriate?
Yes.
Would you like to see these restrictions extended to vaping or e-cigarettes?
We think they should be treated in a very similar way.
A similar way or the same way?
Well, potentially there could be some changes to allow us to offer our customers the alternative products that we have available. So if somebody were to come and buy a packet of cigarettes, we'd like to see that we were able to remind them that there are alternative products they could consider as well.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Senator Seward, I might come to you if I can.
I've only got a few questions because Senator Sheldon covered quite a lot of the areas and questions I was going to ask. I'll just follow up where Senator Griff left off, and that is, what sort of, are your staff, do they have time and are they qualified to be asking those sorts of questions? Because you're sort of entering into what is a therapeutic area.
I'll hand over to Martine in a second. I guess the thing is, we're not saying that today we have an answer on exactly how that would be done, and we'd want to work with health authorities to make sure that we're actually contributing to a public health outcome, not making it worse. But perhaps, as I suggested before, Martine can discuss how we do train our staff at the moment on the sale of tobacco products and what happens when new staff members come on board.
Thanks, Todd. So we do actually have a very strict process and protocols around new team members joining, and no one's to have completed the training modules online, and we follow up on regular, every 6 months the same program is run to all staff, and it's actually online and it's recorded as part of their HR file. We also have a very strict policy around only being 18 and being above 18 to sell the product. We have, I think, 0.04% of our retail team is younger than 18, and that's only to work in the Boost juice outlets. But otherwise, everyone else serving tobacco is over the age of 18. So we know in a couple of states you can be younger than that, but we're very strict on everyone being 18.
So what are the actual guidelines? And I understand that you've just said they do online training, but what are they encouraged to tell people, say to people how they?
Okay, so it's all around. So it's all around explaining the way that we sell the product, the merchandising. So the signage that we have up, the smoking kills, the big banners that we have above the smoking cabinets. So it explains to them how to actually access the product in the vending machines that we have behind the counter. It's also the standard of communication behind the counter as well. So what's the signage we have?
Ms. Cooper, we're just losing you again.
We might be able to follow up with the end of that statement in writing, perhaps.
That might be easier. Sorry, Ms. Cooper, you're just dropping out again.
That's the end. If you that up in writing, that'd be great. That's the end of my questions. Thank you.
All right, I'll just come to Senator Canavan, who's back in the room.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the evidence this afternoon. I just wanted to go to, in your submission, you mentioned, I think, that your opening hours are longer. Maybe just to drill down on that. Like, how many, do you have a sort of consolidated figure on how many of your service stations or outlets are 24 hours, or how many are open to a particular set of time?
Yes, I don't have that information in front of me, but I'd be happy to give you that breakdown. But typically our sites are open longer than normal trading hours. There are a number that are 24 hours, but I guess this is important not just in terms of metro areas, but in regional areas, places like Tasmania and you know, outside capital cities, where smoking rates can tend to be higher. If you want someone to reliably convert to a nicotine vaping product instead, then having that availability close to them with good opening hours is going to be key to that strategy.
I think it's a very good point. In my own hometown, there are no chemists open outside of business hours. There is a Caltex though. So do you find that too? I'm not just talking about cigarettes here, but is there any relationship in your data with higher traffic for, I suppose, essential items like milk, bread, etc., at hours of the day in, say, regional areas where you won't have a supermarket open, or even the IGA, etc.? Is that something you track or understand in your
yeah, we do
retail?
in various ways, and perhaps we can look at a way of presenting that to you that gives you a bit of an idea. But depending on what location in Australia we are, you'll see that our stores are presented differently. If Martine's still on the line and her line is working, she might have a succinct way of saying that now.
Absolutely. So I think, I mean, especially even during COVID, we've noticed a real uptick in our trade at night, and that is for purchase of milk and bread and those essential items. And our range more recently has become more about groceries and basic items that perhaps we didn't sell very well before. So customers are relying on us in the local areas because they're a bit nervous about going to big shopping centres and going to larger supermarkets and visiting a number of different locations in the one day. So we are seeing an increase in customers visiting throughout the day and even at night.
Thank you for that. I also just wanted to ask, in terms of the regulation of selling cigarettes at the moment, you know, in regards to the obligations of to keep it behind the counter, locked away, ID requirements, are they all consistent across the country now, or are there any state variations in them?
My understanding is there's some variations. In some states you need to be licensed, and in others you don't. But as for the behind the counter, not visible, I'm not personally aware of any differences, but Martine may be able to answer that.
Look, there are a number of differences, and they relate to anything from the size of the price board, the font on the price board, whether or not we can sell non-nicotine vape at the moment. So WA bans it altogether. So there are variations between the states on a few things. I don't have all the details on that at the moment, but I've got a spreadsheet that summarises that, if you'd like me to share that.
Would there be, if the law was changed to provide for the sale of liquid nicotine in well, service stations, but in retail outlets, would there be any great difficulty in housing those products in your existing locked away facilities behind the counter?
Absolutely not. So, I mean, at the moment we have different products. We have roll your own products that are in different size pouches. And there's plenty of space available in the current unit display.
All right. Well, this is just a comment to finish with. I would imagine that you don't have to comment on this because it relates to pharmacies, but they don't have these. I don't believe they have that kind of infrastructure in a pharmacy. in terms of locked cabinets. Often, obviously, there are behind-the-counter things, but they're all usually observable, so that would be being quite a infrastructure task, you'd imagine. When these things came in, do you remember, one thing that you could tell us, inform us on, it's been, I suppose, at least a decade or so they've been behind these counters. Do you recall or have any corporate knowledge of sort of what sort of transitional period was put in place before cigarettes had to go behind these sort of boxes? I imagine it was a bit of a task to install them all and get them rolled out.
I don't actually have that knowledge. I've only been in the business for 15 months, so I could certainly find that out. I'm sure it would have been. And we have different units across the network as well. There's a few VDMS units. There's sort of a vending machine unit, which holds a certain amount of product, more from a security point of view, because obviously we get targeted for theft and that kind of thing as well. So obviously we want our teams to be safe.
Yeah, if you could take on notice then that question about historically how long it took to transition to these. I'm particularly asking about the locked, non-observable, I suppose, containers or shelving that cigarettes are now in today. How long that took to roll out?
Okay, thank you, Senator Canavan. Senator Henderson. You still there, Senator Henderson?
I'm here.
Yeah, okay, we've got you now.
Okay, great. I'm just wanting to firstly ask, do you believe that e-cigarettes should be available to sell to children in your petrol stations and as part of your operation?
Absolutely not.
And so what regulatory framework would you put in place?
Well, we think it should be very similar to the sale of cigarettes.
And what's the health advice on which you're relying, which compares the sale of e-cigarettes to the sale of tobacco?
Sorry, health advice which compares sale of cigarettes to tobacco.
What's the scientific and medical advice that you're relying on, which would give rise to you regulating the sale of e-cigarettes in the same way as tobacco products?
Well, I guess some of the evidence presented to this committee, but as I mentioned before, we are not pretending to be health experts, and like everybody else, we'd be guided by that evidence. I guess if regulations are being put together on the basis that this is a less harmful product and should be available as an option to smokers, we're putting our hand up and saying, well, let's talk about us participating in that process. We think we're best placed to do that as we are the ones selling cigarettes to people at the moment.
But you've just told me that you don't have any health expertise, so how are you able to make any assessment as to these matters when obviously your motivation is concerning your profit stream rather than any health expertise?
Senator, I guess we're relying on people that create regulations to do that based on the best available evidence.
Do you have any concerns about selling vaping products to non-smokers, such as young adults?
Yes.
And tell me what those concerns are.
The same as we'd have concerns about young adults taking up smoking. What measures, therefore, would you put in place to provide safeguards against retailers selling to non-smokers? Very similar to the safeguards we have in place with regard to cigarette, a lack of advertising and marketing material, and restrictions about how that can be done. We are happy to work with regulators to make sure that any sale of these products is targeted towards current adult smokers.
But you can't be sure, can you? So when someone asks for cigarettes currently, you can't be sure whether they're a smoker or a non-smoker.
Well, that's why I had suggested in the submission, no, you can't be sure if someone is a genuine smoker or non-smoker if they present and say, I'd like to buy a pack of cigarettes. Generally, I would consider that they're probably a smoker.
So therefore, you couldn't be certain that your members would not therefore be selling vaping products to non-smokers?
No, but I think it's up to the customer to present and say they'd like to buy a product. I'm not suggesting that we audit whether someone is a smoker or non-smoker. What I had suggested in our submission is that we could better target smokers by having a point of sale discussion when they seek to buy a packet of cigarettes to say we have alternatives available in store.
So are you suggesting when you talk about better targeting smokers, are you suggesting that you would be giving advice to smokers about other products such as e-cigarettes?
I think we'd want to keep our statements and claims pretty minimal. All we'd be offering is a choice to customers who currently have a choice to purchase cigarettes.
But isn't that highly irregular that you would be suggesting that your salespeople would be giving health or medical advice in relation to these products?
No, I think you're taking the comment a little bit out of context. What we were suggesting is currently there is no framework for which we'd be able to even let people know that these products are available in store. I'm suggesting that we only be allowed to do that in the limited circumstance where somebody seeks to buy a packet of cigarettes.
But nevertheless, you're proposing that you would, if these products were allowed to be sold, you're proposing that if someone came to you and wanted to purchase some cigarettes, that your salespeople would be engaging in a conversation, providing alternate health advice.
No, I'm not.
Providing health advice about alternate products. So that's your suggestion.
No, I'm suggesting that they offer that we have alternative products they might like to consider. Whether or not there was a health advice statement attached to that would be something that we would work through with the Department of Health and the regulators. At this stage, I'm not suggesting we have any expertise in which to make such statements like that. It would be something done in concert with regulators.
I just want to refer you to the Responsible Retailers Code of Conduct for Smoke-Free Products, and that's as outlined in the National Retail Association submission, which stipulates that retailers should never sell a product known to be detrimental to vapers' short-term or long-term health. How would enforcement of this provision work in practice, given we have already heard evidence today concerning the risk of uptake from young people and non-smokers, and the uncertainty regarding the long-term health effects of vaping?
I think we're suggesting that by treating these products in a similar way to cigarettes, you'd be limiting that opportunity.
But I'm just drawing you to the Code of Conduct, which says that retailers should never sell a product known to be detrimental to vapers' short-term or long-term health. So, how are you going to enforce that?
This is why we're here today, so that we can suggest that regulations should be changed in order to encourage what we think is our ability to contribute to a good public health outcome. Other people who
even though you don't have any public health expertise.
Well, I was sitting here listening to the experts providing evidence to the committee before us, and I'd suggest that you're much better off listening to them than you are to us.
Oh, all right. Well, thank you for putting that into context, and thank you for your time this afternoon, Chair. No further questions.
Okay, thank you. Look, I just want to come back to some of that questioning. I mean, part of the issue around here, and I will refer to our terms of reference, we do have any other related matters. So obviously accessing the product is very well part of that other related matters. And ease of access, because obviously at the moment you can only get it if your post arrives in time. At what point do people get to be treated like adults and discover and choose how they use nicotine? If you can sell gum, you can sell patches, and you can sell mist without any regulation at all through a supermarket. But I'm asking a question. Thank you.
So we're going to share the time around a more...
Well, I didn't actually take up all of my time, so I'm just going to use the last minute to use up the rest of my time and clarify a few things. So you can buy a gum, a spray and a patch at a supermarket without any regulation as an adult, and in fact as a teenager. You can buy supermarkets at a service station and exercise your personal freedom as an adult to purchase that. But the suggestion is somehow as an adult you are not allowed to make the choice to buy a vape and make the choice of how to ingest nicotine in whatever way you want to do it. What I am inquiring about is to some of those questions. When people come into your service stations, I'm assuming if they have a rather large, overweight, perhaps their BMI is something that looks like it could be slightly problematic, your staff don't suggest to them perhaps buying an apple rather than chocolate. You allow them to exercise their free will?
Correct.
Excellent. So we should probably be encouraging people and participants and free Australians to exercise their free will as adults and purchase whatever products they want over the age of 18 that are legal.
That's how we operate our business, yes.
Excellent. Thank you so much for clarifying that. Thank you for your time today and for appearing as witnesses. So answers to questions on notice are required to be provided by the 20th of November. And if you'd like to, Martine or Ms Cooper, disconnect from the video conferencing now, feel free to watch it online via APH. And thank you for your attendance today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I didn't realise we lived in North Korea now. So I would like to now welcome participants in the individual panel discussion. We've got Ms Diane Gorman, Mr James Reid and Ms Hayley Decker-Lennon. I can see Mr Reid and I think I saw Ms Gorman before. Can we just confirm everyone's online? I've got you, Senator Siewert, in full view.
I can see them all. They're all there on the video.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Senator Siewert. So thank you for appearing before the committee today. Information on procedural rules governing public hearings and claims of public interest immunity have been provided to witnesses and are available from the Secretariat. To assist with the recording of this hearing, please speak clearly into the microphone to assist Hansard, but also ensure that your microphone is on mute when you are not speaking. For the Hansard record, could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear? And I'd like to now invite you to all make a 3-minute opening statement should you wish to do so. Alternately, we can go straight into questions. If I can start with you, Ms Gorman.
Thank you, Senator. My name is Diane Gorman and I'm appearing as an individual who smoked every single day of her adult life until 2013. I'm here today because I want to emphasise to the committee the importance of choice and a knowledgeable guiding hand when using vaping to quit smoking. After many failed attempts using other methods, there was a single moment in my life when I switched to vaping and stopped smoking, suddenly, totally and permanently. That moment occurred well over 7 years ago. But leading up to that single moment were several months of research and experimentation. With the help of other ex-smokers, I discovered the combination of device and flavour that had the best chance of working for me. By the time my nicotine arrived from the USA, I was ready to give this vaping a go. At no stage did it occur to me that I might stop smoking entirely. But that's what happened. I switched to vaping instantly and have not had a single day's craving since. Of course, not everyone is as fortunate as I was. The switch to vaping is difficult for some and impossible for others. Vaping doesn't work for everyone, but neither does any other quit method. So I come to the topic of choice. Vaping offers another choice for those trying to quit smoking. It can be fiddly and confusing, so it's often not the first choice, but that choice should be there. If you do choose vaping as a quit method, you also need to be able to choose the devices and flavours that work for you. That's why so many flavours are available. It's not because vape stores are marketing to children. It's because different flavours appeal to different adults like me. GPs and pharmacists simply do not have the experience, expertise or time to guide people through the early vaping choices. Even if you find a GP willing to prescribe and a pharmacy willing to stock nicotine liquids, the range would be extremely limited. The choice factor, so vital for success, would largely disappear. Crucially, the guiding hand of an experienced vaper would certainly disappear. By all means, legislate vaping as you would other consumer products, but please don't take away vaping as a viable quit method for adults. Above all, don't make it far more difficult to vape than it is to smoke. Vapors and nicotine have been demonised so successfully that the real relative health risks compared with smoking seem to be forgotten. I once had a nurse tell me that vaping is bad for me. She was smoking a cigarette at the time. Nicotine has been cast as the bad guy so often that it's been forgotten that the real problem is inhaling the products of combustion. I don't for one moment think that vaping is good for me, but the absence of the hacking morning cough I had 7.5 years ago tells me it's a lot better than smoking and is doing its job at harm reduction. And harm reduction is what vaping is all about. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gorman. If we can go to Mr. Reid now.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak from a consumer's point of view. I've told my personal story in my submission, so I won't dwell on that here. I'm not a doctor or a professor or a recognised expert. I'm simply a consumer. I'm an ex-smoker and I'm a vaper. Simple as that. I smoked cigarettes for over 40 years and I'm now tobacco-free thanks to vaping for the last 3.5. My health has noticeably improved. I am, however, involved with a number of online vapers forums and groups made up of thousands of everyday Australians who have one thing in common. We've all struggled over many years to give up smoking, combustible tobacco or cigarettes, and we have finally found a way out thanks to vaping. We discuss giving up smoking combustible tobacco and we discuss vaping. We discuss emerging scientific evidence and discussion papers, and we share our own personal stories. Most of us have tried all of the approved nicotine replacement therapies and prescribed medications, hypnosis, acupuncture, natural remedies, quit lines, and simple willpower. Many of us have tried these techniques multiple times under the guidance of our GPs and failed. Along came vaping and everything changed. A lot of us were able to give up overnight. A few found it took a short period of dual use before switching completely. We know combustible tobacco kills 2 out of 3 of its users. We know that over 20,000 Australians die each year from tobacco-related disease. We know over 520,000 Australians now vape. We know vaping is far, far safer than combustible tobacco. And we know we're being blocked at every turn. Vaping needs to be recognised for what it is, a highly effective nicotine replacement therapy. It needs to be categorised the same way as all other nicotine replacement therapy products, such as patches, gums and lozenges, as a consumer product, not a medication. We shouldn't need a prescription to vape. We're not sick, we're giving up smoking. A prescription model won't work. Doctors and pharmacists don't have the time or resources to become pseudo-vaping outlets. They are doctors and pharmacists and their core business and time is already at a premium. We don't need a prescription for cigarettes or any other nicotine replacement therapy products. Why restrict access to the most effective nicotine replacement therapy product available? What we do need is sensible legislation and regulation. We need effective enforcement of those regulations to ensure it remains an adult-only harm reduction consumer product with strict advertising, packaging and labelling regulations. We need to discourage the importation of high-strength liquid nicotine with an authorised and regulated Australian manufactured nicotine e-juice industry. We already have that industry in place, manufacturing e-juice in certified clean rooms. If they were authorised to include nicotine in their juices, there would be no need for the average Australian to import high-strength liquid nicotine, often in non-childproof packaging. Vaping is here. More than 520,000 Australians have experienced the benefits. It's not going to go away, so why not embrace it, regulate it properly, and ensure a safe industry? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. If I can come to you, Ms. Decker-Lennon. Are we right? Can you hear me, Ms. Decker? I'm not sure if she can hear me. Ms. Decker-Lennon, can you hear me? If we come to you now. Can the Secretariat maybe send her a message? Maybe then I'll just kick off while we're waiting to see if we can get in contact, and just, if I start with you, Mr. Reid, because you're already on screen. What was the cost differential for you when you moved from smoking to vaping?
As I said, I smoked for 40 years, and for as long as I can remember, I was smoking a packet of 25 cigarettes a day. So at the point that I switched, and I was one of the lucky ones, I switched literally overnight. I was spending at that time a little bit over $30 a packet. So $30 a day, or roughly bit over $200 a week. I'm now, I'm probably averaging somewhere between $5 and $10 a week in juice. There's an initial outlay, obviously, of a device. As I've said, I'm tied up with a Facebook group that I admin, and I've bought probably more than my fair share of new devices as they come out. It's a bit of a hobby, and I do video reviews for our members. So I've probably spent a little bit more than the average vapor, but you can set up a device with a couple of juices for $60 or $70, and then depending on the amount of juice you go through, an average bottle of juice is about $30, and that bottle of juice would last me easily 3 weeks. So that's where I relate it to about, after the initial setup, about $10 a week compared to well over $200.
So you're talking about $500 a year versus well in excess of $10,000, and it would be more than $10,000 now because cigarette prices have significantly increased.
I would say that I'm looking at something like a little over $500 compared to $14,000 or $15,000.
And cigarettes went up a lot in a short period of time. You know, they've sort of, I remember them being $5 a packet, then before you knew it, they were $20 a packet and $25. Did those price increases really do anything to deter you from smoking?
I was most certainly aware of it, and it meant that I was starting to cut back on some of life's little luxuries in other areas. You know, a 6-pack less each week. Yeah, look, I was aware of it, and it was getting to the point I'm on a reasonable income, and it was starting to get very tight. I hate to think what someone on limited income is facing.
But you were still smoking, even though you were noticing the price increase.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And
there was that commitment.
Yeah, well, just about every packet I bought, I was beating myself up over it, saying, this is the last one. And, you know, as I say, I've got a very supportive GP. I'll hold it up and just give it a flash. There's my prescription. I've got a very, very supportive GP who I've been seeing for over a decade, and we tried Champix and Zyban. We tried all the different patches, Quitline a number of times, and eventually I got onto this vaping, and I suggested to him that it might be an option. We then started to investigate it separately and together, but in the end, with his approval, I looked into the device, and I bought a device and some 0 milligram juice and started to play with the device while I still smoke. When my nicotine arrived from overseas and I mixed up a number of little 20 ml bottles at different nicotine strengths, I started off fairly high at the same milligram as I thought I'd been smoking, 12 milligram, and it nearly blew my socks off. I couldn't vape it. So I reduced that down to 8 milligram, and as people say, I found my sweet spot, my blackcurrant juice and my 8 milligram nicotine. And I literally put 3 cigarettes in a packet into the drawer in the kitchen just in case. And 3 months later, I ceremoniously disposed of those 3 cigarettes. I was so proud of myself. After trying so hard for so long and so many methods and feeling weak because I couldn't just cold turkey it, to be able to give up as I did was phenomenal. And then the education really started. My sense of taste and smell came back within a couple of weeks. My chest felt lighter. I was in no doubt my health was improving. I saw my GP again and my blood pressure went down. He listened to my chest. Yes, my chest was much clearer. The benefits, there's so many studies out there, and we've listened to a number of people talk about studies that from an amateur consumer's point of view, I read everything. I research everything. And the thing that's come through to me is that we've got a real anti-vape stream and a pro-vape stream. And if a study is instigated to find the benefits of vaping, amazingly, the results are good. If an investigation is started to find the harms in vaping, the results indicate that there's harms. Now, I'm not saying for one moment that vaping is good. It is better. It is less harm. I know that in myself, in my health. Vaping is better than combustible tobacco.
Okay, Mr. Reid, sorry, I'm just going to jump in because I am conscious of time. Okay. I've just got one more question and then I'm going to hand over to colleagues, and perhaps Ms. Deckelinen might, if she's on the line now, might jump in on this answer, but then also might want to give a little bit of a statement before I hand over to Senator Sheldon. One of the things that we do keep hearing from the experts is that the stories like yours, increasingly stories like mine, I'm 60 days without a cigarette, that we are nothing but anecdotes, and that it's individuals, you know, and that it's irrelevant to the broader study, whereas we've had a significant number of submissions, and I've had the privilege of speaking to an awful lot of people who have quit smoking using this method. Could you maybe tell me how it makes you feel when you're referred to as nothing but an anecdote?
It's a very good point. It's amazing, and I know I'm not speaking for myself. As I say, I admin a group and we have open discussions. We have 1,000 members. I'm a member of another group with 14,000 members, and the discussion is constant. We can't understand how that occurs. One of the biggest problems we've got, and we know from back in June when the proposed nicotine ban was suggested, within 2 or 3 days, Senator Canavan and Mr. Christensen had 70,000 signatures on a. Why are these organisations not interacting with the users, with ex-smokers, with vapers? We're there, we're available, we can be mobilised, and we are more than happy to tell our stories.
Ms. Gorman?
Sorry, yes.
Just wondered if you had any comment on how you feel being referred to as nothing more than an anecdote.
I did hear the Department of Health this morning actually say that I didn't matter. It made me feel, well, I was cranky. I'm afraid that's why I didn't see a lot of this morning's proceedings, because it has been going on for years that we're just anecdotes, and if we're not just anecdotes, we're shills of big tobacco, and none of us have anything to do with big tobacco. It is really, really irritating.
My apologies for that.
To be told you don't matter by the Department of Health it's depressing.
Thank you. Ms Decker-Lennon, we got you there now? I'm not sure we're still, no, still no sound. Are you on mute?
Hi, sorry.
I think we've got you. Whoa.
Hi. It's my first time doing something like this, so I've never done a video conference.
That's all right. So maybe if you can just answer my question, and then I'll let you see if you've got a couple of comments to make, and then I'll hand to I keep calling you Dr. Sheldon because I've been so Dr. Professor today, Senator Sheldon. I keep giving him an upgrade. So Ms Decker-Lennon, just wondered how if you've heard or if you've ever been just referred to or heard those references that vapers themselves are nothing more than an anecdote.
Yes, I've heard that a lot. Yeah, it's a bit of an issue that we have to do things like send submissions in the tens of thousands, and it would be really nice if somebody would recognise that we actually do exist, and it's not just, you know, a number. I feel like vapers' voices need to be heard publicly more. Our stories need to be heard more. We need to be able to tell people, you know, our vaping story, our quit story from smoking to vaping, how we got there, how we got to the point of trying vaping, and how long it took us to quit smoking, how easy or how difficult it was. But it doesn't seem like a whole lot of people are interested in hearing those individual stories.
Okay, so maybe if I throw to you if you've got an opening statement, and then we'll throw to Senator Sheldon.
Yes. So my opening statement, I'm Hayley. I have 2 children. I'm 36 years old. After smoking for 13 years and having tried every quit method widely available, including medications such as Champix and Zyban, which I would not recommend, I finally quit smoking overnight in August 2017 with the use of e-cigarettes containing flavoured nicotine e-liquid. And this is while I was living in the Netherlands, in Europe, and it was recommended to me by my GP. He didn't know much about vaping. He had just heard from other patients that is what they had done. And he said, why don't you give that a try? There's a vape store down the road. Go and pay them a visit and they'll give you what you need. My Navy veteran father, he smoked heavily for 45 years, and he quit successfully with vaping overnight as well, 3 years ago, shortly after I did, and he hasn't smoked since. And the same can be said for my sister and my brother-in-law. E-cigarettes and nicotine e-liquid are widely available in vape stores and corner stores, newsagents, etc., in the Netherlands and across Europe, many other countries. But not available to minors under the usual smoking age, of course, in line with tobacco products. This means that smokers have the option to try nicotine vaping as a means to quit in those countries, and I believe that Australians should have the same choice. There's currently about 3.6 million people in the UK alone who have quit smoking with vaping. Australia has got roughly that same amount of smokers still, about 3 million smokers in Australia at the moment, and they should also have this proven method of tobacco harm reduction available to them. In my view, nicotine is no more an enemy to public health than caffeine is to those who indulge in several coffees per day, myself included. The enemy to public health is tobacco and the thousands of poisons being consumed with each cigarette. Nicotine replacement is readily available in products such as patches, gums, and sprays, none of which have had the overwhelming success rates of quitting smoking that nicotine vaping has had, and I'm proof of that, along with hundreds of thousands of others. Vaping products with nicotine must be available as a consumer product with age restrictions, in my opinion, should be 18 plus, the same as alcohol and tobacco products. And the sooner we make this happen, the sooner we can move towards a smoke-free Australia.
Thank you. Senator Sheldon.
First of all, I just want to thank all of you, Ms Gorman and Mr Reid and Ms Lennon, for coming and giving your stories, and also making yourself available for us to ask questions of and to express your personal experience with vaping and smoking. Mr Reid, if it would be helpful, if you could just step me through, just so I understand clearly, and particularly from your personal experience would be invaluable. You mentioned you access your nicotine through a doctor's prescription. Can you just describe the process for me, how that worked for you? If you could take me if as much as you can, step by step.
Yep, certainly. As I say, I read an awful lot, and I researched this very, very carefully before I took up vaping. Part of that research showed me when on the ATHRA site, I looked up the laws, and I found that I was able to import liquid nicotine on prescription under the TGA's personal importation scheme. I spoke to my doctor, who's very supportive, and he agreed and wrote me that prescription. I then went online, and I've got to say I'm up in Darwin, and we've got quite a good local vape store, and I got a fair bit of information from them as well. But I went online, I investigated the products, I found what I wanted, and I placed an online order, and it came in through a courier and was here from New Zealand to Darwin inside of a week. I had already done the investigation, so once it arrived, I had some different sized syringes, latex gloves, even a pair of safety glasses just in case. And I went through the process that was very stressful the first time and very matter of fact by about the third or fourth time. And using a nicotine mixing chart, which is available in a number of places, I worked out exactly how much nicotine I needed to add to a certain size bottle to give me the level of milligram that I needed to successfully make the switch. Having said that, I have twice in the last 3 years, I've had shipments of one of liquid nicotine and one of nicotine containing e-juice seized and referred to the TGA when it didn't show up within an expected time frame. I started to do some investigating and eventually found out that it was being held by the TGA. And on both of those occasions, I provided them in an email a copy of my prescription, and it was then released to me. So I know a lot of people that have said, it's not a problem, you don't need it. I'm one that has had shipments stop, and if I hadn't had that prescription, then quite rightfully, it would have been destroyed.
And Mr. Reid, could you also just step me through the interaction with your doctor about whether that was how either efficient that was for you or cumbersome was, or how it could be improved?
As I've said, from my point of view, I've got a very, very supportive GP, and I suggested it to him, and we then started to investigate. He did as much research as I did. Eventually, we started to discuss the prescription model, and on the ATHRA website, they have a link at the bottom for medical professionals that I'm not totally sure what's in there. You need to put your medical number in to even access it, and that then explains how to go about writing a prescription. And I sat in his surgery. He logged on, opened that section, read through it and said, not a problem, and handed me my first prescription. It was not cumbersome. For me, it was quite easy. And that's why I'm so surprised through these groups that I'm a member of that the vast majority, there's one or two others I know of that have had my experience. The vast majority have spoken to their GP only to be told either I won't do it, or I don't know how to do it, or I don't think I can do it. So the knowledge base of a lot of GPs, that message hasn't gotten through that, one, they can, or two, how they go about writing a prescription for someone to legally import their nicotine. To be honest with you, I would rather not be importing high potency 100 milligram or 200 milligram nicotine liquid. From some places they have a childproof cap, a lot they don't. If I could buy an Australian juice at, well, now I'm down to about 2 or 3 milligram. If I could buy a low milligram diluted nicotine e-juice, I would stop importing immediately. That's where, again, we talk harm reduction. And until we have an industry in Australia producing safe, low milligram e-liquid, we are actually encouraging Australians to import high potency nicotine in questionable containers. We don't know how they store it or where they store it. We work very hard within the groups to try and get that message across. But I hate to use the term dicing with death, but it's dicing with death to have high potency nicotine in a home. I'm single and no children now, but in a home with children, with pets, quite rightly, the TGA is correct. It's a Schedule 7, it's a poison. And yet we are forcing average Australians to import a poison to allow them a reduced harm technique of giving up a product, a consumer product, readily available at every corner store and service station that we know is going to kill the majority of its users. I'm very passionate about it, obviously.
Mr. Reid, Mr. Reid, that's really helpful. Helpful what you've said. Just one of the things. Do you think, in light of you've said that from your personal experience that that doctors have not had the skills, have not had the skill set. So, if the TGA was to provide an education program for doctors, would that be of assistance?
I'm not sure whether it needs to be the TGA or the RACGP. The doctors need to be made aware of the fact that this is a viable tobacco harm reduction or nicotine replacement therapy for their patients, and be educated or made aware of how they go about assisting their patients. I'm sure all of these doctors are very efficient, kind-hearted doctors who would want to help their patients, but it is amazing, the vast majority of people that I've had discussions with, their doctor basically either says, no, it's bad for you, I'm not getting involved, or I don't know how to go about it. And that surprises me greatly.
If just as a way of making it more available, if doctors were educated and said that there's a number of options you proposed, but also if pharmacies at least were available, would that make it easier again for potential access?
To be perfectly honest with you, the one thing that's really stood out to me, I've been sitting here listening all day, the one thing that's really stood out to me is that vaping, we're treating vaping as one word, as though all products fit in to under the one umbrella. We're talking three real pieces of the puzzle here. One of them is the device, the second one is the liquid, and the third one is the nicotine. And I know I'm going to be unpopular with some of the DIY juice, home juice makers out there. But personally, these vaping devices, since Harnlick in 1993 or 2003, patented the first device, which was, you know, a bit rough around the edges, and there were some battery problems and things over the years. These devices have come a heck of a long way. They're fitted with, most of them, with safety chips to stop over voltage, and they're very safe. They're as safe as a mobile phone these days. And that's saying something, because there's a few phones out there that aren't quite so safe. But there's the device, and the device allows you to go obtain the nicotine.
Ask any questions?
Your juice then as a consumer product, low milligram as a consumer product. But as far as high-powered nicotine, I would see that as a prescription from a pharmacy and go from there.
Thanks, Mr. Reid. I think I've used my time up, but thank you very much for your evidence. And again, Ms. Lennon and Ms. Gorman, I'm sure there might be others who will have some questions for you, but thank you for your evidence as well.
All right, Senator Seward, are you still there? Senator Seward?
Yes, I am. Sorry, I was listening. I apologise. I had to deal with a family emergency.
That's all right. Are you ready if we go to you now?
Sorry, yes, I am. And Senator Sheldon's asked quite a few of the questions I was going to ask. Can I ask particularly Ms. Decker and, sorry, Diane, I've forgotten your surname. Sorry, apologies.
Gorman.
What's my...
Gorman. I must.
Sorry, Miss Gorman.
Name again. I must have logged on with, earlier with not putting my surname. But Diane Gorman.
My apologies. Can I ask you specifically about the issue of prescription? I think, and I should say thank you to all of you. Lived experience is so important for us on Senate committees. So I'd like to ask you what you feel about the issues around the prescription approach. Do you think that would suit you, and do you think it would meet the needs of other people who are vaping or want to start vaping?
I'll start. I am anti the prescription approach. I started vaping in 2013. Prior to that, I had made many attempts quitting, primarily cold turkey. An absolute disaster, I was a slightly hysterical smoker. I could not even go a day, even while pregnant, without cigarette. I cut down to 5 cigarettes a day very briefly, but I was so unbearable to live with that my husband ended up throwing cigarettes at me. I could not bear to think that I might run out of cigarettes tonight. I have done terrible things in my life to have the cigarettes in my possession. So my attempts at quitting cold turkey were disastrous, to put it mildly. And mind you, when I was pregnant with my first child, the maternity ward at the hospital had a smoking room across the corridor from the nursery. It was a slightly different time back then. But I did not try any nicotine replacement therapies until they became available without prescription. It never occurred to me to go to my doctor and ask about giving up smoking. It was my business, and my mother actually commented to me yesterday, she's 96, that how much more even I am these days. Because in the past, if people even suggested to me that maybe I should one day think about giving up smoking, I would descend into a rage that they had. I mean, as I said, I was an hysterical smoker. And suddenly I discovered vaping. I used to use gum. Once they became available without prescription, I started using gum and patches. So I would be chewing gum with the patch on whilst lighting up a roll your own cigarette. The hand-to-mouth action is to me really important. I'm also I was a nail biter from the very early days. I no longer bite my nails because I now have that that hand-to-mouth action. I just can't emphasise how important that is to me. So I would not go to my doctor. I went to my doctor once several years ago. By then I had quit smoking, to tell him I had quit smoking using vaping. He is vehemently anti-smoking and just simply nonplussed by the very concept of why anyone would vape. And I demonstrated it to him. He recoiled in horror, wrote me down as a non-smoker, and we have never discussed it again. He was just, he just abhorred. He doesn't have that experience. If you go to a vape shop, you're talking to someone who has been through the experience. You go to your GP, they really don't have a clue what it's like to be that sort of smoker who just can't even bear. I couldn't walk up to my letterbox without carrying a packet of cigarettes with me. Now, vaping, I am still addicted. I still vape 7 years later. My nicotine level has decreased from 1.8% to 0.3%. And sometimes I can't be bothered putting the nicotine in, so I vape nicotine-free. I suspect that I hope that if medicalisation comes in, that I will go nicotine-free. That's what I hope. The fear is that I will actually go back to cigarettes. I am still addicted. I have simply switched my addiction. But with vaping, it is decreasing all the time. I vape less. I can now, if I find myself halfway to the shops and discover I don't have my vape with me, I could live with it. Whereas 7 years ago, I would have been driving back home to pick up my cigarettes, or I would have been stopping at a service station on the way. So the level of addiction has decreased. I think that the Department of Health needs to go into vape stores and see what it is they provide and what it is they do. As I spoke in my opening statement, that the choice that vaping gives you is just absolutely critical to giving up. And if you start medicalising it, I mean, I hate tobacco flavours in my e-cigarettes. Hate them. I hate chocolate flavours. They make me nauseous, and yet other people love them. Some people will only vape tobacco. I can't stand it. People simply don't understand that importance of choice and being the one in charge, being the one who decides, I am going to give this a go. And as I said in my opening statement, I never thought I'd give up. I thought I was going to die a smoker, one of those people in their hospital gown, in the rain, outside the hospital bounds, with a drip, having to say, that was me. I was going to die a smoker.
Thank you. Is it okay if I just ask Ms. Decker her view on that? Thank you so much.
Yeah, look,
very
hand rage, and we'll just, I mean, we are trying to sort of get through. But,
yeah. If Ms. Decker could just give us her feeling, and then I will promise I will be quiet.
Never.
Yes, regarding the prescription model, I do find to be just absolutely ridiculous for someone who managed to quit overnight just from going from my GP's office in the Netherlands and walking across town into the local vape store and talking to people who had quit smoking with vaping. They had all of the knowledge. They knew what level of nicotine I should be starting on in order to make that switch immediately and not drag it out, so that it takes weeks to get off cigarettes. And just have that knowledge of the devices and different flavors. I mean, I started on 18 milligrams of nicotine in my e-liquid. I don't mix my own. I buy my e-liquid with the nicotine in it because I find that to be safer with the kids around the house. It was an incredibly easy process, and I was just absolutely thrilled. I went home with everything that I needed from the vape store. They made sure I had everything that I needed to do it right and to do it quickly. Gave me all of the advice, let me try some different flavors. That was also an important one. I also found out very quickly that I don't like menthol flavors, tobacco flavors. I don't understand why anybody would vape a tobacco flavor. That's just disgusting to me. But my favorite is strawberry. I think if you know, if this goes through pharmacies and we don't have those sorts of choices and we have to go through a doctor and get a prescription, and then we have to find somebody who's going to import it to a pharmacy, it's just going to make the whole process way too difficult. And when you think about it, we've got patches and gums and sprays sitting on the bottom shelves at Chemist Warehouse where children can easily access them. Anybody of any age can purchase those products. And yeah, we should just be able to purchase vape products from a regulated consumer model, and 18 plus. It's, yeah.
Thank you.
18 plus and childproof caps. It's really pretty simple. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Senator Siewert. If we can go to Senator Henderson now.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you all very much for telling your stories. I just want to reiterate that I'm sure I speak for all in saying that no one on this committee considers you to be an anecdote. We really value your personal experience and your personal stories. Ms. Gorman, you've obviously had a lifelong battle with nicotine addiction, and I'm very pleased to hear how things have improved for you. Because I can't see you, I'm on the phone, I'm terribly sorry. Can you just give me a rough idea of your age?
I turn 71 next month.
Okay. So given that, in your words, your addiction to nicotine has improved, do you support the greater availability of vaping than is currently available in Australia?
Yes, I do. I mean, the only problem with vaping in Australia at the moment is that people can't buy products with nicotine in it. The regulation is quite strong around vape stores and that sort of thing, I think. But if you can't buy nicotine and nicotine is your addiction, then buying a vape does not help. So what do? You import it from overseas, you import it from China or somewhere where there's no control. Whereas if vape stores could sell liquids with nicotine in them and you had regulatory control over the standards for that, then that would be a better model for me to make it. I mean, I can go to the supermarket, to the service station, anywhere and buy cigarettes. And as Haley pointed out, children can go to the supermarket and buy 4 milligram sprays, oral sprays, freely. You don't have to be an adult to do that. And yet my level of nicotine, which is lower than those NRT products, is not available to me. I don't get it. I don't see why it's so comparatively easy to buy cigarettes, why you would make vaping harder than that.
So you've said in your submission that you took up smoking at the age of 13. And do you believe, and can you remember from that time, do you believe the widespread availability of cigarettes at that time contributed to you taking up cigarettes at such a young age?
That's down entirely to the boy across the road and the presence of chook sheds in my country town. We used to go to the chook shed and have the occasional fag because it was naughty. That's I didn't actually start really smoking until I was at university, and it was simply, so we're talking 1968. It was certainly socially acceptable back then. It was not thought about. You could smoke anywhere. So there was no thought about it at all when I started smoking.
Well, no, in those days, I think the tobacco companies were promoting cigarettes as being good for your health.
Oh, yeah, the doctors were promoting cigarettes. It's not,
Right.
It was a different age.
Despite the evidence, of course. When you look back at how you started smoking, obviously, firstly, when you were a young teenager, what are your thoughts, and if you could wind back the clock, what are your thoughts on non-smokers accessing vaping products? You know, given your lifelong battle with nicotine addiction, and obviously it has been a very serious battle, what are your thoughts in relation to non-smokers?
Well, if you start off with a young non-smoker and they have the choice of vaping and smoking is really easy, they're 18 years old and they can go to the supermarket and they can buy cigarettes. I would rather they started vaping instead. Having lived through several years of cough, I don't think I've managed to cough at all whilst I've been on. There was a time when I couldn't get a sentence out without going into an awful hacking cough. I got a cold one year, the cough never went away until I started vaping.
Can I just put it to you that it would be better for non-smokers to stay a non-smoker? Wouldn't that be the best possible health position?
Yes, that's absolutely true. I would never advocate to anyone, here, try this. I have never done that to anyone in my life. But
okay.
There is a
all right. Thank you very much, Ms. Gorman. Can I just go to Mr. Reid pretty quickly? Mr. Reid, you've accessed these products via your GP through a prescription pathway. You've heard evidence that the TGA is proposing this sort of model. Do you support a continuation of this model?
No, I don't. What they're proposing is not a continuation of the program. What they're looking at, what they've got at the moment is a personal importation scheme. You can bring in a 3-month supply at a time, and that's any medication, and a maximum of 5 importations in 12 months. So basically you could import 15 months worth in a 12-month period. Now, they're talking getting rid of that. So there's no continuation. What they're talking with their prescription model is, with the way pharmacists and doctors are set up in this country at the moment, it's as good as a pseudo ban. I agree with Diane wholeheartedly. We've got to draw the line somewhere between prohibition and freedom of choice. Now,
can I just clarify? Weren't you vaping under medical supervision?
Yes, absolutely. Right at the very start, I wanted to be sure what I was getting myself into was as safe as I believed it was. And in consultation with my GP, he did his research, and we ended up coming to the same conclusion. Now,
and do you think that, so just to pick up on that, do you think that the GP supervision of your vaping helped you to gradually reduce your nicotine intake? I mean, was that helpful for you?
No, absolutely not. That was the choice to switch to vaping, and the assistance with a prescription so that I was not breaking the law. As for starting at a higher milligram of nicotine and now being on a fraction of that, has been purely my choice. And it's been a plan I've had all along of reducing that nicotine over a period of time and eventually being nicotine free, and then deciding whether I wanted to vape because I enjoyed it or give it away because I was no longer addicted to nicotine.
Look, my understanding is that the TGA has indicated that an individual will still be able to personally import nicotine as long as they have a script, but we might just get the TGA to clarify that, perhaps, something that we can put to them.
That's not my understanding of it.
No, Senator.
Yeah, look, thank you very much, and I want to thank you all for your time today. Chair, no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Senator Urquhart.
Thanks very much. I've just got a couple of quick And I just want to echo the thank yous from my colleagues in relation to you all coming along today and telling your story. It's not an easy thing to do, and I think Miss Decker-Lemon, you indicated this was the first time that you've done anything like this before, and I guess it's probably all of you, it's a first for a Senate inquiry, but we're not that bad to deal with, so thank you for coming along. Can I just ask you, without necessarily saying what prescribed drugs that you might be on, could you each quickly indicate to me if you take any prescription medicines? Mr.
Yes,
Reid?
would you like me to start?
Yeah, I don't want to know the details. I just want to know if you are on prescription medicine. So just a yes or a no really would suffice. Yes. Yep. Mr. Reid?
I have a long-term knee injury, and yes, I take a prescription painkiller for that.
Miss Gorman?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you.
I'm 71. I'm 71. Give me a break.
I hear you. I'm getting there myself. I guess my question related to that is, do you believe that those medications should be allowed to be sold over the counter to anyone who wants to buy them without the oversight of a doctor?
Can I just say, no, they shouldn't, but they are medications. Nicotine is not.
Yep. Okay.
I've got to say I agree. I think the medications need doctor support and should be by prescription. Nicotine, it all, like caffeine, comes down to the dose.
Yep.
Yes, I agree. Nicotine vaping products is no more of a medication than patches, gums or sprays that are available in every store.
Okay. Can I ask just generally, and I think you may have covered this in terms of whether it's more inconvenient to go to a doctor or a chemist than maybe into a vape store. I mean, if the proposal is that you have a prescription, you go to a chemist to get it filled or you get it filled online, is it more inconvenient to do that than go to a vape store? What's the difference in terms of looking after your health and stepping into either of those?
The difference to me is that the people at vape stores are, to every vape store I've been to, they are themselves ex-smokers who know what they're talking about when it comes to vaping. My local pharmacist knows zero zilch about vaping. They don't even know about smoking. They certainly don't know anything at all about vaping.
Okay, I guess just...
As far as I'm concerned, if you can imagine what it'd be like to have to make an appointment every time you needed milk or bread, I think that answers the question.
Yes, except you don't have to, because you can actually get a prescription that lasts for 12 months. So I guess that's the difference, isn't it?
You've got to get a prescription, but the model that they are talking, where you then need to get your products from the pharmacist or the doctor, as I say, the doctors and pharmacists, their time is already at a premium, let alone acting as a pseudo vape store. The vape store, like you get your bread and milk, when you need some more juice, jump the car, you go down and you buy your juice, the same as you go out late at night and buy your cigarettes at the service station.
Okay, all right, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Urquhart. Senator Canavan.
Yeah, look, thanks. I might just go to Mr. Reid first. Mr. Reid, obviously, as you've expressed today, you went to a doctor yourself and got a prescription, although you do interact with a number of vapers through your Facebook account. I just want to get your perspective on, would there be a lot of people who do vape who, let's just say, might not be regular visitors to their GP, and if this model were to come through, might not be that inclined to go and seek these types of approvals?
Yes, thanks, Senator Canavan. Look, I know through the interactions with group members. As I say, we're a little group, but we've got 1,000 members. I know there is a very large number of them who have that if it came to having to go and see their doctor,
Hello, this is the Vapor Man. We are currently experiencing some technical difficulties. The Senate has adjourned, and they will be returning shortly with Dr. Wodak, Dr. Mendelsohn, and Dr. Clive Bates. I haven't been able to get in touch with Pippa, but I'm sure she is frantically working around and sorting some stuff out. Hang around. It should be back soon. Once again, I repeat, the Senate is in a 5-minute break anyway, so just hang on to your hats and we should be back soon, I think.
Yeah, hello, check 1, 2, yeah, hi all, and I do apologise for this inconvenience. Unfortunately, I've had some tech issues, some things go down, and as Vaporman said, I am working on this frantically at the moment, and hope to be able to get a positive result in the next couple of minutes. Sorry again for the inconvenience.
While Pippa is sorting that out, Vaporman always likes to talk. So I'll talk about some of the stuff that had happened and some of my thoughts, although you're probably sick of hearing them. tough. We've got technical difficulties, so you're just going to have to listen to me. Okay, they were talking around at 2 o'clock about ending smoking by 2025 in New Zealand. Now, while that's an admirable goal, I would say there are some issues with that. Personally, for me,
with your colleagues, both over
I started with
e-safety
the
and with the
nicotine
CFI
gum.
Centre.
I had terrible heartburn with that. There are other things like
Chair,
snus
so
and whatnot.
we have
And yeah, like cigarettes may be the only option for some people. Now, everybody should quit, but like the lovely lady, Miss Gorman, said, some people just find it impossible. This addiction to nicotine, I mean, not having nicotine can be worse in some cases for some individuals. I would suggest, you know, if you're going to have a mental breakdown if you don't have cigarettes, a type of harm reduction may even be to continue on the cigarettes. Now, I would recommend trying the gum. Like I said, I had horrible heartburn, but even then, I would still rather be on the gum than the cigarettes, personally. But so yeah, once like 2020.
I'll interrupt Vape Man there. Vape Man's got a check 1-2 on me. We are back. We are back. We are back. We're backing up. I do apologise. It looks like we've only just lost a little bit there. We are back. You are right. They are in a short suspension period. And we'll be definitely back in a moment. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want me to keep talking, Pippa?
Sure, keep going. No problem at all.
All right. So, receiving funding. This is more on the petrol station. Oh no, this is just generally. They always ask if any of these experts have received funding from tobacco groups, and it's like, well, hang on, give us a second here. So, what about all the experts like Skerritt and Emily Banks? Where do these people's funding comes from? It wouldn't happen to come from the $17 billion in taxes that the taxes on cigarettes. All right, sure, that's not from big tobacco, but that's from the government selling cigarettes. Just because they don't manufacture cigarettes doesn't mean these people aren't being paid by the sale of cigarettes. This never seems to get brought up. Everybody always accuses people of, like Colin Mendelsohn, that he's being paid under the table by some sort of vaping lobbyist or tobacco group. But other people never come under the scrutiny of funding, which I find to be a bit unfair. There was another point. Yes, vaping is cheaper, but it's cheaper because of the taxes. Now look, cutting up a plant and rolling it up in paper is always going to be cheaper than manufacturing batteries, manufacturing coils, and I'm not sure what the actual cost analysis is of extracting nicotine from tobacco leaf and putting it in a juice, but vaping is actually more expensive than smoking if you look at the cost of production. Now, this is a reason why I think there should always be taxes and smoking should always be more expensive than vaping, for the pure and simple reason that we live in a country, and we're back.
And they're back.
And claims of public interest immunity have been provided to witnesses and are available from the Secretariat. Witnesses should remember to speak clearly into the microphones to assist Hansard to record proceedings. But we actually don't have anyone on. Oh, we do. Rach is on video conference. So please ensure your microphone is set to mute while you're not speaking to also assist with the recording. And for the Hansard record, could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear? I'd now like to invite you to make a 3-minute opening statement, should you wish to do so.
Well, thank you. I might start. I'm Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. I'm a general practitioner and director of the Australian Tobacco Harm Reduction Association, which is a health promotion charity. So I'd like to make 4 points. The first is that the discussion about vaping should be guided by one key question, and that is, what is the net public health effect of vaping? We can't see into the future, so we rely more on modelling studies, and the modelling studies, with one exception, which was made very poor assumptions, show that they predict a substantial public health benefit to smoking rates and smoking-related disease in the community. And that's taking into account all the potential risks to young people and all the potential harms from vaping itself, and including measurements of the likely effect of vaping. So the net public health effect, we think, it should be our prime concern. Secondly, in regard to youth vaping, we believe that the concerns about youth vaping have been exaggerated. They're important, but we think they're exaggerated because most use by youth is experimental and short-term. Young people who try vaping are more likely to go on later to try smoking, but there's no good evidence that that is a causal relationship. And I'm sure we'll talk more about that. The rise in youth vaping has coincided with a dramatic reduction in smoking rates in youth in the US and the UK. And the idea that vaping is leading to smoking is not consistent with that. And in fact, we think the evidence suggests vaping is actually diverting youth away from smoking. So young people are trying vaping and not progressing to smoking is what we think is happening. If there is a gateway, it's clearly very small. And I think we need to seriously consider youth vaping, but keep it in perspective. My third point is that vaping is not a smoking cessation method. It's a tobacco harm reduction strategy. It's designed for adult smokers who are unable to quit with other methods or on their own as a second-line treatment, and these people would continue to smoke otherwise. And I think we've got to always consider it in that context. The reality is, and I've treated smokers for over 40 years, smoking is incredibly difficult to quit, and many Australians simply are not able to quit. Vaping is not risk-free, but it's a far safer alternative to continuing to smoke. My fourth point is that vaping products are consumer products in every Western democracy. They're tobacco products in the US. There isn't a single country that requires users to have a prescription. These are not medicines. They don't make therapeutic claims. They're simply an alternative consumer product to deadly tobacco, and they should be at least as readily available as cigarettes. They certainly shouldn't be less available or less accessible. And we think that the prescription model is just unworkable. Patients, from the people I speak to, they will not go to GPs. I've done more training of GPs than anyone else in Australia. I've run hundreds of workshops. And I unfortunately have to say that GPs are not engaged with smoking, even the conventional treatments. Their rate of intervention is very low. Their knowledge is actually very low. And the outcome of all that is that there is great room for improvement. And I don't think what the TGA is planning and educating is likely to make much of a difference, to be frank. So we recommend that low concentrations of nicotine from 0.1 to 5% are available as consumer products, managed and regulated by the ACCC, that nicotine is removed from the poison standard to allow for that, and that they're made available to adult smokers who can't quit with other methods, while at the same time reducing and limiting access to young people. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wodak.
Thank you. I've spent almost 4 decades working for drug harm reduction in Australia and many other countries. This includes advocacy for methadone treatment, needle syringe programs, drug consumption rooms, and now for vaping. Drug harm reduction is almost invariably very effective, pretty safe, and very cost effective. But every new drug harm reduction intervention is fiercely resisted for many years, generally eventually accepted, and then shown to have substantial benefits and minimal adverse effects. Vaping fits that pattern. With vaping in Australia, we're still at the early stage of relentless resistance. The most critical questions regarding vaping is whether to make it easy or difficult for smokers to switch from high-risk cigarettes to much lower-risk vaping. How can anyone justify making that switch difficult? If someone you really cared about had tried quitting unsuccessfully using multiple methods many times, if they asked you whether or not they should try vaping, what would you say? If you would say no, how could you justify not encouraging them to at least try vaping? If you would say yes for a loved one, why would you not say yes for somebody else's loved one? I believe reducing cancer, heart and lung disease and other costs from smoking should still be Australia's #1 long-term public health priority, with up to 2 out of every 3 smokers dying from a smoking-related condition. That's 21,000 Australians every year. Smoking is an even more important issue amongst low-income and other disadvantaged populations. Supply and demand reduction have helped Australia reduce our smoking rates in recent decades, but the decline in smoking rates has been very slow for the last 7 or 8 years. Harm reduction is accepted as the third pillar of our national tobacco strategy, but it was largely neglected in the past because harm reduction options weren't very good. In the last decade, we've had good harm reduction options, but it's now neglected because the options are extremely good. A major advance in public health in recent decades has been the development of a growing range of effective, relatively safe tobacco harm reduction options. Swedish snus has been available for about 200 years and provides proof of concept of tobacco harm reduction, with decades of extensive research showing huge benefits, minimal adverse effects. When people have a choice between dangerous or low-risk nicotine options, they rush to the low-risk options. Australia has a de facto prohibition of vaping, and the Minister for Health wants to make this even more extreme with an unworkable ban on the importation of nicotine liquid and stricter prescription control. This is about the ideology of abstinence rather than pragmatically trying to find the least worst way of providing nicotine for the almost 3 million Australians who enjoy taking it. Australia should welcome vaping urgently, and when we can, also welcome snus, heated tobacco products and tobacco pouches. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wodak. I will start us off this afternoon. I guess the first thing I'd like to say, and I'll come back to you, Dr. Mendelsohn, but just as a declaration, Dr. Mendelsohn is actually my doctor that's helping with my smoking cessation. So just so that that's clear, that I do have a professional relationship with Dr. Mendelsohn, who I saw 60 days ago, which is the last time I had a cigarette. So there we go. So, Dr. Wodak, one of the things that we've been hearing today, it seems a bit confusing, to be perfectly honest, because we keep hearing from the perspective of it being a gateway for youth to smoke, that there's plenty of studies that tell us it's a gateway, that there's all this evidence that youth are using vaping as a gateway, that they're then moving to cigarettes, and we know that. But then when we talk about some of the other figures, there's not enough studies and longevity studies, and there's just not enough to tell us what is actually going on. What is the answer? Do we actually have studies? Because we seem to not have studies that support vaping as a cessation tool. We don't have enough studies to tell us how good, the security about vaping, that it is 95% less harmful than cigarettes. We don't have enough studies that support people actually using it as a smoking cessation tool because it hasn't been around long enough, et cetera, et cetera. But we do have enough studies to tell us that it's a gateway, and the youth and all of these things, so that those opposed to it becoming certainly a consumer product have enough studies and longevity in the gateway argument, but don't have enough in the smoking cessation argument. But also they don't think that there's been enough research when it comes to the damage that vaping might cause long term. In particular, the argument's been used that we perhaps didn't understand the damage that smoking cigarettes did for at least 40 years or so. Would you suggest, though, that the science we have now and our understanding of damage that drugs can do to physiology in the body, that perhaps the science now means that we don't actually need 40 years of vaping to understand what impacting vaping might have on the body, that we have had advances in science since the 50s and 60s, so that perhaps we now have a better understanding in a much shorter time frame of what the impact of vaping is on the body? And either or, whoever would like to answer that.
Well, firstly, Senator, let me congratulate you on giving up smoking. That's a wonderful thing to do. It's wonderful for you, wonderful for your family. Secondly, let me say about gateway, as I mentioned, every new drug harm reduction intervention is always controversial. There are always no shortage of people who are willing to try and push it off a cliff. And one of the things that comes up with every new drug harm reduction intervention, and often they use the same language, it's a gateway. So we heard for decades that the reason why people take heroin is because they started with cannabis and cannabis was a gateway to heroin. You don't hear that anymore. People have given up trying to pretend that that's true. And when the needle syringe programs came in, we heard that that was going to be an entry for more people to use drugs, for people to use them more frequently and have longer drug using careers. And I took part, I actually reviewed this evidence for the World Health Organization in 2003, and there was no evidence for any of those propositions. So it's a very familiar theme to me. And in the case of the gateway hypothesis for vaping, there's direct evidence to the contrary. The evidence is that the more people, the higher the prevalence of vaping in communities, the faster smoking rates go down, and smoking rates continue to go down in young people. So I think this is really nonsense, and I don't see why people still entertain that idea. Colin can bury this committee with his incredible memory of studies, which will confirm what I just said. But I say that with great confidence. I think the gateway hypothesis is not going to last, and it shouldn't have lasted as long as it has.
And what about the science argument that, do we have better science now to look at what the damage or not damage that's occurring to the body by vaping as opposed to the 40, 50-year studies that were required to cigarettes? Sorry?
What I'd like to do, Senator, is give you a brief quote from Professor Austin Bradford Hill, who was, in this subject, is very important. He was Professor Richard Dole's second deputy, and he gave a quote directly on this issue, which I'd like to read to you. And he said, "All scientific work is incomplete, whether it be observational or experimental. All scientific work is liable to be upset or modified by advancing knowledge. That does not confer upon us a freedom to ignore the knowledge we already have or postpone the action that it appears to demand at a given time." And I think we have more than enough knowledge right now to proceed with making vaping available and have proportionate regulations to minimise any adverse effects.
Look, just to follow on from that, I think the argument that it took 40, 50 years to find out that smoking was harmful is a nonsense. I mean, that was 60 years ago and more. If cigarettes were invented today, we would know very quickly that they're very harmful. I mean, there have been enormous advances in toxicology and physiology, understanding of disease, and the scientific method has come a long way. As one of the speakers said this morning, the growth in studies on vaping is increasing at an exponential rate. There's over 6,000 peer-reviewed papers on vaping. We know what's in these products. Not everyone has...
Well, we know what's in the regulated products.
Well, no, the ones that have been studied, we know that the number of... In cigarette smoke, there's over 7,000 chemicals, 70 known carcinogens. In vapour, the number of chemicals is... in the ones that have been studied that are measurable are about 30 or around that number. And those chemicals are on average, according to Public Health England, mostly less than 1% in the concentration they are in smoke. So it's just common sense. I don't see why we're even arguing about that. And we know what's in these products to a large degree. We don't know everything, but we know more than enough to know that they're safer, and we've worked that out very quickly.
Mm-hmm. I know my colleague's going to have lots of questions for you, but I just did hope, Dr. Mendelsohn, you could take them through. I know my consultation with you took well over an hour, and we went through and tried a number of vape machines, and we also tried a number of strengths. So I was just wondering whether or not you could perhaps explain to my colleagues the process that is potentially required to ensure, and I unintentionally quit smoking. I came to see you as chairing of this inquiry just so that I could get an understanding of how the process worked and what actually happened. It was more investigative on my behalf. And it just so happened we hit the nail on the head. I've been ordering them from New Zealand ever since, and I haven't had a cigarette for 60 days. And, you know, I had no intention of quitting smoking. I loved it. So, you know, well done you. But if you can perhaps explain to people what the process is and how important it is with the variety of machines, the difference between what I use as a pod versus mixing up of juice, and how that will work. And then how we're talking about if we're going to try and find doctors to spend the hour that we spent not post a psychological, you know, the assessment that was done in the process of what that appointment looks like.
Look, even with conventional treatments that doctors are trained in, unfortunately, the intervention rate is very low. I mean, most smokers say, look, no, my doctor didn't bring the subject up. And when they do, they're really not well informed. But vaping is quite complex. So first of all, for the consultation, you need to go through the smoker's history, find out their medical illnesses, what they've tried before, what sort of smoker they are they addicted to nicotine, are they concerned about the behavioural aspects of smoking, and so on. And then you need to make a decision about which is the best choice of treatment for them with the patient. If they choose vaping, then there are 4 generations of vaping devices. There's a whole range of vaping nicotine concentrations. There's a whole range of flavours. There's a range of other ingredients that go in the products. And it is very much a journey for people. They'll start with one product at one strength, then move on to perhaps a stronger concentration, move on to a different device. And vapers will often say, I started with this and it was okay, but then I found this and that made the difference. And one of the things we did was you tried the devices in the office, and GPs won't have that option. And it is going to be a matter of trial and error, and it's going to be a much slower process. And GPs, I have to say, are really not that concerned to support vaping. They've repeatedly been told by the TGA and the Department of Health that this is not an acceptable form of treatment. They're very reluctant to prescribe vaping. They're very misinformed. They're afraid it's breaking the law if they provide nicotine. They don't know enough about it. The nicotine isn't in their prescribing software. They don't know how to write a prescription. It will take a lot of training, and quite frankly, I don't think the TGA is likely to be able to do that effectively. And the other problem is if your GP doesn't provide that service, sure, you can go by telehealth to another GP, but you have to pay the full fee, which is at least $90 for that consultation, which for the demographics of smokers is, for many of them, is a big problem.
And then you're certainly not going to get the try before you buy, if you like.
The try before you buy. And the other problem is that for many people who are, again, disadvantaged, accessing these products online is a big problem. Being able to access and navigate the internet to find the products that work for you. And then I've often had people say, look, my product hasn't arrived from overseas and I haven't got any nicotine. I'm going to go back to smoking. And that happens all the time.
Absolutely. All right, Senator Sheldon.
Thanks for both of you joining us today. Earlier this week, I wrote to each of you regarding Article 5.3, the World Health Organization Framework Convention, Tobacco Control, the need for the inquiry to be held at the highest level of integrity and transparency. I've asked this question of others other than government representatives. Can I just ask you from the onset, have any of you been in receipt, directly or indirectly through another organisation, financial support or other assistance in kind, such as public relations, campaign support, travel expenses, IT support, etc., by any parties involved in the production, distribution or sale of tobacco, nicotine or vaping products? And could you disclose the nature of this support, the amount or value provided, and the company or organisation providing that support?
Okay, well, I've never received funding from tobacco or electronic cigarette companies. I'm a director of ATHRA that has declared repeatedly that we have accepted funding from the vape industry in the early stages to set up the charity, but since March 2019 we have not. So we don't accept any funding from the vape industry at all now, and we have never accepted funding from big tobacco. In fact, to the contrary, Dr. Waylock and I spend a lot of our own money and our own expenses in our advocacy. So coming down to Canberra today was at our own expense, for example, and many of our frequent visits to Canberra have been at our own expense.
Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Waylock.
I've never received any money directly from a tobacco company. As I explained in my reply to you, I have worked in public hospitals in Melbourne, London and Sydney for over 40 years. And my salary, I presume, was funded, the money for that originally came from government revenue. And in Australia, cigarette taxation is the fourth largest source of general revenue, somewhere between $16 and $17 billion a year. So I can only assume that some of my income was partially derived from cigarette taxation, which means that the answer to your question is yes. I've, for over 40 years, received funding that originated from the tobacco industry. And I imagine that same answer applies to anybody who accepts any salary from any government, including politicians.
Thank you for your evidence, Dr. Wadak. Do you want to do?
Yeah, can I just follow up? So, can I ask, do you, and I'll go to both of you, do either of you or ARTHRA still receive financial or in-kind support from Knowledge Action Change?
So, Knowledge Action Change is a private health a harm reduction organisation in the UK, and they made a single donation several years ago of $8,000 because they supported what we were doing. We were very public about that and made a public declaration, but we've had no further support from them since.
Okay, so no other. So when was that?
A year and a half ago.
Okay, so about 2019, 2018.
18, I think.
Yep. Okay, and nothing since then?
Nothing since.
Okay, so you're not receiving any support from Knowledge Action Change since then? Right, okay. Sorry, I'll go back. Do you want to continue?
Yeah. Yep. Just want to ask about the tax treatment of e-cigarettes. I understand that e-cigarettes do not carry any additional taxation beyond the GST. Is that correct?
Well, the devices are taxed according, yes, by the GST. The liquids, of course, nicotine liquids aren't sold in Australia, so any GST that would be payable is collected by other countries.
So what's your view about on the taxation of, or the potential taxation or the non-taxation of e-cigarettes?
Look, you can justify high levels of taxation for tobacco products because we want to discourage people from smoking, but we would like to encourage people who can't quit smoking to switch to vaping, and we would like to see a financial incentive there. So we feel that the lowest possible level of tax is appropriate for something that is a life-saving product. So we think it's inappropriate to tax them at a high level, but of course it does need to be some taxation to allow for the costs involved and regulation and so on. So GST certainly, and I imagine there would be some sales tax, but we would argue to keep that at the lowest level possible. So in Italy, for example, at one stage they introduced high levels of tax on nicotine products, and the industry just collapsed. 85% of shops closed. People went back to smoking. And I think that's a clear indication that there is a cost issue. Most smokers have little money, and that cost incentive would be a big advantage.
So your view is that any increase in taxes on e-cigarettes in line with tobacco would create a price signal that stops smokers from taking up vaping as an alternative?
That's right. I think there would be enormous financial gain from stimulation in the local vaping industry. I think we would employ thousands of extra people. We'd see our vape industry generate significant amounts of a variety of taxes if the industry was allowed to grow in Australia. Because as one of the senators has said this morning, a lot of the Australian vape companies have gone to New Zealand to sell products back to Australia. So we've lost the GST, we've lost the workforce, and I think we've missed the opportunity for that industry to develop.
Could I just add to that I think there's a case for, I agree with Colin, a case for high cigarette taxation, not for super high cigarette taxation, and cigarette taxes have increased 9 times in Australia in the last 10 years, And remember that this is a period of low wage growth, very low wage growth, and also a period now of the worst economic conditions since 1929. And we're dealing largely with a population which has very low incomes. The lowest quintile income in Australia, that group, has more than twice the smoking rate of the highest quintile. So I think the system as it is now with super high taxation and with the vaping exit door largely shut is, frankly, I think it's cruel and punitive. And I think if we want to see smoking rates plummet in Australia, we should have relaxed attitudes to vaping with proportionate regulation, and part of that should also be having very low taxation on vaping products.
Fine. Okay, you're okay, Senator Jordan. Thank you. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. Could I ask something that we haven't checked with this, or I don't think discussed today, about vapers who go back to smoking? Because I think, Dr. Mendelsohn, you do interact a bit, I think, in a clinical way with vapers. Is that correct?
Yes.
I mean, in your experience, or do you have much experience with people starting to vape, but then they eventually go back to smoking? Does that happen? And have you got any kind of real world evidence of why that's happening?
Look, it does happen. People are sometimes put into very difficult situations with stress and alcohol, and yes, they sort of lose the plot and slip back to bad habits. But the evidence suggests that vaping is protective against relapse. One of the problems with all the smoking quitting methods is that people quit and then they're on their own. And of all the methods to prevent relapse, nothing has been shown to work, nothing. And there's a Cochrane review on that. The evidence from vaping suggests it actually protects people from relapse. So if you're in a situation where you might have a drink and you'd normally feel like a cigarette and you get that urge, you just have a vape instead. And and that's why many people continue to vape long term, because if they stop vaping, they're at risk of relapse, and that's what generally happens. And people will often say to you, look, if I stop vaping, I will have to go back to smoking. And I think vaping is protective of relapse.
And so if the government were to significantly restrict access to liquid nicotine, in your view, would that increase the risks of people having to get that fix through smoking?
Absolutely. This is what people tell me all the time. And there was a survey by Legalised Vaping of over 7,000 vapers, and they found 42% said if they couldn't get their liquid nicotine, they would go back to smoking. 37% they would go to the black market. And my patients, people often say they're terrified that they won't be able to get their nicotine. They've finally quit a devastating smoking behaviour. Finally, after trying everything else, found a way to quit. They're really afraid of going back to smoking and getting sick again, spending a lot of money. And I hear that all the time.
And you might have heard earlier today the Department of Health will not so much confirm, but we think there's still only around 10 GPs registered around the country to prescribe liquid nicotine.
Yes.
Have you had much interaction or seen much from the Department of Health about how the model will work in the future to prescribe, to be accredited, I suppose, to prescribe?
Yeah, well, we understand the accreditation process will be easy, but I think that's the least of the problems. I think the problem is convincing GPs that this is an effective alternative to smoking, and convincing and educating them on how to go about supporting their patients to quit with vaping. I think there's going to be a lot of resistance. And from my experience with GPs, and the GPs I've spoken to, they're not well informed. They simply don't know about vaping. They know what they read in the newspapers and what they hear on the headlines. And like most people, they think vaping causes serious lung diseases, or all the kids are taking up vaping. They pick up those sensational headlines, and research supports that. There was a study looking at where GPs get their information, and they're not well informed.
So I'm sort of restarting my question, but have you seen any evidence, or have you got any information that there is an outreach program starting from the Department of Health?
There's nothing starting yet. They would say that it's not going to be introduced until this is all approved. But we've collected about 8 GPs who are listed on our website who are willing to publicly write nicotine prescriptions, and they are servicing some of the vapers in Australia. But we've regularly advertised and tried to gather more through various groups and outreaches, and haven't been able to access any others to join that list.
Okay. I was struck this morning by the evidence of both the department and Dr. Banks, Professor Banks, that their conclusions seem to be heavily influenced by I suppose written studies, or if you like, reading the literature on these matters. Whereas I think both of yourself in a clinical role, both yourself, Dr. Wodak and Dr. Mendelsohn, you see patients, or?
I've retired in 2012.
Oh, you've retired. Yeah. Okay. But is there, in your view then, or in your professional opinion, is there a bit of a gap in some of the policy making apparatus on this area in Australia, where there's a gap between clinical understanding and evidence and those that are relying on just research in a randomised control sense or some very formal
I think the
sense,
doctors who work with patients and who understand vaping are blown away by the impact vaping is having on those patients. And there are a number of doctors in our group that I've spoken to who have just amazed at how the results they're getting. We hear that all the time. I have to say there are 68 million vapers in the world now. This isn't just a minor option for smokers. It's the most popular quitting method in the world, vaping. So it has huge potential in Australia as well. Can I just go back to the evidence for effectiveness as well? I was also very concerned about Professor Banks' meta-analysis, and I looked at it very carefully and compared it to the Cochrane Review and several other meta-analyses that have recently come out. So there have been 3 major meta-analyses on vaping, which pooled 3 of the most reliable studies and came to a figure of vaping was 70% more effective than nicotine replacement products. So they took the 3 best studies and came to that conclusion. Professor Banks did the meta-analysis, came to a conclusion that there was no evidence vaping was effective. And the reason is that she included a study which used no nicotine, which neutralised the effects of the other studies. So if you took the 2 other studies in her meta-analysis, the Hayek and the Borland study, they showed there was a 67% increased chance of quitting if you were using a nicotine vaping product. When you added in the Lee study, which didn't use nicotine effectively, then there was no benefit. And the other very important point is that I think for Professor Banks to say that there's no evidence that vaping is effective based on randomised controlled trials only is very misleading, on the basis that the effectiveness of vaping should not just be based on the randomised controlled trials. Randomised controlled trials tell us in a controlled environment, if you select your patients carefully, they all get the same treatment, you follow them for a certain time. In that setting, yes, the products work. But what we need to know is, do these products work in the real world? And there are a whole number of different types of real world studies: observational studies, population studies, the decline in smoking rates in countries where vaping is available, anecdotal reports. And if you bring all those different studies together, they all have different benefits and disadvantages. And what experts recommend is that you triangulate those studies, so you get different information from each of them. And when you bring all that information together, there's compelling evidence that vaping is effective.
Can I just drill down on that point? And I'm perhaps trying to restate your evidence to put it in my head, but tell me if I'm wrong. Is your point here that in a randomised control study, there's, I presume, the people chosen know they're chosen, and there's, the people they're being watched, and so the behavioural responses could be influenced by, there's a bit of a Heisenberg almost principle here that, you're being watched, so you might change your behaviour, compared to a real world situation where, you're in the privacy of your own home and you can make your own decisions under different stresses. Is that the sort of point you're making?
That's part of it. But the other problem is with a randomised control trial, you're given this device, this flavour, this nicotine strength, and you're told this is what you're using. It doesn't work like that in the real world. People go to a vape shop, they try different models. They'll start with one, then they'll try something else. And often it's a long-term journey. They'll try different things over a period of 6-9 months, and then they'll quit. Or they're smokers, they'll try a friend's vape and they'll accidentally quit. They didn't mean to quit, and there are many accidental quitters, such as Senator herself. And so randomised controlled trials don't capture all those extra effects.
Can I ask then my final question, and I apologise, I have to leave to catch an aeroplane, but you do have a bit of evidence in your submission about different regulatory models around the world. Just asking, is there any particular model you think is the best or best practice?
Yes.
And how would that be? How would that model be better than the model being proposed currently by the Department of Health and the government?
Well, we looked at regulations in a range of countries. We felt the best models were in the UK and in New Zealand. In both countries, nicotine products are available as consumer products. They're carefully regulated. Access is, the products are made available to adult smokers, but their access to young people is restricted. So they've found a balance to get the best out of these products. They have introduced regulation of safety and quality. So any new product has to be reports to the government before being available, that it meets the standards that are required. There are recall and complaints mechanisms. So if a product turns out to be harmful, it can be recalled. And there are restrictions on what can go into these products. There are restrictions on sale to young people, restrictions on rules for vape shops and so on. And that seems to us to strike the best balance between making this very popular and effective quitting aid or alternative to smoking available, but keeping it from young people.
Thank you very much. Apologise for having to go. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Senator Griff.
Thank you, Chair. I've got just a few questions. Then I have to do the same thing as Senator Canavan. I'd just like to start, if you could just clarify for me where the source in your submission and on your website that vaping is 95% less harmful than lethal tobacco products comes from, and what that 95% actually compares.
Yep, absolutely. So I heard in evidence this morning that this was based on a gathering of 12 experts who came to this figure.
Okay, so
this is incorrect. This figure, they agreed on that figure, but 2 years later, the Public Health England did a comprehensive review of the evidence and came to that same figure, that vaping is 95% safer than smoking. And the Royal College of Physicians also independently did a comprehensive review. And it's based on, the fact is, this is an estimate. It's not an exact number. It's to give smokers an understanding of the relative risk between vaping and smoking. Whether it's 90 or 99% safer, we don't know, but we want to give people an idea of the relative risk. And it's based on the fact that toxins in vapour are less than 1% of what they are in smoke. Toxins in the body of vapours are dramatically less than they are in smokers, what we call the biomarkers. There are substantial health improvements in a number of studies in COPD, asthma, blood pressure, when people switch from smoking to vaping to smoking. The estimate is that the risk of cancer from vaping is about 0.4% of what it is from smoking, and it's based on 15 years of research. And the fact is that there hasn't been one death from vaping nicotine in 15 years, where there are 8 million deaths from smoking every year. So,
okay, Dr. Mendelsohn, I have a couple of other questions, but I'd just like to go back to just the starting piece of research which you referenced that other people have spoken about was the nut study. It is actually the nut study that was also in the Public Health England 2015. They referenced it as well for their statement of the 95%, which was then updated in the 2018 report. And the 2016 Royal College of Physicians also rely on the nut. So saying that there's these multiple studies, but they all actually still, in relation to the 95%, they still actually come back to that one original study. Now, I know you have it on your website, and there's been lots of talk about it being discredited. It's in the Lancet, and other other publications have discredited that. But I think it's valuable for us to, as a committee, to at least understand that study a little more, because it's been used by a number of people progressively. And that study defined and weighted various products from cigarettes being, if you like, an index of 100, down to everything from pipes and a whole series of things, on criteria that ranged, for example, on international damage such as deforestation, contraband and criminal activity, counterfeiting, the extent to which the product increases criminal behaviour, e.g. smuggling, directly or indirectly, a whole series of other non-kind of medical criteria. And it was weighted 27% towards product-related mortality, like death due to cancer and the likes, which is great. Not great having it. So in effect, the actual 95% less harmful statement is comparing vaping to quite a range of other non-mortality related criteria put against cigarettes. I'm not saying the rest of the material in the documentation, because I think everything that the other studies that you mentioned, the Public Health England and all their other areas that they reviewed, I think are very beneficial and were very much medically oriented. But this particular study, only a small percentage actually related to what people would consider a proper medical comparison, of vaping versus cigarette smoking. So I find it very hard to accept this statement being frequently used, that it's 95% better. Now, the way you've described it, I think with various other components, I think that's more relevant. But the 95% to me is it is misleading, because the study did take into account other factors.
With respect, Senator, I actually strongly disagree with that. I've spoken to the lead author of Public Health England and had email communication with Professor Britton, who is the chair of the Tobacco Committee on the Royal College of Physicians. I've asked both of them about the role of the nut study in their conclusion, and they both said that they did their own comprehensive analysis, and this was their personal, their committee's decision based on the evidence that they saw.
But Dr. Middleton, 2015, that report, it references, reference number 10, reference number 146, goes back to this. They all go back to this. So whilst they're talking about other things as well, the 95% figure references back to this.
But it's not based on that study. They did their own comprehensive analysis of...
They did their own analysis, but their quotes of the 95% actually go back to this document. Now, I don't want to use up all of my time with that, but every reference goes back to that document. Now, anyway, I'd like to move on with some other questions if I could. Now, your submission says there is no convincing evidence that vaping is a gateway to smoking for young people who would not otherwise have become smokers. However, going back to Public Health England, the report that also references that 95% figure, it cites two studies which show that having tried an EC at baseline was significantly associated with trying cigarettes in the following year, and the EC use emerged as a predictor of subsequent tobacco use, and it notes the US and Canadian studies that made similar findings. So while that cigarette use might be experimental, the association is there. Now, does that not justify a cautious approach?
Not at all.
Why is that?
There's an important distinction. What the gateway means is that a young person who tries e-cigarettes, who would not otherwise have taken up smoking, because they tried vaping, then became a smoker. And these studies simply show an association. And at least as plausible an explanation is common liability. So people who are as likely to take up risky behaviours like vaping are also more likely to try smoking, to try alcohol, cannabis and other things. And studies have shown that. But young kids who take up vaping are also more likely to try cannabis and alcohol and other risky behaviours. But there's no evidence that vaping actually causes those young people to... And it's counteracted by the fact that it's not consistent with what's happening in the real world, that smoking rates are dropping as vaping goes up.
The recently published, you were talking meta-analysis before, the recently published meta-analysis of 25 studies that was led by Olivia Basinger of the Uni of Melbourne finds vapers who had never previously smoked cigarettes were 3 times more likely to take up cigarettes than non-smokers. Now that says to me there is a risk in freeing up vaping any more than we currently do. Do you have...
I think it's again in line with the other studies that show that there is an association between trying vaping and later trying smoking. It's just an association. It is no evidence of causation in that analysis. And it's impossible to draw causation from cross-sectional data. I mean, that's a well-accepted scientific principle, that cross-sectional data does not allow you to draw inferences of causation.
Okay, look, I'd like to give you some more questions on notice. I too have to get in the air.
Thank you, Senator Griff. Senator Urquhart.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Can you tell me how many members does ARTHRA have?
We don't have members.
You don't have members at all. So how does the organisation? You have
Well,
supporters?
We have a constitution,
Yep.
And the board, we raise funds and the board makes decisions about spending that funding.
Okay, right. So just step me through how you raise those funds.
Well, we did a fundraising recently. We had a fundraiser. This was to do some promotion around vaping towards the end of this year. We had a fundraiser who put up it's the GoFundMe website, but a website. They did promotions through social media, and we had hundreds of small donations from vapers around Australia.
How much did you raise?
31,000.
Okay. So can I ask you, so you said earlier that you don't get major support from tobacco agencies.
We don't get any support from tobacco agencies.
None at all?
None at all.
Okay, so ARTHRA has never had any support? Never. From
tobacco
in
companies.
any form from tobacco companies or other organisations that are linked to tobacco companies?
Other organisations that are linked. I'm not sure what you mean by linked, but we don't take...
Who are fully paid up subsidiaries of...
No,
Right.
never.
Okay, never. Okay.
We're in this for public health, Senator. We're
I'm
clinicians
not,
who are...
Sorry, Dr Mendelsohn, I'm not questioning what you're in here for or what your benefits are. I'm just simply asking some questions. So I don't have any preconceived ideas either way. I'm learning a lot about vaping and a whole range of things on this committee, so I'd appreciate that you don't put me into a category of one or the other.
Sure.
So can you tell me, so you had a fundraising to do a promotion around vaping. How does ARTHRA manage to pay for your media publicity services, your website? You've got quite an active website. You're very active on Twitter. You're very active on Facebook. Obviously, your frequent interstate travel, you did indicate that you paid your own way to come up here today, but I'm sure this is not the first time that you visited Parliament House. I presume you do overseas occasional travel from time to time. How is that funded?
I fund that entirely myself.
You pay for all that yourself?
Yes.
Right.
All my overseas conferences, my trips to Canberra are all paid for out of my own pocket.
Okay.
That's correct.
And do you hire a lobbying agency at all? So you don't have anyone that comes and lobbies on your behalf? You do that work yourself?
We do that ourselves.
Yep. Okay. So in the document, there's been a document on vaping that's been circulated in Parliament House. I presume that's the one that you did in the fundraising promotion?
The FAQs?
Mm.
No, I wrote that myself in my own time. It was not funded in any way.
Okay, no. So, no, I'm not asking you about funding on that one. So it claims that asthma and COPD improve when smokers switch to vaping. So if I can just take the asthma out for one moment and look at the COPD issue specifically, was this based on analysis of how many people, how many subjects?
Yes, I can tell you that. So this was a study that followed vapers who, the smokers who, half of whom switched to vaping, and there was a control group of people who continued to smoke. It was published this year. It involved it went for 2 years, and the number of users sorry, I'll need to look that up.
Okay, well maybe I can ask you, and this might trigger memory.
Yep.
So are you relying on a study of 39 subjects, including only 20 who were vaping?
So here's the study. 39 patients, that's right.
Yep, and 20 who were vaping.
That would be approximately right.
Okay. So are you aware of a state-of-the-art review just published by the European Respiratory Journal that examined studies with a total of 2 million subjects? Are you aware of that?
A review of respiratory...
The European Respiratory Journal,
yes,
that examined studies with a total of 2 million subjects.
I'm not sure which study you're referring to.
So the review reports that vaping is worse than non-vaping for asthma and COPD, and that for COPD, smokers who also vape are worse off than those who do not. So you're not aware of that literature?
Look, there have been a number of reviews, and I think I know the one you mean, if it's by the sheer...
a state-of-the-art review.
Yes, and look, I absolutely agree with that.
It's a prestigious European Respiratory Journal.
Yes, yes, and I absolutely agree with that. We don't recommend vaping for non-smokers.
No, but I guess the point I'm asking is, should this committee rely on data from 39 subjects or 2 million?
Okay, with regard to vaping and respiratory disease...
Sorry to interrupt, Mr Mendelsohn, but the European Respiratory Journal indicated that the review reported that vaping is worse than non-vaping for asthma and COPD, and specifically for COPD patients, smokers who also vape are worse off than those who do not. So it's quite contrary, isn't it, in terms of 39 subjects versus 2 million?
Well, it's not contrary in that we entirely agree with that. We're not recommending vaping for non-smokers. We're saying that vaping is far safer than smoking. And if you're a smoker and you stop smoking and
COPD,
and if you've got COPD and you switch from smoking to vaping, your lung function improves and you get less chest infections, less hospital admissions, you need less treatment. There have been a number of studies. Admittedly, they haven't been big studies, but they're showing consistent results. And there have been large surveys of tens of thousands of users who have switched, and they report substantial improvements in respiratory health. There's no question that vaping does have adverse effects on the lungs. I agree with that. And it certainly shouldn't be used by people who should be breathing fresh air. But if the only alternative is to keep smoking, then it's a clear decision.
Well, I don't think we're talking about that here. We're talking about how we make sure that this is a safe product for people.
No, we're talking about tobacco harm reduction.
Yes, exactly.
That's the name of the thing.
And the safety of it.
No, we're not talking about eliminating harm. We're talking about reducing harm.
I understand that.
So yes, there will be some harm, but much less harm than the alternative.
So it's my understanding that very few doctors in Australia, and I think it's something like 8, it may be a few more now, but have been willing to supply an authority to vape. So would you like to comment on the view of what the main reason for that is, given that the vast majority of Australian doctors have little faith in either the effectiveness of e-cigarettes in smoking cessation or in the long-term safety of vaping?
Yes, look, I think the problem is that doctors are not informed about vaping. So the University of Queensland did a study looking to see where doctors got their information about vaping. And they don't read the medical journals on vaping. They read the newspapers, they listen to the radio and television headlines.
How do you know that doctors don't read the medical
Well, because this
journals?
was the study that was done. There have been two studies, one in the UK, US and one in Australia that I'm aware of, and they found that doctors were almost as misinformed as the general public because they got the same information, they read the alarmist headlines, which are often not corrected when they're found to be false, and they just weren't accurately informed.
I understand that you're a strong supporter of flavours being permitted in e-cigarettes. There are many thousands of these, obviously. FEMA, which is the US Flavouring and Extracts Manufacturing Association, has warned that while many flavours have been approved for ingestion of foods, none have been approved for inhalation in vaping. They say e-cigarette manufacturers should not represent or suggest that the flavour ingredients used in their products are safe because such statements are false and misleading. So there are about 2.7 million asthmatics in Australia, many of whom inhale asthma medication up to 5 times a day. None of these drugs are flavoured because of those safety concerns. So if e-cigarettes were to be regulated as medicines, I'm assuming that it is unlikely that flavours would be approved for those same reasons. So would you like to comment on why it's sensible to not allow asthma puffing drugs to be flavoured, but okay to allow vapers to inhale flavours an average of 173 times a day?
Well, it's a very different behaviour. That's a medicine. It's not a consumer product. I must say that nicotine replacement products are flavoured. And the importance of flavours is to encourage smokers to make the switch. Flavours are a very important part of the experience. And removing flavours will reduce the appeal of vaping and make it less likely that people will switch.
But none have been approved
No, they
for
haven't.
ingestion
They haven't, and that is a
inhalation.
concern that we don't know about the long-term effects of inhaling vapors. But Public Health England reported in its latest report that to date there's no clear evidence that specific flavourings pose health risks. But that's not to say that we won't...
The US warning is in fact that they are not approved for ingestion in
they're not
foods.
approved for inhalation. And we may find that there are risks in the future. And we've already discovered that there are certain flavours that appear to be associated with certain harmful outcomes. And those flavours are not used. And we may find out in the future that specific flavours are harmful, and that's why we need to monitor the ongoing use of vaping. But we do feel that flavours play an important role in making vaping attractive. And there are studies that have shown that the quit rates are higher with flavoured products, and also flavoured products are more likely to lead to initiation and continuation of vaping. Vaping is a consumer behaviour. It's meant to be enjoyable. It's different to a medicine. And if you don't make it enjoyable, people won't do it. And that's why we feel that vaping flavours do play a role. And we're not suggesting they're risk-free, and they're certainly not for non-smokers. But when you compare the risks from that to smoking, well, that's tobacco harm reduction.
I'll leave it there, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator Urquhart. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to Dr Mendelsohn and Dr Werdak for your time this afternoon. Look, I obviously note your strong position that you don't recommend vaping for non-smokers. Can you just summarise why you don't, why you hold that position?
Well, there is a small risk with vaping. We know there are toxic chemicals in vapour at very low amounts, and there's no question that inhaling small amounts of toxins would lead to some harm. And there's no reason for a young person or an adult who doesn't smoke to vape. So for those people, fresh air is clearly best, and that's what we recommend.
So in terms of ensuring that non-smokers don't somehow start vaping, how do you propose that should be regulated?
Well, the first thing to say is that the rate of uptake by non-smokers is actually very low. So in international surveys, in many countries, current vaping rates are generally less than 0.5% of non-smokers. So currently the uptake is actually very low, and and amongst those vapors, regular use is very uncommon. So yes, it's a concern and it needs to be regulated, but the actual uptake currently is low. How would we reduce that? I think it's really important that there's appropriate public messaging that makes it clear that vaping is a safer alternative for adult smokers who are unable to quit. And I think there needs to be clear public messaging about that this is not a recreational product for non-smokers, that it's an aid for smokers who are unable to quit. And I think,
wouldn't there be an increased risk of non-smokers taking up vaping if e-cigarettes were available broadly in retail stores across the country?
Well, we believe e-cigarettes should be available, at least as available as deadly tobacco cigarettes. So
No, but can I just take you back to my question?
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe there would be an increased risk of non-smokers taking up vaping if it was broadly available in retail stores across the country?
Well, that seems reasonable that there may be an increased risk if the more available they are, but that's counterbalanced by the benefits to smokers having better access.
I'm talking about non-smokers, obviously.
Yes.
Dr. Medicine, in your opening statement, you spoke about vaping being a form of harm reduction and rather than smoking cessation. But you're also, in later evidence, spoke about this having a high degree of efficacy.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just confused as to what it is in fact. And if the evidence about the efficacy of vaping is so significant, why hasn't anyone applied to the TGA to have this product registered?
Okay, well, they're two very good questions. So I think you've got to think about vaping as an alternative consumer product. So it's a behaviour that smokers switch to when they can't otherwise quit. Now, in doing so, many of them will stay on vaping long term. So it's a harm reduction strategy. Now, if some of them can quit vaping altogether, that's a bonus. But in transferring to harm reduction, they're actually quitting smoking. And that's the goal, but it's in a harm reduction context. So we think of it as a harm reduction context rather than as a quitting aid.
Dr. Henderson, you're a GP specialising in tobacco treatment, and obviously you've dealt and treated many individuals who are trying to quit smoking, and we've heard today that the chair is one of your patients. Your website encourages smokers who can't quit to speak with their GP. Mm-hmm. Can I conclude that someone seeing their GP is one of the best ways to get proper advice as to quitting tobacco usage?
Depends on the GP, to be quite frank, and I hear some horrendous stories about patients getting advice from their GP. Some GPs are very well trained, others less so. The reality is in Australia that the most popular quitting method is actually vaping. So less and less patients are going to their GP. In the latest Australian Institute of Health and Welfare study, they found, I think, that GP advice, I can't remember the exact number, was about 8%, whereas vaping was used by 22% of smokers to help them reduce or quit smoking. In the terms of what did they do to quit, the majority, not majority, but the largest number went to vape shops. I think about 16% used nicotine replacement, which they mostly buy from the pharmacy. The number going to doctors is actually very small. The number that asked their doctors for advice was something like 8%. So I don't think the patients have great confidence in their advice they're getting from their general practitioner. And I think
but if GPs like yourself were, better qualified, and if GPs had the sort of qualifications and training that you do, or some qualifications and training, wouldn't a GP be a better person to provide health advice? And we've heard the chair's own story about the fact that she went to see you and then not intending to give up, and now she's had some good success. wouldn't a GP be a better option than a salesperson, say, working in an Ampol service station, where we heard evidence today that Ampol was suggesting that their sales people could possibly give health advice, which I was fairly shocked about, I have to say. So just going back to my question, isn't a GP a much better qualified person than perhaps anyone else in our community to give this important health advice?
Look, absolutely, if the GP is well trained. As I said, I've spent 40 years training GPs, and in my experience, it's one of a wide range of priorities which is often not rated very highly. And there are very few GPs like me who have a special interest in tobacco treatment. Having said that, the vape shops aren't healthcare clinics, but I think they are the smoking cessation clinics of the 21st century. There have been a number of studies that have looked at vape shops, the advice they've given, the outcomes of their interactions with customers, the ongoing support they provide, and the success rates are quite significant. So I think the vape shops have an important role to play, and one of the disadvantages of the prescription model is the vape shops would be decimated. And I think that would be a huge loss. So I agree.
Why would you assume that? I mean, surely what the model that is being put forward and being considered means that people who are trying to give up smoking are getting that important medical advice. Isn't that important for those who do want to be successful in giving up smoking?
Well, in regard to vaping, the best advice is from the vape shops, not from the GP. What happens currently is that people buy their nicotine-free e-liquid from the vape shop, they buy their nicotine from overseas, and they mix the two together to make their preferred mix. Now, under the new model, people will buy the pre-mixed nicotine with flavouring and nicotine from the pharmacy. They'll have no need to go to the vape shop to buy the nicotine-free liquid. The nicotine-free liquid is what keeps the vape shops alive financially. They don't make much.
Isn't it important to be focusing on the lives and the well-being of Australians who are addicted to nicotine? I mean, shouldn't that be a key priority of the Australian government?
Absolutely, and that's why we need the vape shops. And that's why we need the vape shops.
Can I just go to Dr. Wodak, because I know I'm running out of time. Dr. Wodak, substances such as methadone, which are recognised by the TGA as a harm reduction treatment, are obviously very strictly regulated, recognising that while they are safer, they are not risk-free. Besides nicotine, which you're advocating as a consumer good, are you aware of any other substances that are recognised by the medical establishment as proven harm reduction substances, which are regulated as general consumer goods?
Good question also. And you're absolutely right. There's a lot about methadone and nicotine in this context that they have strong common features. These days we have, apart from methadone, we also have buprenorphine. It's a bit more complicated in its pharmacology, but it has similarities to methadone. So that's also answers your question. And there's also been work for 30 years or more trying to find stimulant drugs that we can also use to prescribe to people who have problems with stimulants. That work hasn't gone as well. There is currently research funded by NHMRC in Australia looking at a drug called...
But these are medicines. My question was, are you aware of any other proven harm reduction substances which are regulated as general consumer goods?
Regulated as
general consumer goods?
No.
Okay.
But
all right. Well, thank you very much, and thank you very much. That's all. I don't have any further questions.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Siewert. We'll finish up with you if we could.
Thank you. I wanted to go back to the issue that Senator Urquhart was talking about, and in terms of the European study, but specifically ask about the impact on vaping's impact on lungs. And Dr. Mendelsohn, you did comment on the fact that there is an impact on people's lungs. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, there is. Vaping, it does have some harmful effects on the lungs.
Yeah. And to what extent is that, and how progressed are the studies on that, on the impact of vaping on people's lungs?
Yeah, look, most of the studies are based on laboratory and cell studies. So they show that when people vape, there are certain changes in the cells, in the immune system, and in the chemistry in the lungs. And people have extrapolated that to assume that there is therefore disease in humans. But of course, those studies don't tell us what actually happens in a human, where there are defence mechanisms and repair mechanisms. So it's an indication that there may be a problem, but there is very little clinical evidence of harm to the lungs from vaping. There have been studies done up to 5 years in non-smokers who have vaped, and they've studied the lungs very closely, found no difference in those vapours. And we know that, but more importantly, we're concerned about switching people from smoking to vaping. And I think the important thing is, in the tobacco harm reduction context, is the improvement in the lungs. Yes, it's not risk-free. It's not eliminating all harm, it's reducing risk.
Thank you. I want to go, thank you for that. I want to go back then to the issue around how do you've been very clear in pointing out this is about risk harm reduction and that it's about smokers. How do we stop the products being attractive or encouraging people to take up vaping that wouldn't have taken up smoking, but because they think vaping's safer, to take up vaping, even, or okay, that it's a health option?
Yes, that's a good question. So look, with young people, there are three main strategies to reduce vaping uptake. So one is to explain to them that this is a harm reduction activity for adult smokers who can't quit. That's number one. So we need to frame, with public messaging, frame this as a strategy for adult smokers. Secondly, we need to look at marketing and the way we present these products. So obviously we have simple labels without colourful pictures. We have flavours that are with flavour descriptors that don't appeal to young people. We don't advertise to young people. And thirdly, I can't remember what thirdly is, but in countries other than the US, vaping rates amongst young people are very low. In the US, in the UK, that's exactly what they do. They do not advertise these products to young people. They frame them as adult smoking cessation devices or harm reduction alternatives, and the uptake by young people is extremely low.
Can you remind me, sorry, what's the uptake in the UK in young people? I think you said it.
Yeah, it's between 0.5% to 1%, and most of that is not regular. It's just infrequent vaping.
In terms then, you'd need strict regulation then around advertising so that it is about harm reduction. Would you?
Yeah, look,
you see part of the regulation process?
Yes, I think there needs to be a conversation around advertising, but I think it's appropriate to promote vaping to smokers as an alternative, as a switching tool. So the promotion should be about switching from smoking to vaping. And it should be, as they do in the UK, they have very clear guidelines about this, that these advertisements shouldn't appeal to young people, they shouldn't feature people under the age of 25, they place them at certain times in certain publications to avoid exposure to young people. Of course there'll be some exposure, but we can minimise that. But it's no different to any other adult-only product like alcohol. I mean, we advertise alcohol, but we try and take care to avoid that exposure to young people.
Which I don't know if you heard the question I asked before. I've been involved in a number of inquiries about alcohol, and it's very obvious that alcohol is advertised to young people. And people say that themselves. That ad is directed at someone younger than me.
Yeah.
We've got plenty of evidence of that in the past.
Well, we need to learn from that.
That's happening now.
Yeah, that's important, and we need to learn from that in developing a policy for advertising of vaping. But if we think vaping is a life-saving alternative for people who can't quit, I think we need to make sure that adult smokers are aware of it and provide them information and target any messaging to them.
Which takes me to my next, where we're talking about advertising and promotion. I've been listening very carefully to what you've said about, and others have said about vaping specialists and specialist vaping lets. It sort of seems to me that if we're focusing on smoking reduction, and hopefully we're getting to the point where less and less people are smoking, aren't they then what's to stop them then promoting the product into the future to keep their model going, in terms of if they're successful, there's a diminishing market for their product.
That's true. They're doing themselves out of business over time if it's successful. The reality is that most vapers continue to vape because if they don't, they'll go back to smoking. But yes, I guess there is a risk that some operators will choose to maintain vaping beyond where it's necessary.
Thank you. So, there's obviously then there could be potential pressure to reduce the regulation to enable someone's enterprise to continue operating.
Yes, but you have to remember that vaping's an adult product and people make decisions every day about risks that they'll take. What's the risk of this product? What do I get from it? Look, I enjoy vaping. I know it's a little bit harmful, but it's something that I enjoy the nicotine. I enjoy the experience. Should governments be telling people that they shouldn't be doing that? Or should they have the autonomy to make that decision themselves? It brings up all sorts of questions about ethics and the role of government.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but the approach that's being put to us is this is the harm reduction model.
Yes.
We still don't know the impact of flavours, impact of, you said yourself, we don't know, although I did hear you say you think there's not that much risk for non-smokers about the impact on the lungs, but we still don't know that, do we?
No. We know it's far safer than smoking for the lungs, but like any new product, every new medicine that's introduced, we don't know the long-term outcomes. We never wait 30 years with any new medicine, and I think we're applying a double standard to vaping, expecting to have 30-year data when we introduce this new product. We don't do that with anything else. We would never introduce any medicines or consumer products if we set that standard.
Let's hope we don't do it for the COVID vaccine.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Sorry, what was that?
Let's hope we don't do 30 years for the COVID vaccine.
Yeah. No, I hear what you're saying, but that's a medication. See, here's where we run into the argument of a medication versus, on one hand, we're arguing that it shouldn't be a medical model, and we're using the issue around waiting 30 years for on a vaccine. Surely they're not comparable. If the argument that you're putting that we shouldn't be going down a medical model.
But also with consumer products. I mean, we don't wait 30 years to see if there's an issue with a new bleach or hair shampoo or any other chemicals, vitamins that are released on the market. New coffee. I mean, there are many. The Royal Society for Public Health in the UK says nicotine is no worse than caffeine for health. I mean, we don't wait 30 years to test coffee to make sure it's safe over the long term.
Senator Seawood, are you coming to the end?
Yes, can I ask one more question in terms then of taking nicotine off the poisons list? I think you didn't mention it, but I think it's in your question, you mentioned for less than 5%. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so you're not arguing it comes off per se, you're arguing for less than...
No, we're just saying just like tobacco has been taken off the poisons list, and nicotine for nicotine replacement products, very low concentrations of nicotine. People mostly use 1%, often 0.5% of nicotine. And, you know, yes, nicotine is toxic, but not at those levels. Internationally, there have been 4 children that have died from overdose from nicotine, and no more than 15 adults from deliberate overdose of nicotine over 15 years. So the level of toxicity is actually quite low compared to other products that are widely available.
And that's worldwide.
Thank you.
Worldwide,
Chair, could I ask one more question?
Oh, Rach, you are pushing the friendship at this time on a Friday afternoon, but one more.
It relates to the number of people that, you know, like I understand what you've said about people can, you know, continue vaping. When they were smokers, they just stay vaping, and I understand the psychology of that. Do you know how many people do that? Or, thank you.
Sorry, continue vaping long term?
Yeah, but they don't stop. The percentage that don't stop when they've, you know, gone down to very little 10 or 9.
Look, I don't know. Many continue because we encourage people to stop if they can, but to continue if there's any risk, they'll go back to smoking. And having said that, some people do continue to vape because they enjoy it. Nicotine has therapeutic benefits. It improves concentration, weight control, memory. A lot of people need the nicotine and enjoy it, but they could probably do without it if they had to.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator Seward. Senator Sheldon or Senator Urquhart? I know there was one last question from up here.
Sorry, I was just going to indicate I'll put some on notice.
Okay, so Senator Urquhart's going to put some on notice. Yeah. Senator Sheldon?
Thank you, Chair, I appreciate that. Just one question. I should have actually asked the other, in hindsight, asked the other people that come here today. But just is there, being mindful of the harm of smoking and the harm of vaping, and we've all talked about that and it's been, I think, common view so far that we should make sure that we don't have people coming on to these products that are previously non-smokers. Do you think, would you support a regulatory model which prohibits vaping sales to non-smokers, given the fact that it causes harm?
I personally wouldn't, because I think people should have the autonomy to make those decisions themselves, as long as they're fully informed of the facts. People take risks every day, and they make their own judgments, and as adults, I think, as long as they're not harming anyone else, I personally can't see why that should be restricted, but that's my personal view.
Well, there's a question of, is it desirable, but there's also a question of whether it's feasible, and I think it's problematic on that ground as well.
Dr. Wadek, so do you think it's desirable that we do have a system, but the question is obviously, as you just pointed out, the feasibility of doing it?
No, I wanted to come back to the desirability question, but I wanted to make sure that we didn't think that's the only question that has to be asked. It has to be both. So I don't think it's feasible. And also there's a serious question about desirability. There's some suggestion that the uptake of vaping by young people in the United States especially has accelerated the decline in smoking, that because they can get some enjoyment that way, they don't try smoking. So it's a distraction, it's a diversion from smoking. Now, it's early days yet, and Colin would know more than me about where that literature, how good that literature is. I think we're going to hear more of that argument in the future. But I personally don't think it's worthwhile pursuing anyway because of the problems with enforcing that.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I just want to follow up actually on Senator Sheldon on that. I am, and I'm testing my own friendship here. And I promise I'll get you out though. I mean, when we talk about though not selling vaping products to non-smokers, is that like saying, you have a couple of vinos and you decide that you want to have a fag, even though you haven't had one since you were 17, it's a matter of personal choice and freedom. If you decide you want to pick up and try a vape and you're over 18, isn't there a level of personal freedom and choice that we should be still looking at? I mean, we're not North Korea, we're still Australia, aren't we, here?
Yeah, but there's the principle, the harm principle, which is about, should governments interfere with people's personal choices where they're not harming anyone else? This is a whole philosophical and moral area, but I think people should be able to make those choices as long as they're informed of the risks and they're not harming anyone else.
Yeah. And the fact that nicotine's available on the bottom shelf of a supermarket in some forms.
Yes,
obviously
and
nicotine is all not created equal, is it?
Nicotine has a lot of therapeutic benefits. It helps to prevent a range of diseases, improves schizophrenia, ADHD, keeps your weight down, improves concentration.
So it keeps your weight down. That's what, you just got me. Anyway, thank you for that, and thank you, Dr. Wodak and Dr. Mendelsohn. So that concludes this hearing for today. I'd like to thank all of our witnesses who've given evidence to the committee today, and thank you also to Hansard and Broadcasting. Thank you to my colleagues that are still here in Canberra on a Friday afternoon after a very long week, and the committee, and to our Secretariat, of course, and the committee is now adjourned.
Of course, yeah, there I am, rattling away with myself. Hello, thank you for joining me today. I'm just going to try and currently set it up so that I can get Vapor Man back on again. Have a little bit of a chin wag and digress a little bit about what we've seen today. And thank you so much for joining me on this very, very long day. Unfortunately, we didn't see Clive Bates. But look, nonetheless, it was certainly an interesting hearing. I think we take away a lot from that, that's for sure. All right, bear with me as I multitask and try and get Vapor Man back on. And wasn't it fantastic during the breaks, the old Vapor Man? 0812, okay. Okay, let's see how the stream is going. All right, hi. Will I be doing this again when the next it says Graham? Look, I'll be doing my very, very best too, so see how that all pans out. And I've sent a link over to Vape Man, so he might be joining me shortly. So, sound back. Now, okay, all right. Now I just need to ditch that for a moment. All right, and what I'm going to do, bear with me, is I'm going to admit Vapor Man. And hopefully try and get him into the side of screen here. Vapor Man, you are good. I've got you on the side of the screen. I've almost got all of you. Bear with me just one moment. I'm just going to move some screens around so I can see the chat for a moment, and then I'll pull you back onto the screen. Is the idea. And of course, now I'm having issues trying to get you back on the screen. Why is that? Why is that? Because I need to go here, and then I need to go screen left side. There you go. If you lean over to your left, you'll be in shot. You will be in shot. We are back in shot. All right. Okay, thank you for being patient with us as we set up all the technical stuff that there is to set up. Look, I won't lie, I did literally set this up a little bit last minute, so if I do another one, which, yeah, fingers crossed, time permitting, and when the next one is, I'll have some shortcut keys and stuff going on here in the background, be a lot more efficient. So, again, thank you again for your patience. Yeah, a few people loving your commentary today. Vapor Man, you can catch him on YouTube. Yeah,
Vapor Man on YouTube. If you want to see me ranting in my own videos, there's a few good ones on there, especially if you don't like current affair or the mainstream news, or if you just want a different perspective.
I'm going to give you Sorry, bear with me. I'm going to give you an open run in a minute. But I need to highlight the moment of the day. I don't know what your favourite moment of the day was peeps in the chat. I think it's pretty obvious. Is the way that Dr. Alex Wodak managed to cleverly circumnavigate the question back to making it every government employee is simply paid by tobacco, indirectly or directly if you like, through the form of tobacco excise and taxes. How about that? That takes some skill from the young fella.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, the money goes into just the general pot of taxes. The tobacco taxes are not segregated and go into health or go into prevention measures. No, it's just part of regular spending.
Bear with me a second. I've just got a comment. Can we increase Vapor Man's volume? I wish there was a way. Is there anything on your end? I think you sound all right on mine.
Let me see if I can find a fiddle around and continue on.
All right, no problem at all. Absolutely awesome. And, I think it was really awesome. Diane Gorman, Hayley and James, I think they all really helped represent the vape. It's sure, there might be a couple of things that they said we might not agree with or whatever, but I guess that's life, and we're not all going to agree on everything in regards to this, but we do agree on one thing, that we should be able to freely access nicotine as adults and being able to make a proper choice which way we want to go, based on the best information possible, and there was certainly some information today.
There was certainly something interesting at the end of the conversation. They got into a little bit of the philosophy on this sort of stuff, and that's an important one to think about. That is new people taking up vaping. So let's say in 50 years' time, is vaping still going to be around? The idea is that we're only going to transition smokers off smoking, and then all of a sudden smoking is going to go away. I don't think smoking's ever going to go away, personally. I mean, absinthe was illegal for like 100 years, but people still drink absinthe. It was still a popular drink. People are still going to be smoking marijuana. They're going to be smoking a whole manner of things. Unfortunately, or fortunately, cigarettes are going to be around forever. I mean, anybody who enjoys smoking a cigar, I don't think cigars are going to go away just because vaping is made illegal. I don't think people are going to stop smoking weed, which, by the way, a lot of people say smoking marijuana doesn't cause cancer. Well, if you smoke 20 joints a day, you're going to experience the exact same sort of problems you'd experience from smoking 20 cigarettes a day.
Absolutely. Now, if you've got any questions, comments, or anything you want shouted out, you just want to, this is your moment to share your opinion. Make sure you say whatever it is in the chat at Pippa's Live, so I can shout it out, guys. I can shout it out from the treetops. Also, make sure you're over at Twitter. I had to say it, I know a lot of people aren't comfortable with the Twitter sphere. I wasn't either. But there are people who make decisions in life that are in the Twitter sphere, more so than Facebook's or any other social media platform. It's worth getting on there, saying your piece, telling your short little bits of your story, your knowledge, and what you understand about this and what you want to see happen. And tag those people. Tag Hollie Hughes. She wants to hear more from you. Tag Matt Canavan. Tag all the MPs, Sarah Henderson. I dare say she come across as somewhat a little bit naive today, and maybe a little bit angular, if you like. Maybe she needs some more information. So yeah, definitely do that. I suggest, and your sound is sounding fantastic at the moment, Vapor Man.
Awesome.
I
want to also say thank you to Mrs. Gorman. That was the first time I ever saw the lady with the glasses, the one who was talking about going down the back and smoking out of the
back of the chook shed.
Yeah, look at the chook shed, and I'm not that addicted to nicotine as to her, but I know this may be wrong to say, but every time she came on screen, I got slightly aroused. My bird was doing this. But yeah, she was great. I loved everything that she said. And like, how old is she? 7? How old is she? I mean, she likes the flavors, right? That was a perfect example of what vaping is and the kind of people we need to be targeting, because a lot of older people just believe what they see in the mainstream news and think that vaping is some sort of horrible thing, when it's a great way to reduce harm. And I mean, if you're so used to having nicotine, if it's a way you're used to reducing stress, and if it's a habit that you've had for decades upon decades, quitting cold turkey is a ridiculous idea. Taking Champex, somebody like that taking Champex would do more harm than vaping. And that's another thing that they weren't talking about, is what is the harm? All right, there are harms to vaping, but what's the harms to Champex? What's the harms to these sprays and these gums and stuff? This was not brought up at all.
Yeah, let's hope that it does get brought up next week. A couple of little shout outs. Thank you, Hamish Bowley, for all you do. And obviously you've got to run, but thank you so much, and keep working hard, keep advocating hard. You're a shining example across the Twitter sphere and the advocacy sphere. Try saying that while you had just three stiff drinks, and I think we all need 3 stiff drinks after that today. Georgie D. How are you, Georgie D? Fantastic guy from Adelaide, by the way. Since the tobacco tax was introduced for so-called public health and to reduce smoking rates, then shouldn't all the funds be used for public health and anti-smoking campaigns, not for wages? I 100% agree with you, Georgian. We find this trend not only here in Australia but in the US. But let's talk about Australia, because that's where we're at today. As I said, I stand to be corrected. I believe it's out of the 17 billion, I believe there's no more. I think it's roughly about 3%. I stand corrected on that. I'm a little bit rusty on that figure, but I believe it's only about 3%. It's something very pathetic. It's less than 10% of the total of $17 billion worth of taxation and excise directly accrued from the sale of combustible tobacco products this year. Is about all I think that will get scattered around the place. But hey, does that how much will they spend in studies and all that sort of thing? Well, about $12.4 million over the duration that we've been studying e-cigarettes and vaping in Australia, and it looks like that's a lot of money gone up in smoke. Have you seen Australia up in smoke? If not, it's on this channel, so go and check it out later on.
Can highly recommend. Great in-depth film, and it takes you through the history of everything. Actually, Pippa, we're gonna have another Zoom meeting. I've got to pick your brains a little bit about Bugger Up. I have an interesting idea with that.
Interesting take from the famous paint bomb. Paint bomber. Did anyone pick up on the subliminals? Did anyone pick up on the transition of pictures in the paint bomber? Was or wasn't Simon Chapman? Did we pick up on that? Oh, really? Did we pick up on that? No, has he got a good arm? Was it him? We'll find out. But look, hopefully, you picked up on all. The fact of the matter is that the same people arguing against vaping now were the same people throwing paint bombs, protesting, screaming out, saying, please listen to the British medical knowledge. That, there was that lovely, polite lady as she stood out there next to the people who are defacing the tobacco billboard, saying, oh, you know, we've got to take this drastic action because they're not listening to the British medical evidence and the evidence at hand, so we've got to take it in our own hands. I think that's kind of ironic. Anyway.
What's that saying from Batman? You be the hero for long enough, you end up becoming a villain or something like that?
Just saying.
Exactly the same.
Thank you, and look, you know, that was probably, to be honest, that was the toughest 2 months of my life, but, you know, it had to be done. Was I the right person to do it? I don't know. I just did my best, and I'm so grateful that it's been very well received. I'm so sorry it was 2.5 hours, but nobody else seems to be, so I'm so grateful that you weren't. It was a very tough decision. There was too much of our story to tell, as you can clearly see today. I've been live streaming now for over 9 hours. Over 9 hours. This is a personal best for me. For me to even have any energy as I sit here is beyond me.
I could go for 12.
So we haven't even covered it. We haven't even covered it in the Senate committee.
Sorry, just before we do, I want to say about the film Australia Up in Smoke. I mean, if I do video editing, and let me tell you, a 2-hour film is a lot of work. I've done something similar in the past and almost went insane, and I didn't do it in the 2-month time period. Like, I did it over the course of like 6 months. So hats off to you, Pippa. That was an amazing film, and yeah, I can't speak highly enough of it.
Thank you. Yeah, I won't lie, it was 70 hours a week, and there were a lot of 12-hour days, and I don't have an editing team. I don't have anyone going out gathering footage or footage sourcing for me. I did it all myself, and yeah, so it's a lot of work. And of course there was a lot of R&D and research and hopping into some various chats. So but it's all good. I'm glad it got out. And Simon Atherton says contains nicotine, supermarket run. Okay, I think I know what you're talking about there, Simon. I think I know what you're talking about. I'll personally message you about that one later. Doesn't matter how long it was, says Bradley Mackay. Or Mackay, it's very controversial. Doesn't matter how long it was, it needed to be done. Thank you, it did need to be done, and I'm only going to try and do more. Keep your eyes peeled open, make sure you're subscribed and click that bell on this channel to ensure you do not miss the release of the amazing Dr. Alex Wodak full interview. I'm nearly completed the edit on that, and that's all going to plan. Should be out early next week. So we'll see how we run on that, and we'll see how we run next Friday. Now I'll let you get a word in, Vapor Man. And come on, you got plenty to say.
I got plenty to say, but I got two more things left to say. One, I just wanted to do a top 3 for me personally of the day. You know, at the end of the day's test match play, usually have the top 3 highlights.
Top 3 highlights. Bring it to me.
Top 3.
No, this needs a drum roll though. You got to do it with a drum roll. I'm doing the drum roll. Hang on. So we're counting down from 3 to 1.
No, no particular order because it's artistic impression, right?
No particular order. 1 of 3. Yep, it's all subjective. The first one.
The first one obviously is Mr. Wodak just saying that the senator was technically being paid by Big Tobacco, which is 100% true. And the amount of times I've seen those guys get asked if they're being paid by Big Tobacco, their tongues must have blisters on them from going, no, it's never happened, right? All right,
so
number 2.
Can I give that a special name? I'd like to call that the hashtag Weasel Words in your face award. Is that appropriate? Would that be appropriate?
Yeah, I think so, but then you're taking away from the second one, which is Matt Canavan's use of the word weasel words. It just felt so good. For somebody to say weasel words to those weasels, you know? It just felt it was a heartwarming moment. It made the whole day worthwhile. If that was the only thing that happened, they were just bashing vaping the rest of the time, I would have been like, thank you, Matt Canavan. That was enough for the whole 5 hours. It's like you watch a whole test match of cricket and there's one awesome catch. That's fine. That's enough for Vapor Man.
So maybe I'm old. Hang on, final one. Last drum roll.
Yeah, my third one, a little bit controversial, but as I am a big fan of bovine excrement, the fact that Caroline Edwards just found out yesterday that Avali may have not had anything to do with vaping nicotine. That our health organizations are so far behind the times and so misinformed that, we just got it today that Ivali, it has nothing to do with nicotine vaping. That for me was in the top 3 as well for the highlights.
What was top 3 we'll highlight for you guys in the chat? Thank you, Twataf. I just like saying that name now. Bruni's saying thank you for all you do, and make sure you follow Bruni's saying as well. And if you've got your Twitter handles, put them up in the chat. If you've got a Twitter handle, pop your Twitter handle in the chat so we can follow you and see what you've got to say, whether we agree or not. It doesn't matter, because together we can make a difference, and by learning from each other's point of view, right? So and
by arguing, we sharpen our arguments as well. These TGA people have not been challenged. They just block anybody, and then their arguments just get dismantled. Colin Mendelsohn has heard all of these things multiple times. Alex Wodek has heard all of these things multiple times. And it's important to be informed about your hobby or your addiction, or however you want to view it, right? It's okay to argue. Just be polite and understand that different people have different points of view.
Yeah, absolutely. And, that's the only way we can grow stronger is to listen and learn from each other. And, we're not always right, and we've got to be able to accept to be wrong. And that's okay.
Vaporman is always right.
Oh dear, and informal for words and phrases.
I just lost all my followers on Twitter.
That's all right. We're no different. And certainly put out some powerful videos on your channel this year. And definitely, if you haven't seen them, you've got to see them. Some amazing effects. His rendition of Back to the Future. That song, the full version, done to Megadeth.
Quit sells, but who's buying?
Quit sells, but who's buying? That is absolutely brilliant. In fact, yeah, if it wasn't pushing my luck, I'd probably almost play that song on the way out. But
let's not fiddle around with videos anymore. We've had enough trouble with the stream.
We've had a couple, yeah.
Yeah. I guess the last thing I want to say before we sign off, if you're looking to sign off soon, is just my position on vaping, and that is as simple as this, right? I'm willing to compromise on a lot of things, but this particular thing I will not compromise on. If vaping is safer than smoking, right? If A is safer than B, then vaping has to be at least less regulated than smoking, and I will not compromise on that. That is a non-negotiable, right? And I'll show you how far I'll go with this view. I would even accept on a logical level that the punishment for possessing a vaporizer be life imprisonment. I would accept that only if the punishment for having a cigarette is immediate execution, right? That still makes logical sense. At that point, I'd be arguing you can't execute somebody because they're doing harm to their health. That makes no sense. But that's a non-negotiable. Vaping cannot be more regulated than smoking. It makes no logical sense. And I will never change from that position until such time as there is evidence that it is more harmful than smoking.
Yeah, it clearly is a no-brainer, and people just seem to try and find or justify a lot of crazy sort of reasons why to deny people access to the basic freedoms and to the basic human rights. Look, maybe a few of you may have caught some of my comments as we went today. One of them was when they were talking about the World Health Organization, that I made this point back in 2003. Australia were part of a signed party along with a bunch of other countries from around the world where we agreed that we wouldn't. That we would have no. Sorry, try and spit it out. That we basically agreed that we will do our utmost and make sure harm reduction is a thing when we consider everybody's health. That harm reduction is always considered. Sorry, don't quote me on that word for word, but that's basically what it means. So we must consider harm reduction and harm reduction isn't being considered. They refer to the World Health Organization precautionary approach. Now, quite frankly, it is kind of tied into the tobacco side of things with these cigarettes. Now, I guess he's one of the oxymorons, and a lot of people want to argue this tooth and nail, but nicotine is not tobacco, right? Banana is not potassium. Potassium is not banana, okay? So nicotine is not tobacco. It just so happens that this here is a great alternative to be able to stop the stinkies. We heard Colin Mendelsohn refer to a study that showed 70%. I think I did see that one when it did come out. Look, who cares if it was 10%, 15, 20%, if it works and it saves lives, it decreases the cost of our burden on our economy, but more importantly, saves a life, saves you, all of us, gives us an extra 5 minutes with a loved one. Who gives a rip as long as it's safer than smoking? And who are we hurting?
And the other thing is, look, people are taking up smoking as we speak. Somebody's walking into a petrol station somewhere, they're 18, they're 19, they're grabbing a pack of cigarettes. And people are worried about people taking up vaping when it's at least 95% safer.
I think there's an interesting proposal there from Annie. And look, big shout out to Annie. Should I say your last name? Annie H. I'll call you Granny Annie, because that's what you've got out there. I've known Annie. I mean, we haven't been closely known, but I've known of Annie for probably about a bit over 4 years now, Annie. And I've just done a hell of a lot of work, a hell of a lot of advocacy behind the scenes over the many, many years that this fight has been unnecessarily going on. But look, just a massive shout out to her because, while she might not be seen to be fighting and doing stuff for the moment, I know she's put up a hell of a fight, and she's a lovely lady that hasn't been in the greatest of health, but she finds the energy to do her bit, and I think there's a moral to that. I think we should all do that. But she says something interesting here. She says tax it at 5% of cigarettes. I think that's fair. So, do you think that's fair? If the 100% harmful product is being taxed at a certain rate, should vaping be 5%? Yeah, that's an interesting one, isn't it?
It really depends. I mean, I think currently, with smoking rates being far higher than vaping rates, I think we should tax it as least as possible to make people make the switch. Once smoking rates get down to a point where practically nobody's doing it, I think we should take the taxes off cigarettes, at least halve them, and then maybe start to think about upgrading the tax on vaping, and also dependent on whatever harms do come up over the years.
I think the question, what it comes down to is, should we be raising money? I mean, we are the government. The government represent us. Should we be raising money off a preventable cause of death for any other reason other than for prevention of that death?
In the US, no, because it's a private healthcare system over there. You have to get your own private insurance. You pay your own premiums determined by your health insurance company. So in the US, no. But in Australia, we have a public healthcare system, which I happen to like. And I think it would be unreasonable to say, well, if X is doing a motorbike stunts and he breaks his leg every 3 months like Evel Knievel, should he, should he have to pay health insurance because he's doing something? You know what I mean? It's like, if we have a public healthcare system, we do have to pay for the risky behaviors we do. What limit is there to that? Should there be a tax on chocolate? Maybe. Should there be a tax on sugar? Maybe. These are bigger questions than just vaping. But once again, that also has limits. You make the tax on cigarettes so high, you promote a black market, and then that has its own problems with crime and violent crime, and then the cost of policing that violent crime. So at some point, the taxes go up so high, they're actually causing more harm than they're actually paying for in the medical stuff. This isn't so much a simple thing that I would say I'm not movable on this principle when it comes to taxes, but it should definitely be less regulated than cigarettes because it's less harmful.
Can I just Put the light bulb in my head today. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, for any of you guys who paid attention fully, maybe better than I did for the 9 hours.
And good on you if you're still here too, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. Illicit tobacco. 1 in 5 smokers, according to KPMG, and they've got no reason to lie. They're not going to put KPMG's reputation on the line, but I don't think that a very important statistic, or even the discussion of black market tobacco, was even found its way in a conversation. There was a couple of times I'm thinking, oh, come on, yeah, Alex, bring it in here, because it throws the statistics. The 11% throws the statistic. Now, at the moment, the AIHW says the smoking prevalence in Australia currently is 11% overall. What they tried to do was something very, very clever, as I pointed out in the movie. They said, right, anyone who smoked less than 100 cigarettes, anyone who smoked less than 100 cigarettes per year, we'll leave them out. Leave them off. It doesn't matter. Well, all of a sudden it does matter, because they sit there and say, look, even if you only have a few cigarettes each week, it could still do you harm. Well, no doubt it's going to do you harm, and potentially very deadly harm. So why leave it off? Why leave it off? Because it makes a difference of 3%. It brings that up to 14%. But wait, I know you want more, and there is more. All of us, how do we actually, or how did KPMG come up with the 20%, or 1 in 5 combustible tobacco use in Australia is unmeasured because it's measured by them, but how do they come up with that measurement to work out that is how much isn't being consumed through regular channels where it's taxed at proper legal taxation rates, etc. Now, which begs the question, how much mouldy street tobacco is out there, and what is the real prevalence of smoking? Because I tell you what, if that is 20%, that's 20% of all smoking. So here's my logic. 20% of 14% is 2.8%. Let's throw another 2.8% on 14, and we've got 16.8%. All of a sudden, we are in a very tragic, hurtful place of pain that we need to front up to, that we need to recognise, and we need to recognise it bloody fast, because we're not only stagnating now, it means that our cigarette rate of prevalence is rising. And when I hear the likes of Emily Banks sit there and feel and others, when I see them tweet and say how proud they are on the reduction of smoking of Aboriginal and Indigenous peoples in Australia, just patting them on the backs when the rate of smoking has gone no further than 10% in the last basic 10 years or more, when they're down at a national tragic rate of 40.2%, God knows how much chop they use, God knows how much, it is a national tragedy. And for them to not consider harm alternatives, where we're seeing some massive reductions in the prevalence of smoking, correlation to vaping, we're seeing rates of decline which are up to 3 times greater and 2.5 times greater across the UK and the US. It's a national embarrassment.
Yeah, I'd agree. One other thing I'd add on the illegal tobacco, the illicit tobacco, somebody on Reddit informed me of this. I don't know personally, but if anybody from Reddit is watching, hello. And if you need any advice for vaping, Aussie Vapors on Reddit is a very good sub. But one of them informed me that these cigarettes from Sarajevo are actually really good quality cigarettes. They don't have any of those additives to stop the burning and all this sort of stuff. I mean, the cigarettes are fairly overregulated in Australia. And yes, there are problems with house fires starting when people don't put their cigarettes out right. But if you want a natural tobacco, those ones from Sarajevo are apparently good. I don't know. I ain't bought a pack of cigarettes in 5 years.
Right. Look, bottom line is it's we've got some issues. We've got a lot of issues here in Australia, and we kind of saw the likes of an Emily Banks sort of had been putting the back for quite a bit this morning, and she will have to return a lot of questions to the committee, it seems. Look, I don't say that to be facetious or to, be horrible or mean to her. She might honestly believe that she's being noble. Simon Chapman might honestly believe he's being noble. Morris Swanson might even believe they're being noble. But maybe they're being misinformed.
Yeah, and we suspect them of perhaps getting some sort of financial aid from some of these, or maybe I shouldn't say we. I personally suspect, in my opinion, that they may be getting kickbacks from things like Pfizer and whatnot for some of these nicotine replacement therapies, just like they assume Colin Mendelsohn is getting money from Big Tobacco for pushing vaping. I mean, we may be incorrect, but the way we come to the truth is when we discuss things and look at the evidence honestly. And that's all I'm asking for. If vaping is worse for my health than cigarettes, then I want to know because I want to stop.
If vaping is worse than cigarettes, we should be promoting the switch to cigarettes.
That's right. I would be. Right?
Now, we all know that's fucking ridiculous. We know that's ridiculous.
From my own personal experience, that's, yeah. Like, I remember when I was smoking a pack a day, I couldn't walk a flight of steps. Now I can vape all day and run 13 Ks at night, although I haven't had to run in a little while. I should get back to doing that.
But hey, it happens. And look, I do know definitely within my own health, with my own lung capacity, what I can achieve, just the ability to breathe and to stop wheezing and all that sort of thing at night has been absolutely fantastic. Just trying to see if there's any other following comments. Look, it's interesting you do say Bloomberg there, tough. There's did anyone pick it up? Did anyone pick it up in Australia Up in Smoke? When we went across, when there was the Senate hearing with David Leinhelm, and he called out Simon Chapman, Morris Swanson, and Dr. Becky Freeman. And at the back of her little talk, she declared that she was being paid by Bloomberg. So, yeah, look, there is some influence there. Again, we don't know what Bloomberg's reasons, motives for his philanthropy work. Is it philanthropy? Is it him having so much money that he's driving a market force? We'll never know until we can see a share portfolio, which in my lifetime I don't think he'll ever declare. In fact, I think he'll be gone before me anyway because of age. But it is what it is, but I think you're right there, Vapor Man, is we need to remove those smoke and mirrors and the speculation. Is a big pharma in the background pouring money here, there and everywhere. Look, make no mistake, I'll say it here right now on record. I know that the Cancer Council of Australia have received donations from Pfizer in the past. I have proof, I can prove it, no problem at all. Has it been in the recent past? Too. Well, there's nothing clear in the recent past. And
I guess the other thing in Pfizer's defense, right? It's like, God knows how many regulatory hurdles they had to get through to push their gum and their sprays and whatnot, right? They want to protect that investment. That's understandable. But we're talking about something that isn't that effective for most people who quit. And hey, some people quit using these things. I know I stopped smoking for 6 months on the gum, but I relapsed.
Wrong. Sorry, I got distracted. How rude. How rude. No, sorry, I got an urgent mobile phone distraction. You relapsed. There's nothing good about being relapsed. But the main thing is, we've got, with vaping or smoking, and I think Hollie Hughes made that very important point towards the end, is that, hey, we're all big boys and girls now, and if we haven't had a smoke for 15 years and we go to a party and we know they're all going to be smoking, and you know that whenever you have that binge drink, it only maybe happens a couple of years in some people's lives, and you go, oh, when I do that, I'll really feel like a smoke off and bum a smoke off somebody. That you go and make a choice to go, no, I'd rather make sure I get a vapor product, even if it's nicotine free, and that way at least I know it's not going to be as harmful as smoking. I know I'm not going to get hooked onto the 7,000 plus carcinogens that grab onto the nicotine and do all sorts of horrible and wild things. remembering it's the carcinogens and the combustion and not the nicotine. And
yeah, the other thing too is it's like, if I ever quit vaping, that's great, fantastic, whatever, I quit vaping. But you know what? I'd always want it to be there. If I ever relapse, I want to relapse to vaping and not to cigarettes.
Yeah, look, I guess as much as you're always right, I never quit. I'm not a quitter.
Well, yeah.
I'm not a quitter. You know, when I stopped smoking, I didn't quit smoking. I never gave anything up. What are you giving up? You give up your time to make a difference to help others. You don't give up smoking. You give up a night of your life or something to help someone else. It's not giving up. It's not stopping. It's not quitting. You found, in my opinion, this is the way I look at it. I didn't quit necessarily by vaping. I found vaping and it saved my freaking life. And there is a longer story to that. There is a longer story to that, and it is deeper and heavier and a lot more emotional, which I will not go into now, thank goodness. But when the Senate submissions finally all get put out, you'll see it. And let me tell you that it really has saved my life. And if I had to go back to smoking, I have all I will say is I have an underlying medical condition, and I know everyone's got their own story. And that's great. But I have an underlying medical condition which more than likely will see me die of a blood clot, stroke, or heart attack, basically within a couple of years, more than likely. So that is how important this whole issue is. You know, it's easy to take these things lightly, but that's how important it is. Yeah. Well, look, on that beautiful, shiny, bright note, after this enduring stream for 9 whatever hours it's gone, Vapor Man, I'm gonna have to get the hell out of here. Hang on, go to the fist. Hang on, work it out, Pam. Get it in scale. There we go. Fist pump. Fist pump. Absolutely awesome. As I always say on this channel, is we need to be in the moment. We need to recognize the moment that we have, the times we value. And, you know, today we've seen lots of moments. We've had some golden moments, we've had some ups and down moments, we've had some moments where we wanted to make some damage to our electrical property unnecessarily. Nonetheless, I think we're getting nearer to being able to make a better Australia and a healthy Australia, and that's why I have the little slogan to understand, or at least re-emphasise to you guys that this is that moment. I'm Pippa Star. This is the Vapor Man, and he has his own call out. And I'm going to let him sign off, and we're going to get the hell out of here. And thank you so much, everyone, for watching this stream. Stay subscribed, stay tuned. Lots more to come.
And if you don't know, now you know.
Thanks again, guys. Ciao for now. Let's try the outro.